Good morning, Madam Vice Mayor.
Good morning.
Are you ready for us to get this party started?
Yes.
Okay, give me just a second to go live.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, is the mayor joining us online or?
Yep, the mayor should be joining us momentarily via Zoom. So, Madam Vice Mayor, we are ready to go whenever you are.
Thank you. Then we'll call the meeting to order for it's a joint regular meeting of the Reno City Council and Redevelopment Agency Board, Wednesday, October 27th, 2021. Ms. Dewar,
Yes,
will you lead us in the pledge
absolutely.
of allegiance? Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, back to you.
All right, we will call roll for the Reno City Council. Councilmember Breckus,
I'm here today.
Dewar,
Here.
Delgado, Weber,
Here.
Jardin,
Here.
Reese,
Here.
Sheevy absent at this time. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council. We're moving into item A3, public comment. All right. It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Please note that council may not take action upon any matter not agendized for possible action on today's agenda. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. Lastly, while in this room, please be respectful. Warnings will be issued by the presiding officer if there is disruptive behavior, and you will be asked to leave chambers. Our first public commenter today is Danny Cleus, followed by Bill Sims, followed by Ron Trevor. And for the record, it looks like Madam Mayor has joined us.
Danny Cleus for the record. This is out in Lemon Valley. These are retention ponds that don't get used. We were told once the development across the street from them, those would be used. Well, guess what? They're not still, 4 years later. Still not used. Bone dry. Next one. There's our nice concrete sluice getting used. Nowhere for that water to soak up. Really nice. That's the most water it's had in it. And this is less than 24 hours of rain. Here's another channel coming from the Stead area, from the Walmart, the Lakes of Lemon Valley, or whatever it's called, apartments. O'Brien, everything. We were told that because the detention ponds from the warehouses weren't working half the time, that's why this flow is going up so hard. I guess they're still not working. This is coming out by your sewer plant. Real nice. It has 2 pipes underneath that normally flow, but it's flowing over. This is the best one of all. This project got denied once. During COVID, I guess it got approved again. Build in a floodplain, they say. Everything will be fine, they say. Well, look, it's not fine anymore. This is BS. Would you like to live here? Our lake is at the rim. Again. That's that stupid pipe you guys put in to do the alfalfa fields. That had 40 yards of dirt in front of it. Now it's right back to the bank. One storm. And this is October. Here it is this morning. Real pretty scene, isn't it? 2016. Started the same way, except it started in November. Here's 2021, starting in October. If this continues, it's going to be over all those HESCO barriers that everybody's been running into. The county's draining to get the water off the Lemon Drive. It's not going to be pretty out there again. But yet, you guys, we went to court with your facts, and you guys lost. And you're still doing it.
Bill Sims, followed by Ron Trevor, followed by Gary Cecil.
Morning, council members, Mayor Sheedy. Of course, you guys know my name is Bill Sims, and I am once again here, especially right now with winter setting in, to talk to you guys just briefly about two main issues with you guys that might be able to help out, and then the city as a whole. I know it hasn't been agendized with the county yet, but I'm really hoping that you guys will get that agendized and getting warming centers placed around Reno, as well as opening the Record Street shelter, because of the fact about a week and a half ago, I was walking on 2nd Street, right across the street from RPD, and I saw a gentleman sweeping in the dirt in a flimsy sleeping bag, literally shivering because it was below freezing. And while, yes, I know that the county does have control now, you guys had plenty of time to get ready for winter before county took over, and you haven't. CARES campus is at full capacity. Our place is at full capacity. People need your help, and they need it now. They don't need you guys to keep shaking hands with county back and forth, switching it. You guys need to help your constituents. That's what you're here for. That's what you're here to do. Just because they don't have a permanent roof over their head, like you guys do, doesn't mean they don't deserve to be helped. You guys definitely can look into opening Record Street shelter and do warming centers and work with Washoe on that, and you're choosing not to. Like, simply, you're choosing not to. So I find that really disappointing. The other point I wanted to make real quick is actually calling out Reno community as a whole, because ever since an article came out talking about my experiences as an advocate on Monday, I have seen a lot of the Reno community telling me, as someone who has had a homeless father, that they deserve it. Who cares? Who gives a damn? They don't want to do this. They don't want to do that. Well, you know what? Neither do I. I choose not to work. You know why? Because I get Medicaid. I get Medicare. I have mental health issues. I have physical issues. No one in the Reno community knows why these people do what they do. No one has the right to tell these people what the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness is for them. And if they want to try doing that, then they need to re-examine not only their beliefs, but their moralities. Because you attack people on the street for it, you're attacking me too. So, thank you.
Ron Trevor, followed by Gary Cecil, followed by Terry Brooks.
Good morning. My name is Ron Trevor, and I'd like to thank Mayor Sheedy and the council for allowing me to speak today. I'm a representative of SAVE, which stands for Senior Auxiliary Volunteer Effort, and we work with the Reno Police Department. Today, I've got the recaps for third quarter volunteered hours with SAVE. We've got currently 65 active members and 5 more in training. During the third quarter, there was a total of 3,743 hours volunteered by members of SAVE. And this represents a savings of $95,296 to the city of Reno. Some of the key areas that were covered, we had citizen contacts, 1,617. Vehicles called on as reported as abandoned, we had 2,180. Handicap citations issued, 97. We had 193 school patrols. We had 70 traffic surveys. Stolen vehicles and fictitious plates located and reported to Reno Police Department was 17. And that was the key numbers. Anybody have any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gary Cecil, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Ilya Abotman.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council members. My name is Gary Cecil. I'm a downtown resident. Mr. Reese, I'm here to comment on your statement at the council meeting of October 13th regarding the development agreement for the Neon Line District. You said, quote, "As a representative democracy, the City Council is a representative of the public. To argue that it's undemocratic that the public, on an individual basis, is not negotiating the contract seems anathema to me," unquote. That was a sharp rebuke. After reading the 68 public comments from that day, all 249 pages of them, I respectfully suggest that you misunderstood and thus misrepresented the public's message to you and your colleagues. I carefully reviewed the 57 comments that the city staff tallied as oppose. Here are representative excerpts from 3 of them. First comment, quote.
Sir,
Yes.
excuse me, right here. I'd like to ask you to direct your comments to the chair.
Of course. First comment, quote, "I support the development in Reno, especially in the downtown core. The proposed redevelopment plan of the Neon Line District is an opportunity to accelerate this, but could also alter the quality of life and trajectory of downtown." Unquote. Second comment, quote, "It will hopefully be a wonderful and beneficial project down the line, but at this point, the details of the agreement are too vague for approval." End quote. Third comment, quote, "Both the City and Jacobs Entertainment have a great opportunity if they further educate the public now. The more knowledge the public has, the more positive contributions they could make." Unquote. Personally, I don't hear anyone there, nor in the other 54 comments, saying they're flat out opposed to the Neon Line District. Nor do I hear them saying that the public wants to tie the hands of the council to fulfill your responsibilities as elected representatives. On the contrary, we seek constructive engagement on a project that has a 20-year span, is consequential, and will affect the quality of our lives in profound ways. I understand the arguments for development, but downtown residents also deserve to have our opinions strongly considered. We've paid our taxes, we've spent our income in local businesses, we overwhelmingly supported the bid, and we've contributed to Reno's rebound for the last decade. I respectfully ask you to postpone agenda item for F3 today and grant us a public workshop before the development agreement is finalized. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Cecil or Cecil, would you meet with my liaison outside to just get your contact information so that we can meet at another time?
I would appreciate that.
Thanks.
Terry Brooks, followed by Ilya Arbitman, followed by Jessica Castro.
Good morning, it's me, Terry Brooks again, and today I'd like to address trying to adapt to experiencing hunger in the case of homelessness. I've always tried my best to eat a healthy diet, and when I discover any kind of new food, I just can't wait to try it. For decades, I used to grow my own gardens, so then I became really used to eating a whole lot of natural fresh produce. But if I was homeless and didn't have a garden or a kitchen, then it would probably be junk food to which I would be switching. And if I was homeless and couldn't afford to buy it, then even though I'd be really hungry, I wouldn't be able to try it. I'm really slow when it comes to adapting to any kind of change. So for me to try to adapt to hunger would be really strange. You have to eat a lot of food to be physically active. So if you're hungry and don't eat much, you can't be very active. So then it would be difficult to even walk somewhere if you even knew that food would be available there. All living beings need food to stay alive. Without food to eat, they cannot survive. If you don't have anything to drink, as well as nothing to eat, that's a poor situation that's really hard to beat. It's bad enough if you are heading towards starvation, but especially in the summer with nothing to drink and you're heading toward dehydration. Of all the problems of homelessness, hunger and thirst are the hardest to adapt to and are by far the worst. It's hard to adapt to hunger. There is no doubt about it. In fact, it makes me hungry just standing here talking about it. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back when I have even more to say. Thank you.
Ilya Arbitman, followed by Jessica Castro.
Morning. Reno is a big city, and I know not everybody can see everything that's going on all of the time, but that's a privilege that most of us have, and it makes certain decisions, such as the ones that the council and the manager make, simple, because you don't have to see the dirty, grimy, cold, hard stuff. So I'm here to complicate that a little bit, because just because a decision is simple does not mean that it's good. And I think it's important to know what's actually going on in order to make an informed decision about what you guys should do. So today I'm going to be talking about one thing in particular, and actually wasn't what I was planning on talking about, but on my bike ride over here, I had an experience that I'd like to share with you all. It's easy to talk about police officers and single them out as being bad apples and bad cops, and some of them certainly are, but I hope you guys understand that this is not about a bad cop. This is about systemic decisions being made on the council and manager level, because you guys are the ones that guide them. You guys are the ones that sort of set the enforcement protocols, and this is somewhere where you can make a difference. This morning, biking over here, I saw a woman I know getting arrested on Commercial Row. She was getting a ticket for sleeping by the river, which is another way of saying she was getting a ticket for being homeless, and she had a warrant for sleeping on the bridge, which is another for a ticket she got for sleeping on the bridge, which is another ticket she received for being homeless. So essentially, she received one citation for sleeping outside, and then another one, and then she was taken to jail for sleeping outside. If that's not criminalizing homelessness, I don't really know what is. That's essentially the definition of treating people like criminals for sleeping outside. These are nonviolent offenses. She recently learned she had ovarian cancer and needed to get to the pharmacy to pick up a prescription. She was not able to do that because they were busy hauling her off to jail. Now we kind of have to figure out how she's going to get her radiation pills, acyclovir and metronidazole, while she's up at par. The bottom line here is pretty simple as far as what I'm asking of the council. That is, currently, I don't care if there's 6 beds or 10 beds or whatever. The fact is the shelter is at capacity. It's not accepting single women, who this woman was, because it's not safe for them there, and our place is regularly full. So the fact that day after day, the Clean and Safe team and RPD drive up and down the 4th Street corridor, picking up someone's stuff if they happen to be there, throwing it away often if they don't, moving it to another place, right, and just doing this kind of circus dance that doesn't make any sense. And then occasionally if someone has popped up on the radar enough times, they take them off to jail. This doesn't help. I mean, this has been going on now for a pretty long time, and as the winter takes over here, it's going to get bleaker and bleaker. So what I am asking of the council is a pretty rational and simple ask, which is to instruct RPD, clean and safe, et cetera, to stop sweeping people like they're doing. Stop citing them for sleeping near the river. Stop citing them for sleeping on the bridge. Stop criminalizing them, and absolutely never take somebody to jail for sleeping on the street, a nonviolent offense that hurts nobody. I mean, she was just sleeping in a big dirt lot, basically. There's no reason to take this 51-year-old woman with ovarian cancer to jail. Thank you.
Our final public commenter is Jessica Castro.
Sorry, that's the first I'm hearing about that, and that's absolutely devastating to me. Oh, man. My name is Jessica. I rented a studio owned by a local business owner / landlord. 2 weeks into my lease, a nightmare occurred that would forever change my life. 3 men and 3 women kidnapped, drugged, and tortured us. We were forced to undress. I cried the entire time. One memory, which is still as clear as day, is hearing make her stop crying, and then everything went to black. Watching my loved one being forced to dance naked while they all videotaped him. Back to black. Watching the same loved one lay helpless on the floor while being kicked in the face. Waking up to a studio to a frantic, "Get up, something happened, we have to get out of here." The gas inside the studio was so thick it burned our eyes. All to call RPD, and the officer laughed. His response was to get off the drugs. For the next few months I struggled. I was in a local shelter. The women found out about what happened and mocked and taunted me to the point that I told the staff, whom laughed at my story when I shared with them. I had shared my experience with many people, many of those who could have helped me but chose not to. I was in and out of jail, all to whom I shared my story with, such as arresting officers and even a counselor who I spoke with while I was in custody. I could no longer function. I had given up. There was no help. I got stuck in sex trafficking. I ended up homeless in Santa Barbara searching for help. The only help to come was a fellow unhoused person who kept me safe. During my struggles, I heard voices. I was convinced that the 6 folks were going to come back for me. I still am at times. At one point, my paranoia was so bad I willingly separated from my child in fear that they would attack her. The mental torture I was in almost took my life more than once. I allowed myself to inject drugs into my arms in hopes that it would stop the pain that was so deep that I just couldn't function anymore. I thought I was alone in this world until I started talking to our unhoused, and then I realized that my story is their stories. The sexual assaults, the sex trafficking, the drugs addictions, and the pain so deep it makes you lose yourself. Someone once told me to stop running my mouth, and that caused a lot of pain for me. This was the same community that failed me. But then I realized who my community is. My community is the unhoused. Those who suffer in this world to a point that they wander the streets with nothing but the clothes on their backs, not even hope or love. I have been in this room over and over asking for you to help, to see them, to help them. We need lower income housing. We need at minimal warming centers around this town for the winter. Please stop chasing them away. Help them. They do recover, and I'm standing here as proof to show you that they can 100% go from digging in garbage cans and trash cans and screaming complete nonsense in the air to being a complete functioning member of society. But you guys chose this job and you chose to take responsibility for them, and you have their lives in your hands. It's not up to the county, it's up to all of you. Stop chasing them away, stop ticketing them. RPD needs to know right now that there is no shelter available for women in this town at all, not one bed. I've been a witness to it just like he has. You need to send the message that you need to stop harassing them and victimizing them, because that's what you're doing over and over and over.
Madam Vice Mayor, no further public comment. It should be noted for the record, we received 25 comments which were general in nature and not directly associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. on October 26th. These comments were written correspondence received via our online public comment form or by email to our office, and copies of these have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available on the public meeting portal. There were 7 in favor, 9 in opposition, and 9 concerned of various issues, and we'll move into voicemails at this time.
Hi, my name is Donna Keith. I'm calling about agenda item A3, general public comment for the Wednesday, October 27th, City Council meeting. Although this message told me I'm after 4 o'clock, I would like to note that it's only 3:11 p.m. and should be read at the first part of the meeting. So I'm calling to express my disappointment in Council's failure to institute a bimodal mechanism that would enable live participation for citizens who can't attend hearings in person. This was easily accomplished through Zoom during the onset of the COVID restrictions, but the practice was subsequently banned. The political climate has changed since Zoom participation was abolished, and the rationale for discontinuing the practice is no longer justified. COVID, however, continues to pose a risk and limits in-person attendance at public hearings. Remote live participation engages citizens of Reno more fully than leaving voice messages for an unseen audience. The public should be able to express their opinions in real time at public hearings, even if they cannot attend in person. I've been told that the city was purchasing new AV equipment specifically to allow remote live participation at council meetings. I'm wondering whether or not council actually intends to implement an interactive service for remote participation. It's an easily accomplished task that is used at many other city-sponsored public hearings. I request that council provide clear direction to staff to move forward with enabling real-time remote public participation in city council meetings. If this is not council's intention, I request that a public statement to this effect be made at this hearing. Thank you.
Hi, I'm one of the many people who are suffering with rat issues all of a sudden. My name is Gwen Bourne. I live on 1835 Arcane. I've hired an exterminator. He's trapped rats outside. There was a rat in the house. There's rats running along the fence behind the house. And I'm not alone. There are many of my neighbors, many people on Nextdoor Digest who complain the same thing. All of a sudden, this year, there's rats all over. One guy who lives maybe half a mile from me caught 37 rats. So I think it's time the city get involved one way or another. Let's try to figure out where these rats are coming from and how we can stop them so Reno doesn't get a reputation for being a rat city. Thank you so much.
Hi, this is Missy Hoffman, and I live at 200 Mill Street at Lake Mill Lodge. And our elevator has been up for 4 months. And supposedly the owner of the Lake Mill Lodge has paid for it and everything, and I've talked to the city of Reno and they're trying to get a hold of the governor and everything, and nothing's being taken care of. And there's handicapped people over here. There's people in wheelchairs with one leg that can't get out. I mean, what if there's a fire or something? I mean, we need to have something done, and nobody will do anything about it. And hey, I'm in room 518. I wish somebody come up and talk. It's my boyfriend. He's disabled, and he can't even get down the stairs. We live on the 5th floor and got to go down 5 flights of stairs and back up every day just to get food or whatever. It ain't right. My phone number is 775-409-7085. Thank you. That's the city council now. I'm like, hey, I'm 518.
Yes, I am a homeowner that has a property that backs up to the ditch, and I'm calling about the APN number 019181-10, and it's for the lot on Sharon Way, 0 Sharon Way, and it only has enough square footage to be an unbuildable size lot, and I am opposed to the new owner trying to get that covenant released off of their, so that they can build a new home. There's already a home on the lot next door to it, and that piece of ground right there just is not big enough to have another structure on it. It would be an eyesore, and it would be back up to some of the homeowners on that side, and it would not be something that I would be in favor of. Thank you.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment. We're moving on to item A4, approval of the agenda.
Mr. Manager?
Madam Vice Mayor, I have no changes to today's agenda. Thank you.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
All right, we're moving into our B items consent agenda. We do have public comment on this agenda item, if you'd like to take that first, and then we can pull items for consideration.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
We have one public commenter for consent agenda. Great. Tom Dunn.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of council. For the record, Tom Dunn, representing the Reno Firefighters Association and the Reno Airport Firefighters Association. Today, we're standing here in support of items B2, B3, and B9. We're in support, in item B2, we're in support of the agreement and in favor of periodic review and amendment to the agreement with the City of Sparks for fire protection and cooperative agreement. Item B3, the new apparatus that we are investing, that you currently are going to approve today, is an investment in our department and our community. It will allow us to provide more efficient fire service delivery to the community and our regional cooperators and partners as a whole. On item B9, we are definitely in favor of support. Based on the acceptance of the SAFER grant, we have 24 firefighters that actually start our latest fire academy tomorrow on Thursday. And with those personnel, we also have another academy that's scheduled to begin the last week of February of 2022. These new personnel will allow us to improve service delivery to our community while addressing our staffing levels that are currently impacting our occupational health and safety and attrition due to retirement. We'd like to thank Senators Rosen and Cortez Masto, as well as our congressional representatives Amade, Titus, Horsford, and Lee for watching our SAFER grant more as it moved through the federal grant process. We also like to thank members of council, Mr. Thornley, as well as city staff that have supported the SAFER grant program as a whole. That's going to be an improvement to our fire department. And lastly, in the spirit of Halloween, the rake donation program that has been working out of City Hall today has been so successful that the Fire Prevention Bureau is considering holding a pitchfork and torch donation program as well. So happy Halloween to everybody, and thank you for your support.
Mr. Dunn, thank you to the men and women of Reno Fire for all their work during the most recent storm. I know that your folks were handling an incredible amount of call volume and just keeping the community safe. Obviously, Reno Police Department and Public Works were also working overtime, so I thank you to the men and the women of the Reno Fire Department. I know our body extends their greatest thanks to you.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Madam Vice Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then we move on to consent agenda.
Yep, so we're just looking to pull items off of the consent agenda for
Exactly.
discussion.
Okay. I'm going to go to our at-large council member, Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I don't have anything today.
Okay. Next up, Councilmember Delgado.
Nothing, thank you.
Councilmember Jordan. Councilmember Dewar.
I have a couple, mostly just to make a positive comment. B2, B3, and B4.
Okay. And then Councilmember Breckus.
I would like to pull item B1, B2, and item B9, please.
And B9.
Move to approve.
Second.
All those.
Did we ask the mayor if she had somebody?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Let's not forget.
Thank you. I know. Thank you.
Madam Mayor is not present at this time, so if
Okay.
you'd like to move forward.
Okay. So, and I didn't have anything. I think I said that. Okay, let's go.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had one other to
Okay.
highlight. B1, B1.
B1, B1.
Yep.
Sorry, so just for confirmation, the items I have pulled at this time are B1, B2, B3, B4, and B9.
Well, B1, B1, not the whole B1.
Well, Councilmember
has already
Breckus
been
pulled
pulled.
one at this time, so.
No, that was B1, B2 that I pulled.
Oh,
B1,
I
B2.
misunderstood. B1,
B1,
B2, and B1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Move to approve.
And I had seconded.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. And we'll go back to,
B1, B1.
yeah, let's go with you.
Okay, so on item B1, this is a new restaurant called Our Town Pizza. It's located in the former Old Town Mall, Reno Town Mall. I've had a chance to meet with the proprietor and actually taste his food, and it's pretty fantastic. I'm looking forward to them opening. They've already got a sign up there. What my question is, was the cabaret, what is the cabaret piece of this?
Good morning, Council. For the record, Lance Ferrato, Business Relations Program Manager. To answer your question, it's simply live entertainment. Like it's a little more than ambient music, but just having some live music in house so that they could provide a little entertainment for people eating.
A fantastic place to do it. So with enthusiasm, I'd like to recommend B1, B1.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Great. So
Thank
go
you.
Marvin.
And we'll go to B1, is it
Or-
2?
No, just B2.
Nope,
Okay.
B1, B2, as pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Yes. Hi. This is a new cabaret license in a property in Midtown that has a special use permit. And the hours of operation are of question to me. What is the base zoning hours of operation? Is it 24 hours as stated in the staff report?
No, excuse me, for the record, Lance Ferrato, Business Relations Program Manager. The zoning hours stated, yes, are 24 hours. Live or amplified entertainment restrictions per the special use permit are Sunday through Wednesday, 9 p.m. to 12 a.m., Thursday through Sunday, 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. So from those hours past 9 p.m. on the specified days, the special use permit allows that live entertainment.
So it says on condition 2 that the applicant shall apply for all building permits, obtain a business license for the project with 18 months from the date of final approval, and continually maintain the validity of those permits. The prior tenant, when did they go out of business in their general license, and when did they go out of business with their quarterly payments for alcohol and cabaret?
So their license went out of business in December of 2020.
Okay.
However, this has not been a change of use, and the certificate of occupancy has been renewed. So continuing conforming use with an active certificate of occupancy allows the SUP to stay with the property and not just the business.
That's the interpretation these days?
Yes, ma'am.
I thought the interpretation was business license, because it says business license, continuously maintain the validity of those permits, so it's plural, and it refers to the business license. So when did they stop paying their quarterly cabaret and alcohol?
The quarterly license ended in December of 2020, so their last payment would have been in October
Of 2020?
of 2020, correct?
Okay.
And the way that we have interpreted this, and based on precedent as well, is that to continuously maintain the validity of those permits, and the permits being certificate of occupancy as well. So
Yes.
since that, if they were to come in and change the use, a new certificate of occupancy would be issued, and that would null the special use permit.
Okay, so maybe I misunderstood. I thought you had some administrative rulings that stated that related to the special use permit, so in, the Development Services Division, that the special use permit had to be maintained by business license, a business operating on the premises. If that yields after 18 months, then the special use permit goes away. Is that not the interpretation you're using?
It's my understanding, per discussions with planning, that regardless of the time frame, so long as the use does not change, they won't abandon that special use permit.
Okay, that's interesting, because that permit language, okay. Okay, so they are, the special use permit with those extended hours is still valid in your view and staff's view?
That's correct.
Okay. But regardless, if they went out of business in October 20, it's less than 18 months.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilwoman
Oh, I
Breckus,
do,
would you-
excuse me, I do. The one condition on 12, the parking spaces, is that reciprocal parking agreement still valid, and is that still in place?
Lance Ferrato for the record. I would have to check with planning. I'm not positive on that specific language. I'm more than happy to find that information and get back to you, though.
Is the background check in yet?
Yes, it is, and it has passed.
Okay. Well, I can make the motion. I think that we need to confirm that that reciprocal parking agreement is in place or go back and amend the special use permit. That's what I think. So I'd make a motion to approve, provided it's validated on this reciprocal parking agreement.
There's a motion and a second. With that note, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to item B2, as pulled by Councilmember Dorr.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you for recognizing me. I just wanted to note for the record that Mayor Sheevy is, and I believe has been here, just for the record. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
So we cannot
Madam
hear
Mayor,
her.
just a second, we need to get you unmuted.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can you hear us?
No.
She can hear us, but we can't hear her.
There we go. Can we hear you now?
Yes, can you hear me?
Great. Thank you so much for your patience.
Oh, yeah, no problem. And I keep getting kicked out and then getting back in, so just bear with me. A couple of things, Vice Mayor. What items were pulled for consent?
Maybe we could have the clerk.
Yep,
Read
Madam
that,
Mayor,
yes.
the items that were pulled for consent were B1, B2, B3, B4, and B9.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much.
No problem.
I'll send it back to you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay. So I pulled item B2.
Yes.
And it's about the automatic and mutual aid, and I had a good briefing about it. So I feel prepared, to vote on it. But I wanted to take this opportunity, as we do every time this topic comes up, to talk about a couple things. One, for me, is that we want to make sure that these agreements are working well, that if we do respond to others for automatic or mutual aid, that we have the proper reimbursement in place, and we're keeping track of that. And I think you're confirming, yes. Number two, we would really, and this is, I think, council-wide, really be interested in some progress towards reconsolidation so that we don't have to do automatic and mutual aid agreements. We're one operator. And so I just wanted to take this moment to reiterate my support for that direction. I'm sure you'll hear it throughout the year. I think you heard it loud and clear during the budget process, but since this is the agreement coming from that budget process, I wanted to say it in my out loud voice here today.
And thank you. And I think you understand that I'm 100% behind that sentiment as well. And the manager is working, we're in the incipient stages of some talks, some regional talks to accomplish that goal. And I don't want to get ahead of ourselves on that, but we're definitely taking steps in that direction.
I'm not asking for a report. That's
Yep.
not agendized. I'm just making a comment in relation to these agreements. It's awkward to redo them every year or every 2 years.
Sure.
On the term, so thank you. And with that, I would make a motion to approve.
There's a motion and a second.
Madam Vice Mayor, before, hold on.
Yes.
I just want to, I did see, I think Tom is in there from IAFF. Do you have any comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor, for the record, we did speak on the record that we were in favor of the agreement, and we're in favor of periodic review and amendment as needed.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Delgado? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I had made a motion to, In your, not out loud voice, okay. I made a motion to approve item B2.
And there was a second
I'll second.
Okay.
by the mayor. Any other comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, we're moving on to item B3, fire apparatus purchase.
Yes, thank you. So I pulled this item. I generally pull items that are over $1 million off the consent agenda, not always, but generally. And I just wanted to commend the team for figuring out a way to move forward on these critical purchases. And I believe we've adopted some financial changes to facilitate this. Mr. Thornley, is that correct? I don't see Ms. Lochner here.
Ms. Lochner is here, and yes, the
Oh, there she is.
leadership of the council has adopted a tool by which there is a long-range apparatus replacement program. I'm sure she'd be happy to describe
Yeah.
it to you.
Yes, so we do have an apparatus replacement program that council adopted. We are in the process of updating that to make it, to include some of the apparatus that's coming outside of the plan. But yes, this is, still follows our plan.
Okay, well, fantastic. So I'm so pleased that we're able to do this. This is, clearly sorely needed equipment for our team to be the best that they can be and to help our residents in the best way they can. So I don't know if there are any other comments, but I would make a motion to approve.
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, we're on to item B4, as pulled by Councilmember Dorr.
Yeah, so this is a project that's been discussed for quite a while in Ward 2. It is, again, over the $1 million. Usually I pull them to highlight for the public what we're spending our money on when it comes to the big bucks. Sometimes we get all lost with the small bucks, 10,000, 20,000, but this is 1.8 million. Can you, I thought we took a stab at this before. Maybe Mr. Flansburgh has to come up for the past history, because I don't think you were here, Ms. Magoon. But I just wanted to see what has changed, or was there a pause, or where are we now?
Trina Magoon, Director of Utility Services, for the record. The project has been ongoing. We did receive, the council accepted a grant, I believe, in 2017 from FEMA on this project. There have been some design challenges and a lot of coordination with the Truckee Meadows Water Authority for a joint project on this. We are happy that we're at the point where we are for phase 1 to move this forward. And then once we get this under construction, we can move on to phase 2, which will actually take approximately 25 homes out of the floodplain.
Okay. Well, that is fantastic. I want to confirm, and you may know the answer to this, that, do you have a map of the location?
I
with you
have it
here?
right here under the screen.
Okay.
Go. So the pink line identifies let's first point out, this is Plum Lane.
Yep.
This is Watt Street.
Yep.
Bonnie Briar, Lakeside Drive, and then this is Virginia Lake.
Right.
So the project extends from Plum Lane down Watt, Bonnie Briar into the lake. And what this does is provides larger infrastructure to convey this flow and then ultimately to take these homes out of the floodplain.
Okay, fantastic. So the homes going out of the floodplain are actually in Ward 1, right?
Okay, yes.
North of Plum Lane. And at least if
Right.
I can read the map correctly. And then by doing this project in Ward 2, you'll provide a faster route for the water to flow into Virginia Lake. And then Virginia Lake has an outlet, extension of Cochrane Ditch, which you don't show on this map, but I assume if Virginia Lake got too full, too fast, that there's an outflow there that's set at a point to not allow Virginia Lake to flood.
Yes, so for clarification, I just want to clarify that the homes to be taken out in Ward 1 would be in phase 2 of this project. So that's not included in this project right now. There will be future improvements for that area. However, yes, this does provide larger capacity for those improvements through Ward 2 to get into Virginia Lake. And there is an overflow structure in Virginia Lake
Right.
should it rise up.
Okay, so When, just last question, when would phase 2 come to help those residents? Which residents would this be helping then? Could you just identify that on the map? I think I misunderstood.
Yes, I believe it's these up here.
Well, those are the ones you just said would be in phase 2.
Yes. So this phase 1 actually doesn't take any residents out of the
Okay.
floodplain.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's just in preparation for phase 2.
Okay, I got you. Well, with that.
Yeah, well, I'll
okay.
ask. Yeah, because I had the same presumption that it would take those people out of the floodplain. It was just the mechanics of going and remapping. But you're saying you need another infrastructure project to do that?
I'm going to let John take this one.
For the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. So on this project here, you can see on the map that there's a few places in here that there are some flood implications, and that will assist some of the residents in that area. But the major part here is, like Trina mentioned, it's setting up for that larger phase 2 project, which really isn't as costly because we just need to get a pipe up to Plumas. Plumas basically acts as a impediment for the water to flow, so it backs up in that area, and that's why you see the larger amount in here of where it's backing up. It comes into here, it can't flow out fast enough, and so it starts to back in. With this project and opening up the amount of capacity that we have, we'll be able to then connect this area in so they can flow at the higher capacity, get to the lake all the way down, which then, as Trina mentioned, there is a overflow structure in Virginia Lake that's a very large storm drain that goes all the way from there underneath the airport and out to Boynton Slough.
Okay, well, thank you, I appreciate that. And to my understanding, and I want to say, in other parts of Ward 1 where we've seen physical evidence of flooding, like Aquila, which I walked the other day, which is doing terrifically, this is an area that it has not been expressed to me by homeowners there that the flooding is problematic any more or less than anyone else who might have a basement. It's when you go to get a mortgage.
And certainly, thank you
And
for that
refi.
clarification. And certainly that is part of this. What this also does is set us up well for, as we look at our irrigation ditches that are crossing in this area, this is one of those drainage areas that we would look to potentially taking the tops off the ditches we talked before and have an intentional spill to take some of the flow off in these areas, building this backbone infrastructure up to those areas so that it can actually handle the flows. And that will be a benefit to the entire community.
Well, I just want to compliment you on this exhibit because I love seeing this in color and you explaining it very well. I have to compliment you both on that. Thank you. With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve this item.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, moving on to item B9, FY22 budget augmentation as pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I have two issues with this that I want to highlight and ask. The first of all is, I think it came out of manager contingency, and it's shown as encumbrances. Maybe it's from last year's FY for some work at City Plaza. The Space Whale, there were a couple contracts, and then there's a skateboard design going on. Where'd that money come from, and how are we augmenting the budget for that use?
So that's coming from last year's ending fund balance.
Ending fund balance, okay. So this is the time where we jump into the ending fund balance and decide where we want to allocate it.
So they were decisions made at the last part of the last fiscal year after we did our fourth quarter augmentation.
Okay.
So we weren't able to augment for them, so we carried them forward into this year.
Okay, but the involvement at City Plaza, I think, was the manager did it, because I don't recall it being by council action. Is that true? Is that
I'm
true,
sure,
Mr.
yeah.
Manager?
So again, we take the direction and then we make the budget appropriate so that we can handle any operation changes and needs for the organization. And that's what we bring forward in the quarterly augmentations.
So what I understand is there's two contracts for the Whale, and your procurement balance got increased, so you're utilizing that new procurement authority of $100,000. One is for $137,000 and one's for $67,000?
No, one is for 62.5 and one is for $75,000.
Oh, okay, so combined, they're over the 100,000. And then this skate park, what is this skate park component, and how much was that?
That was $15,000. Director Schroeder can describe what the component parts are.
I'd really more like to hear about the process in which the concepts for keeping the whale and for the skate park went through public review. Did you have any public meetings? Did you bring it to the Parks Commission?
Sure, yes. I can't speak to the space well, but specific to the skateboarding terrain, that back in August, there was a Go Skateboarding Day, and there was a tremendous turnout. The City Plaza is a very popular location. They've actually unofficially dubbed it the Flatland. And after we saw so much positive activity happening at the City Plaza, we had a local skateboarding shop approach us saying that, you know, there's opportunity here to activate this space. And so we, Public Works and Parks and Rec staff, our risk management staff, we all got together to meet with the skateboarding shop owner. They fabricated 4 elements that are meant to be temporary. They are heavy enough that they cannot be moved unless you use a forklift. We also recognize that City Plaza is a multi-use space, and so what we have done is created this opportunity, this new amenity that we can put at City Plaza so that our skateboarding community can come. These elements are meant to be rideable elements, low to the ground. They're not big air ramps. And if we do have special events, our Parks Department or our Public Works Department is able to take and move these elements. They can set them off to the side, or we could make a traveling skate show, if you will, and move them into different parks. So I just wanted to show what that's going to look like.
Well, you know what, since these are my questions, I think you've given enough answer to answer my questions. I think here's the issue, and I think I still have the floor, is I'm not sure an augmentation is a time to talk about how arguably our most important program, public space in the city, has been planned out. I don't hear that you talk to any of the users out there, and in my experience of urban design, urban spaces, sometimes the unofficial nature of something is really can't be formalized through official nature. I also have other concerns.
Your time is up.
Oh, you know, I didn't see the clock running. Where are you seeing the clock running? Oh, okay.
I'm seeing it.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the mayor
My
said.
screen.
Oh, you see it, okay. If I could just.
You're a minute over.
Oh, okay, well, I will just pause, and then I have another issue I'd like to bring up also, but thank you.
Thank you. On the same item, right? I mean, that's number 9.
Yes, if I'm given the privilege of 2 3-minute moments, and if I had not seen the clock, I would have cut Ms. Schroeder off sooner, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any other questions?
Madam Vice Mayor,
Yes.
we're
I'm
sort
sorry.
of, no worries. There's so many places to look and keep our eyes moving. Ms. Schroeder, thank you so much for the information and detail. I was excited to, not only for the success of the original skate day when it happened, because it generated quite a bit of interest and enthusiasm, but also for the vision that you have for supporting this park's amenity, right? I have been contacted probably, I'll say on the order of 10 or more times in the last several years by skateboarders and skateboarding enthusiasts because they feel very much like they don't have as many places as they would like to be able to engage in their sport, you know, their craft. And so I'm excited that this opportunity has arisen, and I think it's a really great use of both the resources and the plaza, which at times has very limited activity and engagement in it. I thank you for making it that it is movable and ultimately at some point in time as we figure out its use patterns or its popularity or lack thereof, I suppose, that it is something that we can use as an amenity. And the idea of kind of the traveling, skateboarding park certainly has some interest to me. Obviously, one of the benefits of this area, as you point out, is that it is flat. And it's already being used by skateboarders. Fairly often I am down in the park in the plaza area and, I have to watch out for myself down there and make sure that I'm paying attention to what's going on there. So thank you for providing this opportunity, especially for our young people in this community, although, skateboarding knows really no age limit or boundary. I won't say that I am capable of getting on a skateboard, but I have children who do and siblings who have and are my age. So thank you for the work that's gone into it. Really happy to support this opportunity for our young people.
Thank you. Would council like to see what the schematic looks like? Because I can, if I can get the document camera.
Love that.
So this, it's not quite to scale, but we're basically looking at 4 elements. And the local designer wanted to bring in some elements. And so this one right here is representing the Truckee River, and it's called a rainbow rail. And then these other boxes are flat. And then as we've gone through the creative process, I'll show you more realistic renderings of what these will look like. So this is called a flat rail, and the idea is that the skateboarders can basically ollie up onto the rail or along the sides of the ledges. This is the rainbow rail that's symbolizing the Truckee River, and it even has some trout in it. It's kind of my favorite. This one is called a mani pad, and we shaped it in the state of, so that it symbolizes the state of Nevada, that again, they would just basically just do a quick ollie up and slide along the edges. And then the last feature is called the Plaza Ledge, and then we just incorporated a lot of colors into it. This makes me think of Legos, which is also a fun element of memory of childhood.
And Ms. Ritter, where would they be relative to the plaza?
I mean,
around
yeah.
the edge, in the middle?
It will basically be closer to the east. Yeah, let me find that page again. Thank you.
Okay, I missed this one, sorry.
So what we're going to do is, working with our risk management office, we will have some steelcade around the skateboarding area, just so that pedestrians are aware that there's going to be some skateboarding activity, and then we'll post skateboarding rules. But the idea is that they will basically have kind of half the plaza, the north half of that oval, like within the ice skating footprint that used to be there. And then the steelcade will be there to delineate the skateboarding area. That way pedestrians know I should pay attention before I walk into this area. And then, again, it allows us to be able to move all these elements if there is a special event.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. And just want to add on to what Councilman Reese said. This is awesome. You know, how great is this? That's pretty simple. That we need to have more of these opportunities for our kids and for our young adults and anyone to get out and about. One thing that the pandemic shown us is that the lack of opportunities for kids to go out and be physically involved in the outdoors is something that we've been lacking. And I can tell you guys right now, and I believe Councilwoman Breck has joined us when we cut the ribbon at Neal Road, how active that space is. I mean, it's amazing to see all the families that are going out there and the kids are out there enjoying that space. Mayor Loma, same thing. It's slammed and packed with kids out there on their skateboards and on their just having a good time. So this is an amazing opportunity. I think we at the council have pushed for years, frankly, to activate this space. And to be able to activate it with kids already utilizing it and adding more features to it, it's a no-brainer. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for bringing it for us. And I'm excited for our community to be able to jump in and have a good time on our plaza. Thanks,
Yeah.
Thanks, Jamie. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much. You know that I always push the part in Parks and Recreation is accessibility and social equity, and skate parks it's kind of a low barrier entry sport that you can get into. Really, you just need a skateboard and hopefully a helmet. Someone who has had 3 concussions, wear a helmet, kids. And so this is just a really exciting opportunity to be able to provide another location that the kids can come play, and adults. You might see me out there.
They can move, and you can pick these up and move them, and now allow for community activists or other types of things to happen. So it's awesome. Thank you.
Councilmember Dewar.
That was a great segue. I think this is a fantastic project. And I had 2 questions. One was this movability question. what does it take to move it? So we have frequent use of the plaza, both permitted and then unpermitted, because it's a public space, people are allowed to gather without actually applying for a permit. So can you just tell us about how that would work?
Yep. So primarily, our public works teams will be able to use a forklift, and these skate park elements are engineered in such a fashion that they are they're stamped by an engineer, and they have slots in it, if you will, for the forklift to be able to pick up the object and move it over to the side or move it off-site. And so as they are being built right now, we'll pick them up from a warehouse off of Dickerson Road and then bring them over to the plaza. And then Parks staff also has a backhoe with a forklift attachment. So between the two different departments, we'll be able to move them as needed.
So then the second part of it was the notice. So some groups coming in they get an event permit. What kind of notice would they need to get these things relocated?
We'll be in touch with the special events team. The special events permit review team also includes Public Works and Parks and Rec staff. So that's when we'll get the notice of that there is a request to do a special event on the plaza.
Okay. And last part of this then, the ones that are not permitted, because apparently you're allowed to practice public speech in public spaces without a permit. So tell us about that. Like, you hear about maybe there's going to be a rally or a gathering there.
I don't hear that normally in Parks and Recreation. A special events team may, because I know often people that want to organize a rally do reach out to the City of Reno through the special events office. The idea is to leave this here for a while and let it organically develop. And so if there's an unpermitted event, these elements will still be there.
Yeah.
The plaza
have
is
to flow
large.
around them,
There's
right?
plenty of space, yep. And then we've got the fencing to delineate so that, all users can use the park.
Well, my biggest concern was if we have multi-use, people gathering for one of these events and people still trying to skateboard. It seems like something we just need to manage and anticipate.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very excited about this.
Thank you. Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much, and I'm going to just comment, thank you to staff and to City Manager Thornley for always being, taking action as to what he and all of you hear from the council, which is a reflection of the community, as well as hearing and seeing what is happening on the plaza. I mean, we all hear with great regularity that space is underutilized. Coming up with this sort of creative opportunity for our youth to have a physically healthy outlet is huge, and it's something that this body has pushed for ever since I've been on it. So I want to thank staff and Manager Thornley for taking action on this. I think it checks all the boxes. It's mobile, it's creative, it is a use that is occurring there to some degree already, and it activates an underutilized place. So I appreciate everybody taking action rather than government quagmire of letting something sit through meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting. And I'm looking forward to seeing all the skateboarders out there.
I'm going to go next real quickly. I just want to say this is so awesome, and the whole community loves this anyway. A lot of them do use it already, but now with all the other amenities that they have, can I ask, is there any monies to even possibly paint or do something with that area? I guess maybe paint wouldn't be good because the skateboarders would probably do some damage to the paint, but it just seems like it would be so cool if there was something painted on that concrete.
Councilmember Weber, are you referencing like maybe doing a mural like the locomotion mural?
Well, I think something like that would be really cool, or a yellow brick road, or something fun. But anyway, I think it would be a cool idea. I'm sorry. Okay, and no, I am not sorry. I just think it would be really fabulous looking to have it done. But we'll talk about that later. Anyway, let's move on. Council member, we're going to go another round. I think you have another question.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, before.
Oh, yes.
Before we, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, Madam.
Just a couple of comments. First of all, really big kudos to staff. you know, one of the most important things you can do.
Uh-oh.
We're all going to be in suspense.
That's one of the most important things you can do.
Vice Mayor Weber, it looks like she's frozen on her end, so if we want to go ahead and move into Councilmember Breckus when the mayor comes back, we'll reinitiate.
And thank you so much. And Madam Clerk, will you please let us know by timer? We don't see a timer here.
Yep,
At
we'll
all.
we'll switch screens
Okay,
back.
thank you.
Maybe run the one in the back so we could see the screen and the one in the back, if you're showing screen.
And Councilmember Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to go on too much about this because really, we're not approving the space, the design today. But, and I think it's a little astray, and sometimes when people say, that's not on topic, attorneys, are we talking about it? We really went off topic, but I want to use that as an example to say how much interest there is and how much, in my view, this should not have been buried into an augmentation by the manager's discretion. It should have been at this table. The use, purpose, design of Civic Plaza, if you went back in the agenda since I've been on 8 years, and even the other councils, probably been up a dozen times. And that's my objection. He has exercised administrative authority, executive authority on the redesign of the plaza. People seem happy with it at this table. That's great. I'm not happy, but I'm not going to belabor the point a little bit, although I really question what the roller derby women are going to be doing when they use it. So number two is this was a very big augmentation, and I really question the positions because 37 positions were changed in the first quarter, other than how we rolled up the budget. And, you know, we sit for months and months on end, laboring over budget. And it seems like we didn't really have an organization chart. We've received one in the last month. But of those 37 positions, 20 were the SAFER grant. And I remember during budget, we weren't going to roll those into the budget until we knew. So that 5 came through on new development services positions, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we got a memo on that, and I was wondering a little bit more. I had questions about that workload. And then there was a statement that they had to convert about 4 or 5 part-time to full-time public works people because of the hardship on getting folks. And then, so that's one. If all of these could be answered, with our time limits, I know I throw a lot of questions in and then end. So, you know, when I was staff, I'd always write down the questions and then wait for the elected to stop. And then I am questioned about the underfill of the chief innovation officer from a chief of staff. I guess that means we're not going to have a chief of staff. And also, the other one was there were 2 directors, assistant directors and director of neighborhood. And I'm just wondering if those are laterals or were they upgrades? So those are my questions.
So we'll start with the 8 maintenance workers, actually, because it's 2 different programs. That went through the position review committee. It has been a problem for multiple years in filling those positions on a seasonal basis, and there is a year-round need for those workers. So we converted them from part-time to full-time, and they gave up all their part-time dollars to do that. And it's more efficient for the city because we don't have to continually train new people, and we can expand what we use them for and not just hiring people just for weed control. We can use them for a lot more things.
What budget did that come out of?
So the 4 for the sewer came out of sewer, and then the 4 for streets came out of streets.
Your time is up.
So then when we go to the assistant directors, I know in finance, it was an upgrade and a reorganization that we did in finance in order to make the risk management program have 2 people instead of 1. So we did some reorganizing when one of our staff members left. And we looked at the operation and what was the best need for the city. So that's what we did, as a upgrade of 1 employee, but also a downgrade of another position in order to get that over to risk management. Yes, the SAFER, that's 20 of the positions is related to the SAFER that we did not include in the budget because we didn't know that we were going to get the grant. And we had some options if we didn't get the grant that we would come back to council with. But we did luckily get the grant, so now we get to add 20 people to the complement there. So then most of these are, some of them are just title changes. There are a lot of new positions within development services. That small little organization within the city has really been struggling to keep up with the amount of permits coming through, and that is paid by the building fund.
Okay, so
So I don't know if I got them all. Can I just
The
ask
chief
if there
of
was one more?
staff, Miss
Okay, yes,
Lochner-
that one
Ms.
is,
Lochner,
That's gone.
your time is up. The time is up. We've gone over unless there's.
can I
Let's-
just
let's have
answer
her
the
finish
chief of
answering the
staff?
question.
Thank you.
Okay, because I wanted to answer all the questions, so
Okay.
her time's up, mine isn't. The chief of staff position is currently underfilled. That's not to say that we won't have a chief of staff at some point, but right now, we had a larger need to address our customer service and our response to the community, and quite frankly, our support of the council. So that was where the position we found that we could underfill to make sure that that work could happen. Not to say that we won't have a chief of staff in the future, but right now that's covered right now. We have a very strong HR director that is really helping to fill some of that need.
Okay, I know my time is up. I get one more minute, I think maybe afterward, and I'll just follow up with a few other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, the mayor, yep, perfect.
Hi, I'm back. Sorry, I think we're having some tech issues.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure where we were, but I guess jumping off of Councilman Breckis's comments, I just want to say thank you so much to our city manager for really focusing on this. I think you've done a phenomenal job with bringing in, some of these new people from, Jackie to JW to Ashley, and restructuring some of these departments and really focusing on that, because I think when you were first hired, it's something that we had sort of a long discussion about. I think, unfortunately, for a long time, we're just still trying to play catch up from the recession of bringing back people. So I still want to see us continue to be aggressive and retain and recruit great talent, which I think you're doing a tremendous job on. So I'm glad to see these in the budget, the augmentation. A couple things, just going back to the skate park and to the whale, I want to address those. Kudos to you guys for really looking at ways to activate spaces. At the Conference of Mayors, we've been working with some of the top urban planners in the country, and they're really stressing about activating these outdoor, spaces. And so I just want to say thank you so much. Jamie, I'm so impressed. You even know the skater terminology. So that tells me you definitely have some experience in the space. But one of the things I like to do, and I think Councilman Delgado hit it on the head, and he especially knows because he works with so many at-risk youth, how it can really be a game changer for certain neighborhoods, and especially the ones at risk, because they can, get a skateboard relatively inexpensively and, get going in the sport. And the sport, honestly, is really become very, very relevant. I'm sure some of you saw it at the Olympics, but anyway, long story short, one of the things I like to do, and it's such an eye opener, and I recommend everyone do it. When I'm by a skate park, I'll go and hang out with, a lot of these kids that, and kind of talk to them and say, what do you guys like about this? What don't you like about this? And getting their feedback. So I've done that for many years, also because I love skateboarding. It's a big passion of mine, even though I am not good at it at all. But so I get a chance to interact with a lot of youth, and this is something that they have really stressed on, that they feel like they're a voice that hasn't been heard. So I really want to commend council for doing this. And I think it would be really cool to create some sort of partnership with Vans. And I know that the manager loves to wear his Vans. So, and then I'll come back around I want to let other people speak, but I'll come back around and address the whale. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, if I may. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do want to make sure that I give credit to the whole team that worked on this project. It was not just Parks and Recreation. It was Public Works, our attorneys. You have an amazing team here at the City of Reno, and it's pretty exciting to be able to do this for as little as $15,000. We're going to get 4 elements, and you'll be happy to know it's also recycled steel. And so we are checking the sustainability box as well.
Yay.
That's fantastic. I love that. And I will say this, one of the reasons why these ramps are so important, I don't know if you guys have watched the skateboarders out there, but they tend to use other elements that are out there on the streets that can be really, really dangerous. And so whenever you actually bring in the right elements for them to skate on, and that they're also very familiar with, especially if they're practicing a lot, but then it doesn't put them at, at risk, or also using other things that we've seen that can be really dangerous, even if it's, the sides of sort of our bridges and things like that. So this also, we know, lowers the risk for injuries and things like that. So I think it's super, super smart. So again, I just want to commend you. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you. Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I wasn't sure if, I will say this, I have had two people that have approached me, youth, who have expressed how the skateboarding has been their mental health outlet, particularly during the pandemic when there's not been a lot of opportunities for folks to get outside in a healthy and safe way. And I just wanted to throw that out there because I know during the pandemic, taking action for outlets for our youth is critically important. We know that mental health has been just top of mind for everybody. So again, kudos to you guys for moving quickly on this element to help address some of those issues as well, which I know we've all had those experiences. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else till we go back to Ms. Breckus?
Thank you.
1 minute.
Yes, so I'm just, my focus is really not to talk about one piece of ground here. It's really just to talk about the framework in which we do business with our manager to succeed over our most important job, which is managing the budget. That's really my focus. And so the council seems fine, but I object to the programming of our most important public space administratively and having that daylight through an augmentation. That's a issue. I'm trying to understand the position because positions and budget, positions are ongoing costs to the budget. So please tell me, just for clarity, as an example of the chief of staff, that means it's removed from the budget, correct?
That means it is currently not available to be filled because it is underfilled with another position.
Okay, and so all these positions, these 37 positions that kind of got moved around, those that are appointed and outside of civil service, are they sent down to the Civil Service Commission for them to know that that complement and refinement has been made administratively?
No, the Civil Service Commission doesn't look at our total complement of employees. They look at the positions that they are charged with filling under civil service rules. I'm not sure that they look at our entire org chart, but the Civil Service Commission, what happens is the department will apply to the Civil Service Department and say, I have this recruitment that needs to be done, and Civil Service will go through the process.
You know what, I'm gonna cut you
Okay,
off because I
'cause you have
understand,
other
and I think
questions.
it's outside of your foray, or
Your time is
area.
up. Your time is up.
Okay, I think it's in the charter.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Breckus. Is there any other, okay, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
I want to make sure we didn't have any, we already did have. All those in favor, there's, I'm sorry.
Really quickly.
Yes, go ahead,
Just really
Council.
quickly, just,
Vice Mayor.
I just wanted to, I wanted to address it. So one of the things I think you have to be very, very careful, because I think sometimes, especially process can be super antiquated. And so I think you have to be very careful about that whenever you say, okay, here it is, it's not in this code book or whatever it is, that it can't be done. And so I want to thank you to our staff for always trying to be, relevant and addressing things a little differently. Because I think, honestly, I think government is antiquated. I think it's tired. I think it's stale. And I think we have to be very, very careful about that. So I don't know what, sort of process someone wants to see, but I want to commend you guys. And I want people to understand, this is one of the reasons why Reno has arrived, because we have brought a lot of things to the city that they're new, exciting, and very relevant. For example, the skate park. And I'm sure, you know, you, and I don't know, it's weird because we all live here, so you might not know, but on a national level, I see things from a totally different lens because I have the opportunity to do so from sort of this tourism and branding standpoint of a city. And one of the things I do want to address the whale, and I think it's really good that we're finally doing it. And it's been one of those things that people have made it about a whale. It shouldn't be about a whale. It's about arts and culture and how we foster it in a city. I always say that arts and culture are the way that you package a city. I don't know anyone that goes to a city and when you see a great piece of art, you're like, what else does the city have inside of it? That is something that was sorely missed. We really missed arts and culture about a decade ago. We've brought it back, we've made it relevant, and it's paid off in dividends. And I do want to say this, and one of the things we do at the RSCBA, and we do it at the Conference of Mayors, is we have companies that we hire that follow our branding and our reach on certain things, whether it's the arch or other things that are very significant in a city. And so we pay for a service to do that, so we know and we can gauge how much response and how much feedback we're getting and the ROI of something, okay? So the rate of return. And I want to share something with you guys because I'm not sure you know this about the whale, but it does need to be repaired because it can be dangerous, and often artists don't have the means to do that. You know, there's a saying, struggling artists, and there's a very good reason for that. But they've also been the hardest hit in the pandemic. But I do want to share something with you guys. It's amazing. So within the media research and publications, so media reach for publications who have featured the space whale is more than 158.5 million. And it's been included in Wired, MSN Travel, LA Times, and Forbes magazine. Combined followings of influencers we've also hosted who photographed the whale is also more than 5.4 million. So I want everyone to know the massive impact, and it's second to the arch with identifying the city of Reno and branding it. So people can say what they want, but again, it's something that when you brand a city, it's really, really important. And now people are starting to say, wow, Reno's a lot like in Austin, Texas. So I want people to understand the importance and magnitude of when we place, make, and brand these things, because it is really, really critical. I also want to just point out there some of the things that we're going to be doing, which is super exciting. We'll probably be the first city to do public art in an NFT, which is a non-fungible token. That might sound like gibberish to you guys, but it's a very exciting way for us to raise money to get back to the arts. And we will be the first city to do it. So I think it's an exciting opportunity, but I also think we have to keep all of these art sculptures and everything in
Thank
our
you,
city
Madam
thriving.
Mayor.
So thank you. I just want to put it out there.
Thank you so
I
much.
appreciate, just cut me off like everyone else.
Okay, well, that would have been a little bit ago. So we wanted to hear, we want to hear your comment. So would you like to make the motion, Madam Mayor?
It's so controversial that I want people to know that we do track it and their significance. So I know we just voted. I'm in support.
No, we
and I
didn't.
believe
No, we haven't
that's it.
We haven't voted.
So I think, no, you made a motion.
There's a motion by Councilmember Delgado and seconded by Councilmember Reese.
I think it was the reverse.
Oh, okay. Well, it was reversed, and I think the clerk got that. So there's a motion and a second. Oh, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I'm not going to vote to support, but I want to say that the augmentation is very clear in many ways in a complicated budgeting time. The federal money brings in quite an infusion. So how do you, with the timing of that money, sync that up to your fiscal year? And I think the team is doing a great job. I want to also note that there's success going on the capital side in terms of their encumbrance capture. That's the point in time to look at encumbrances and how much they're being captured, because how do you have to roll over? So programs are projecting, and that's very important for our city, our citizens, you know, because we have infrastructure needs. I'm not going to support, I don't think the programming of our most important public space should have been done administratively, executively, and approved by this action. And I also feel that, and I want to call out section 1.090 of the charter that says by June 1, the manager sends down a list of the appointed. I think if those are alternated during an augmentation, that list should be rolled up as part of the information to let us know how we've done that. It helps us focus head count and be fiscally responsible. Thank you.
And I will tell you that
Councilmember Breckus.
there is a list of appointed positions at the city manager's office that you could get at any time. They keep it up to date 100%, and they do follow that rule. But, if civil service wants to know, they can ask anytime, as could the council.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Lochner. So there is a motion, there is a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm opposed.
The motion carries with Councilmember Breckus as a no.
Vice Mayor, can I just say one thing? I'm curious, just after Councilwoman Breckus's comments, we all have an opportunity to meet with the manager to discuss those things. And I'm just curious, I want to make sure, has Councilwoman Breckus been meeting with the city manager?
She has.
Okay, so this isn't nothing new. I just want to make sure, because it sounds like she hasn't had these discussions with you, and I want to make sure that that is happening.
Can we take that offline and outside of an item?
No, I'm just wanting to know, I want to make sure that you're getting the opportunity to. I don't know if you are, I just want to make sure. Is that correct?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're going to move on to the next item. Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Thornley, will you just answer that?
Oh, he did.
I meet regularly with Councilmember Breckus, yes.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Councilwoman Duar. It's hard to, I'm going in and out. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah.
I did not comment on anything, but thank you, Mayor.
Yes,
All
you
right.
did.
All right, Madam Vice.
No.
No, it might have been me.
I think it
Okay.
was
I
Councilwoman
just
Weber.
want to make sure, because I can't hear you guys. You're going in and out.
Okay.
I'm having tech issues on this side.
Okay, thank
All right.
you. Okay.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, we're moving on to item D as in David, D1. Catalytic converter overview for ordinance introduction.
Thank you. And we have from the city attorney's office. No.
All right, good morning, Council. Brian Sudi, Deputy City Attorney for the record. Today, we're going to present on catalytic converters, and I'll make this brief and just try to answer questions. I think this is pretty much self-explanatory with the way the media has covered what is occurring in all the communities across the country. We have a issue here in Reno as well with the theft of catalytic converters, and looking at the way we do business licensing and how we regulate secondhand dealers. We've uncovered basically a gap in the law that will solidify people who are stealing these catalytic converters, and I'll get there in a minute. But to basically explain what a catalytic converter is it's an emission control device put on vehicles. It started in the 70s. It converts some of the carbon that is produced from an engine, basically making it into CO2, and then puts it out into the atmosphere. And this is how vehicles will pass emission tests. Thieves have found this to be easily accessible under vehicles. It takes less than 2 minutes with simply a jack for some vehicles. And if your vehicle is high enough, they won't need a jack. They can cut basically your exhaust system out, take the catalytic converter, and sell the precious metals out of those catalytic converters. And that's why we are seeing, and apparently the computer's frozen. There we go. And basically what it is as I exactly explained, it's part of the car exhaust system, and it's very expensive for people to replace. And it's going on the market anywhere between $50 to a couple $100 from the thieves to secondhand dealers. And basically it looks like a honeycomb that's contained in there, and that's where the precious metals are part of it. The precious metals are basically platinum, palladium, and rhodium. And the reason why we've seen such a substantial increase in thefts is because the market value for those three precious metals have skyrocketed over the past few years. So like anything, when prices go up, and especially now through the COVID, parts are scarce, that now this has created a pretty much a criminal enterprise, one of them existing out of Sacramento. And but like I said earlier, it's anywhere between $50 to $800 for a single converter, and the thieves are profiting off of it. As you can see, I put in a couple slides for the market share as well, so you can see how the market is skyrocketing. for these platinum, palladium is extremely high, and then rhodium, which went sideways for some reason, but it's there, and trust me, it has substantially increased over the years. I did have 2 videos, unless you want me to show them. I think pretty much everybody's already seen most of this, but basically these are pictures taken out of California of thousands of catalytic converters being stolen, and when the police do happen to come across them, we're getting pictures across the country. And here locally, we are now starting to average, I requested stats from the Reno Police Department. On average, we're seeing about 22 catalytic converter thefts a month in the city of Reno. That's not counting Washoe County and Sparks. Additionally, that number fluctuates when the thieves break into such places as AT&T and hit the fleet vehicles, as well as motorhome storage units. They're breaking into those as well and stealing them off the motorhomes. So any vehicle that is a gas or diesel engine vehicle has the catalytic converter. So, but we are averaging now about 22 a month. How it's done, it's at night usually, very low light areas, and there's usually no video evidence. I believe recently someone caught one off their Ring doorbell. It was in Sparks, and I think the media showed that to the community, how fast it is for them to go in and take them. Additionally, I believe there was an incident out in Washoe County with someone trying to steal and then got caught and turned into a shootout. But the problem is the catalytic converters are not serialized. So if you don't catch the thief in the act, there's little chance of proving that the converter is actually stolen. And that's where I want to leave with this. In business licensing, we require secondhand dealers to take the information down along with the fingerprint of the people who sell them. However, even if police go out to that individual, there's still a gap in the law to show that those catalytic converters are stolen. And we're not the only place that has a law like that in business licensing. It's pretty much common across the country. And then obviously this gap is the second component to it. Many states, many counties, and many cities across the U.S. are either currently drafting, proposing, or have already passed laws. Some are felonies. Obviously, we don't have the jurisdiction to do so, so we are at the misdemeanor level. In essence, what the proposed law would do is require a person who is found to be in possession that's outside of the secondhand dealer privilege licensing. So if for myself, if I had a catalytic converter in my car and I was stopped by police, I would have to have the following information. The following information is not difficult to get if you're removing them legally. It'd be very difficult to get if you're stealing them. And so it's such things as the name of the person, where it came from, the name of the person from whom the work was completed, the make, model of the vehicle, the VIN number of the vehicle, the certificate of title or copy of the certificate of title or registration of that vehicle, and along with the part number. Each manufacturer does contain a part number. It's not stamped on the catalytic converter, but there are part numbers for such vehicles. The highest theft is basically the Toyota Prius, and also other hybrid vehicles. The reason why those vehicles are targeted more than other vehicles is to make them hybrid and clean. They actually contain more of those precious metals in those catalytic converters. And as vehicles age, the metals wear down. So the older vehicles, they're not as targeted as much because there's less metal in those catalytic converters. On that, I'll open it up to questions if there are any.
Thank you. I'm wondering if I shouldn't be asking if we had public comment.
We do not have any public comment registered for this item.
Okay, that's great. Okay, Councilmember Breckus.
Thank you. I am in support of the, did I jump ahead, Mr. Jordan? Okay. I am in support of this, but this is the second law that we've come, criminalization law or misdemeanor law, where possession is of issue. And I don't follow the criminal justice reform, but if we're a jurisdiction that's putting on possession ordinances, I'd really like to have that in the context or understand from people who are following these possession movement, because, so I'll just leave it there on that. I'd also like some public input from people who deal with these converters. And I'll just say it's informed by my own experience. I had one stolen 7 years ago. I had one stolen in June off a Toyota Prius. It cost $5,000. It was actually my parents' car. I had it up here for reasons, and they were at the decision trying to figure out if they should even keep the car. So that's how it, 2.5 months later, we finally got the replacement from the manufacturer. During that time, I didn't know what I was going to do. I was trying to find, is there catalytic converters out there to buy an aftermarket, because it was an old car. I have a cousin who has a Toyota sitting down in the Bay Area out in his yard with nothing going on with it, hasn't gotten rid of it. I reached out to him, hey, can I get your cat? And I would have been driving one up if Toyota hadn't come up with this cat. I don't know that I could have brought up any of that information. So I would really, and we learned last meeting, if we make a motion and don't say we want public input and review and dialogue, we don't get that. And so I am strongly in support. I know how prevalent this is. I know what a nuisance it is and what a hardship it is to have one stolen. But I would really like to have another conversation with those groups that I'm talking about, the auto dealers who are replacing them, like my shop, and people who focus on criminal justice with possession laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much. My question is more to where are these being sold? Like, is it certain entities? Is it local? Is it out of town? I mean, where are they going?
It's both. The first component is we do have secondhand scrap metal dealers. They will purchase them. They have their rules as following for purchasing them. But due to our location so close to Sacramento, Sacramento is kind of the hub of the West Coast for this problem of once it gets to scrap metal dealer, they then sell it to a, basically, for lack of a better term, a recycler that will then pull out those precious metals and then recycle those metals. So as each person transfers it, the price of that goes higher and higher because now you're actually grasping that secondhand, or you're grasping the precious metals that were once in the catalytic converter. So obviously the thieves are getting $50, $100, couple $100, if that, on a sale to a scrap dealer. Scrap dealer will then compile them to 20 or 30 or 40 and then ship those off to someone who can then, they'll sell those to that processing plant, which then they'll pull the precious metals out.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it is, I know in all wards, that everybody's struggling with this. It really does create a massive expense and inconvenience. And what a personal violation, just to have that occurring to your property. I was just trying to see if there was some opportunity on the buying end to, I guess if their obligation is to confirm the origination of the item before they would give the seller the cash. Is that what occurs?
So if you take a catalytic converter to a secondhand scrap dealer currently, they are obligated to take your personal information, take your fingerprint, and then document how many catalytic converters you sold them. That information is accessible 24 hours a day to the Reno Police Department. So from there, detectives will look at those sale receipts and then see that a certain person may have sold 30 or 40 of them to this scrap dealer, and then they'll go and try to contact that person. But once again, even if they went to that person's place of business or home or wherever, and they may find another 30 or 40 catalytic converters laying around, there's that lack of proof to show they stole it.
I got it. Understood. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else?
Good job. I mean, let's move forward.
Thank you.
Councilmember Reese, I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Sudi, for the presentation. I think this is one of those things where our citizens have specifically come and complained about the enormous growth in this crime area. and your office sprung into action to find a solution, right? And so it's a good example of something the mayor was talking about earlier, which is cities need to be nimble and move with the current goings-on within the city. So I appreciate your doing the research, working through the issues. I am not a criminal law lawyer, and so it's hard for me to always understand all of the elements that go into that. But in our briefings, you were able to walk me through the various elements of it, the issues as it relates to it. I think you've done an excellent job, and I'm happy to support it going forward. So thank you for the work that you've put in.
Thank you.
Thank you, good stuff. Anyone else? Councilmember Breckus.
Well, I'll make the motion, but I would like to include in the motion that you solicit input from the motion from known people who are focused on, I'll say, criminal justice reform. You know who they are because you deal with them down
to
at the
address that,
legislature.
just to be clear for the record, I did send the proposed law off to the ACLU.
Yeah.
It's been months. I have not heard any
Okay.
response from them.
I'm more concerned, I guess this won't be a motion, I'll retract that I'm making a motion. I'm more concerned when I see what the legislature does. You know, they go off, I mean, the worst case scenario would be that possession laws become a focus down there next session, and we're like, oh, we've got this wrong possession law. I mean, do you see anything that you watched last session? Do you see anyone's on that path about these issues?
Not in regards to possession. If it's a crime to steal, and the only way to show that someone stole something is through possession, because unless you catch them in the act, they'll have in their possession something that's stolen, and you can't prove it otherwise unless you have a law that says you can't possess something that's stolen. So either you're going to catch someone in the act of stealing, or you're going to catch them in the after fact of being in possession of what they stole. But in order to be a crime, you got to make that possession a crime.
Well, yeah, that's the one that makes me a little nervous. But I would like to include a motion that, you know, business license knows all of our auto shops. It would not be a difficult thing to call all the auto shops in, let them know we're having down here on a Thursday night, a public input meeting on catalytic converter laws. I think that would help them know, what's going on. So I'd like if the body's ready for a motion, I would like to make a motion that we have one public input meeting with, affected parties that staff identifies.
Is that your motion?
Is that a problem for you?
It is.
I can answer that. If an auto body shop, if someone comes in with their car in an auto body shop, they're going to have access to the person who owns the car. They're going to have access to the VIN number. They're going to have access to the title of certificate or registration, as well as the part number for the catalytic converter. That information that would be required of a person in possession of a catalytic converter who's not in the auto industry makes it very difficult, because the people who are stealing these are on scene of a vehicle for less than 2 minutes. It looks like NASCAR. They will jump out, they will use a jack, get underneath the car, cut, and go. They're not going to be sitting there writing numbers down and trying to figure out registration and so forth.
But
So
what about these small shops that are trying to salvage them and, find ones that haven't been cut? And
the small shops that are salvaging them, those are secondhand dealers, and that is under our business licensing, and we have the regulations that they need to follow.
Well, if there's objection to the public input, I'll support the motion. I won't make the motion because I know it's coming forward for introduction. I really don't think there's harm in having a public meeting on a new rulemaking.
Thank you. Councilmember Jardine?
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
I'm unclear. Did Councilwoman Breckus make a motion, or did Councilwoman?
No, she said that.
She withdrew it.
She would
Okay,
support
I'm
it.
sorry.
If somebody else did it. Okay, so all those we already voted.
Thank
It
you.
passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Moving on to item D2, Sky Tavern, request to amend agreements.
Could I actually get the document camera instead, please? Thank you. For the record, Jamie Schroeder, Director of Parks and Recreation. The item we have before council today is to amend the lease agreement with Sky Tavern to allow for relocation and expansion of the maintenance shed, which also would include allowing a second story to be built on that maintenance shed, which would then house a year-round adaptive sports program. So what I have up here is the area layout of Sky Tavern. Right here is the maintenance shed. That shed is inadequate, it's dilapidated, and it's inefficient in size to be able to house all the necessary equipment with the snowmaking endeavor that Sky Tavern is on right now. So that would be part one. Part two would be there's an opportunity to partner with the High Fives Foundation. I know this council is familiar with this nonprofit organization, as they've been a wonderful partner with the City of Reno and Parks and Recreation in providing adaptive recreational opportunities for our citizens. They have been participating in programs up at Sky Tavern over the past year. Like many of us, they have fallen in love with Sky Tavern, the location and the amenities that it does provide for our community. And so they have approached the Sky Tavern organization to partner. And with the rebuilding of this maintenance shed, there's an opportunity to do a second story. And in what that would allow would be the ability to offer year-round adaptive programming on this mountain. And so let me show you what that building would look like next. So this is basically a layout. On the right is the first floor, which would be more of the maintenance shed. And then on the left, that is going to be the second story, in which would house the High Fives Foundation. It would be their headquarters. And then it would also allow for a restorative care area, coaching for the adaptive athletes that are going to use that facility. It would be the starting point for our inclusive adaptive programming, and then it would also house a lot of the adaptive sports equipment. Adaptive sports equipment is very large. It's hard to transport. If council is interested, we can show you an amazing video of the adaptive trail that High Fives and Sky Tavern have put together, and that has been used quite often. It's a lot of fun, but it'll show you the size and magnitude of that equipment that our adaptive citizens need to be able to use to recreate. And then the last thing I just wanted to mention was that this partnership with High Fives and Sky Tavern, if this council chooses to approve amending this agreement, it does fall under the permitted uses of what we want to see up at Sky Tavern. And then Sky Tavern and High Fives would be responsible for all of the costs associated with doing this. And they are also fully aware of all the building permitting, the scenic byway that they have to do. So it'll be done in compliance with all the ordinances. If council has any questions, today I also have Yael Spina. He is the chair of the Sky Tavern board, and Tamara McKinney, she's a former world champion, Olympian, and a Sky Tavern board member. They are here to answer any questions. I also have Susan Ball-Roth, Deputy City Attorney, who can answer any of the questions specific to the agreement. If you wouldn't mind, I would love it if our IT could play that video.
I'd love to see it too.
That's pretty darn great. Is there more?
Nope, with that, I'll
Okay.
take any questions.
Thank you. First of all, I want to ask, do we have public comment on this item?
We have none registered.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have all these speakers. Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, that was great footage. The one question I had, because I asked it when I met with the manager on Monday afternoon and this morning, right before the meeting, the amended attachment B, because it was all the improvements, and it referenced it, but I didn't see a red line of it. It is, but there is now a red line. Sky Tavern, except any premise improvements. What's the amendment? What is this doing to that improvements and ownership of the improvements? Is there clarity on who owns what?
Susan Belroth, Deputy City Attorney for the record. As the amendment states, all terms of the existing lease are incorporated, and the existing lease does not change with regard to those improvements. Per the existing lease, they're Sky Taverns to own, operate, and maintain. The only way they would become the city's is if the lease terminates. Nothing changes in that regard.
So they own the building or we own the building?
They will own the building they construct with their private funds.
Does the,
per the terms of the existing lease.
okay, which is really long.
Yes, it is. Since I wasn't involved in the original drafting of this, I did read it at least half a dozen times and ask questions.
Okay.
So I was fully informed.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to express my thanks to both Sky Tavern and the Adaptive Sports Program. I think these are the kinds of things that make this community special when we have not only Sky Tavern, which has a lengthy history of raising skiers and snowboarders and looking after parents who are up there volunteering their time, as I did for many years, but also adapting to the time and the needs of a community that the kind of adaptive recreation sports. High fives should be really commended. And I will be incredibly happy and enthusiastic supporter, as I hope our entire body will be. It's just exciting time, obviously having received, 2.5 feet of snow this last week. I think their minds are starting to think ahead to the season ahead. But it is an exciting thing to work on and provide for adaptive sports opportunities year round, right? And the buildings will do that. Sky Tavern has such a beautiful history and it has a bright future. So excited to support all of the efforts. Thank you to staff and Ms. Ballroth for working diligently to work through the issues as they arise and providing it to us for our hopefully ultimate approval.
Thank you. Councilmember Dewar.
Yep, thank you so much. I love what you have here. And this may sound silly, but I think it's not just for people that use the type of equipment that you showed. I'm going to be real honest. I would feel more comfortable going on this trail myself, and I don't need adaptive equipment, knowing that it's smooth, that it looked like a blast, that film. I would love to do it, even on a lower platform like they are using versus on a bike where when you fall farther, you break more bones. This is a very stable platform. I'd be very comfortable with that. I loved your last slide where you said for all the people. So I want to say that it's perhaps a misconception to say this is only for those that need this equipment. It's people that would feel more comfortable with this equipment or want this equipment as well. And that could include a lot of us that are not 20 or 30, where if you break a few bones, you have time to get that repaired. But anyway, I think it's so cool. So thank you for bringing it to us, and I enthusiastically support.
Great. Councilmember Delgado.
Yeah, super. All good things happening today. Amazing. All good things happening. I love this. This is what we signed up for. But it's I love seeing the progress we made. I love the partnerships. And I know it couldn't happen without the team and the manager and everyone being on page with this. So thanks for bringing this forward. I'm really excited to see it happen. And to Councilwoman Dewar's point, that the manager and I were just talking about that. How awesome is it to have equipment like that available to our community to get people out and about. So Great job, good job. Let's get this voted on. Let's make it happen.
Great. Madam Mayor, did you?
Councilwoman Weber?
Yes.
Yeah. So first of all, I want to say again, these are the types of projects that make Reno relevant. I honestly, I couldn't be more proud of the work that High Fives has done. I think this is a tremendous partnership, tremendous opportunity. Again, I think for adaptive athletes, this is exactly what Reno needs to be continuing to embrace and expand upon. Also, I think it's a real opportunity for tourism in adaptive sports. There's so many different levels that this makes so much sense. So I'm super excited. And I don't know if many of you know Roy Tuscany's incredible inspiration. He does a lot of work over at the RSCBA with us on tourism. If you don't know him, you should know him. One day maybe he'll be our mayor. He's a wonderful, wonderful guy, and I'm super fortunate to work with him. He's sort of the mayor I call of athletics, actually, because he's very well known in that area. But he's the founder of High Fives, and he does remarkable things. We're super fortunate to work with them, work with Sky Tavern and Mr. Spina, who is there. You guys have been tremendous assets to this region. I think we just need to continue to expand on this and look forward to being really good partners with you guys. And like the rest of my council, I think we all just, want to sing your praises and get it done and make sure that we can make Sky Tavern, thrive to the best of its ability. So super, super exciting stuff. So let's do this.
Thank you. Okay. Is there
Do you
any
want a
other-
motion, or did someone already make one?
I'll motion to approve.
And second.
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you very
Opposed?
much.
Nobody's going to oppose. Carries unanimously. Thank you so much. And thanks for the folks that are here. Okay.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, we're moving on to item D3, cannabis update.
Okay. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on this item?
Madam Vice Mayor, we do have a commenter in the audience, and in addition, we received one comment, which was in opposition of this item from Keith Capurro. So if you'd like to move into public comment, it's Sev Carlson.
Okay. Let's go ahead and do that.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Council. Sev Carlson with Kempfer Kroll. For the record, I'm here on behalf of Conjurium LLC. Conjurium holds a number of cannabis-related licenses in Nevada, as well as one of the state provisional retail licenses for the city of Reno. One of the items in the staff report, item 2, asks the question of should the maximum number of retail stores allowed in the city be increased by 2? We're here to say yes, it should be increased. Obviously, our client holds one of those 2 licenses. We would ask that the council give staff direction to prepare an ordinance to address that issue first, and then to address the other issues that are in the staff report at a later date, in conjunction with what the State Cannabis Control Board is doing relative to drive-throughs and consumption lounges. Our priority is to have an opportunity to go through the city process and finding a suitable location for another retail dispensary. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, Madam Vice Mayor, we have no additional public comment.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, Lance Ferrato, Business Relations Program Manager. Today we're going to talk a little bit about cannabis. First, I'd like to give you all a brief update on the state of cannabis in the city, including licensing statistics, financial data, and policing analysis. I know many of the council members are interested to know how the legalization of cannabis has affected the city, if all. Secondly, there have been multiple changes to the licensing and regulation of cannabis at the state level since the city's code was created in 2018. Therefore, the need exists for broad updates to bring us into compliance. Lastly, staff is seeking direction from council on 3 items. Number 1, the state has begun a framework of licensing and regulation of cannabis consumption lounges. The city has the ability to allow this activity or restrict it per NRS. Number 2, NRS now permits curbside pickup and drive-throughs by definition, which can also be allowed or limited by the city. Number 3, as you know, the council has limited the number of retail cannabis stores to 8. Per NRS, the city is allowed to license up to 10. Again, staff is asking for direction in terms of moving forward with the discussion of allowing these activities and working alongside CCB to bring a regulatory framework. I'd like to be clear, today is about direction on these topics, and nothing is being acted on these items or the new activities. So as for our general update, if you take a look here, we have some licensing statistics. Most relevant, the retail stores. We have 8 in the city right now, and we can allow up to 10. As you will note, there are also no retail stores in Ward 4 or Ward 5 at this time. Next, take a look at the calendar year revenue. As you can see, when we went into the legalization of this activity in 2018, that was the first half of the year. This is in calendar year format. We've steadily increased over the years, and the projected revenues for the city through 2021 for adult use cannabis or recreational cannabis is $2.3 million. Here's a little policing analysis. This is the relevant marijuana arrests. When I say relevant, I mean possession or public consumption. There are other arrests that get categorized by PD when they do this, but these are the most relevant. Others are very minute in comparison. The dotted line there you see is when the Early Start program hit in Nevada. So legalization went into effect 2018, but the Early Start program for the recreational marijuana was 2017. You can see a steady decrease in possession. You see a bump in public consumption when it first became legalized, but then a steady decrease after that as well. I would expect these numbers to continue to fall as a new bill passed at the legislature this last session also limited the testing of marijuana for misdemeanor citations other than driving. A little bit more policing analysis here. We have the number of marijuana DUI arrests. As you can see, again, that dotted line. When recreational marijuana became legal, we did see a spike in that. It is on a downward trend, though. Very quickly, here's a map, ward spaced out map to show all the dispensaries in their current state. As I said before, Ward 4 and Ward 5 do not have any. Mint and Rise there, as you see in the map, are right on the borders, but there are none in Ward 4 or Ward 5.
Can I ask a question on this?
Yes, ma'am.
It seems, you have a dot to the far, the way south and right. I'm trying to figure out where is the one that replaced, it was where the fire station was near Walmart and Demonte Ranch. Is that on here?
You know what, that's not, I'm not sure that I'm familiar with where exactly you're talking about.
The one, we approved it, Walmart on Demonte Ranch. You probably know where that is. There's Old Virginia.
Yes. That's the Deep Roots Harvest.
You maybe just have the dot in the wrong spot. I think it's on, or is it right where you put it? Maybe.
You know, with the size of this map,
Okay.
it's possible that
Okay, I
the
didn't realize
GIS
that
wasn't
was
been able
it.
to
Okay,
pinpoint.
thank you.
But yes,
Sorry
you're
to
correct.
interrupt.
No
Sorry.
worries, no worries. So a little background on the legislative activity that's occurred over the past few years. In 2019, the creation of the Cannabis Compliance Board was basically a transfer of authority. So the Department of Taxation handled everything. In 2019, this new entity was created, and now they oversee all licensing and regulation. DOT still was responsible for the tax collection, though. Along with that came new terminology. As you all know, we call it marijuana in our code. It's now referred to as cannabis in most situations, so there's a need for cleanup in the code on that. Additionally, now it's not recreational. It's referred to as adult use versus the medical. So again, more updates that need to be seen in our code. And then lastly, there's constantly new regulation. Things are being updated and modified to adapt to the industry. Based on this information, staff is recommending that chapters 521 and 522 are open to make these changes. These are clerical changes, and they are relevant to keep our code up to date. So going into 2021, we had the discussion of cannabis consumption lounges at the legislature, which passed. There are two types, retail and independent. It said that the retail stores will all be allotted these consumption lounges if legalized in the current in the local jurisdiction. And independent lounges will be something that will be treated a little bit differently. They will take applications and it'll be treated as a lottery system. At first, they plan on releasing 20 of those applications or 20 of those licenses. And then once they get to a certain point and they feel comfortable, the state may open up rounds for more licensing. Secondly, as discussed, curbside pickup. Now, the NRS and city code was silent on this always. When COVID hit, the governor made an exemption, as well as the city, to allow this to occur in the city. And as of this time, we have no known issues with any of those activities. By definition, it includes drive-through. Again, state law is silent on this, but the state does require any retail establishment adding drive-through does get a approval, because they're altering their security, they're altering their building, et cetera. If these types of things were to go through, Title 18 would need minor updates. However, the majority of the code addressing this activity would all be in Title 5. So lastly, first and foremost, staff has recommended that the code be open and administratively updated to address the outdated information I discussed. Secondly, staff is seeking direction on these 3 topics. Cannabis consumption lounges. Should council wish to proceed with the licensing of these lounges, staff will work alongside with CCB in the formation of a regulatory framework and will return with a proposed ordinance at a future date. Number 2, curbside pickup and drive-through. Again, should council wish to go forward with this, retail establishment with resale establishments, staff will again work with CCB to create consistent regulation. Staff will return at a later date with a proposed ordinance as well. And lastly, staff is seeking direction on council's appetite to add the 2 additional retail stores. Of note, council, should you decide to allow this or go forward with it, it could be brought forward as a separate amendment. Now again, on the first 2, consumption lounges and curbside pickup, this is solely a request for direction. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them at this time.
Questions, Councilmember Breckus?
Actually, Mr. Reese pushed his button first. I raised my hand, but,
Looks like Councilwoman Jordan.
oh. Oh, wait. Okay,
I
I'll go.
called you because I
Okay.
didn't see the sign.
I'm
so.
sorry. Okay. Great presentation, very clear. Here's my concern, and that is one of, I don't know if it's an outdated term, bandwidth, focus, resources. I understand after the legislature closes out the need to update and respond. That sounds very minimal. You use the word administrative. So I can support that. Your division, however, is a little behind on delivering another product to us related to another substance, and that's alcohol package. And I'd really like to see that thing closed up, buttons sewed up before you start doing other things, frankly. It's been waiting too long. So I don't know your workload. I know it's been a hectic year, but I want to speak to that, to your division. If Title 18 becomes a focus, which I think it would, and I don't agree that the drive-through would be minimal. We have a real problem regulating from, in my view, from a standards and permitting process drive-throughs. I know it was on, a drive-throughs were in particular on one of the ward nabs the other day because they have one that is so problematic. So it's not, in my view, it's not easy. The lounges are not going to be easy. That's a lot of Title 18 work. Title 18, in my view, we prioritized, and I thought we were going to get an update on those. The memo this morning, sorry, I didn't get through it all the way. So I think that Title 18, in my view, needs to get done on the priorities and not leapfrog one above. I could not, in good conscience, open up Title 18 for establishing new uses, the lounges, the drive-throughs, or anything, if we're not plowing through those Title 18 revisions, in particularly short-term rental ordinance. My staff, my constituents have been wanting this for 8 years. It's overdue. It's causing conflict. It's taking housing out of the market that should be affordable. And, you know, I know people want their licenses and want us to evolve the industry, but we're a jurisdiction that has to get some basics done that we don't have. And I could not see an assignment of resources unless the manager says the short term, you know, here's the plan and we're going to get all these done and we can get this in. But I just haven't seen much progress on that, you know, and I know there's been a lot of staff turnover. So it's more for my colleagues maybe, but I am very concerned on Title 18. I think there were a lot of sew up, button up issues, and then there was progress to be made.
Councilmember Jordan, thank you.
Thank you very much. I will be brief on this. When we started going down can I just point out that our agenda has skate parks, cannabis lounges, and a space whale on it? Pretty pretty diverse agenda that we have here today. When we started to go down the cannabis retail, I was one that was, I was supportive of it, but I had lots of questions. And my concerns were related to primarily two things. What was it going to do to the surrounding neighborhoods as it related to blight, cleanliness, security? And the other was DUI. Both of those, particularly what's really encouraging is the decline almost in half of the DUIs as it relates to cannabis. That is very encouraging. And I have seen, with regards to the retail establishments, that my concerns were not realized. In fact, the establishments have great lighting, security, and activity that has actually improved the areas in which they have been located. So, but this council was very good about easing in and stepping into things. And I tend to agree with Councilmember Breckus that the lounge issue, the drive-through issue, I kind of think if it's zoned for other drive-through activities, that's something maybe worth exploring further. But the lounge thing is kind of going to be a big one. While I'm not opposed to it, I don't know at this point whether I'm supportive of it either. I certainly need more information regards to how they would operate in their activities. But as far as the additional 2 retail stores, I'm in favor of that. I, again, came into this with some caution, and those fears have not been realized. I actually think that they have been quite the opposite. So that's kind of where my headspace is right now. The consumption lounges, I just don't know enough to have a strong feeling on it as I sit here today.
Sure, if I can comment on that as well. Lance Ferrato, Business Relations Program Manager. So that you're aware of the situation and how it's evolving, the Cannabis Advisory Committee has been meeting in subcommittees, and what they're doing is they're brainstorming. They've had multiple meetings. They have one on public health, public safety, and then social equity. What they're doing in November is they're going to bring their recommendations forward to the Cannabis Compliance Board, who is then going to go back to the table and write regulation. So it's all being developed right now, and so I would expect if we were to move in that direction and to go, and I was to have those discussions and sit with them and try to build a framework, that we would be back again in front of you with a little bit more direction.
The details.
Okay,
So
this
you're
is the
just wanting
details.
from us today, I'm sorry, I've got, I think, just over a minute left. So what you're wanting from us today is clarity on the additional 2 retail establishments. That seems to be fairly straightforward. And then you want to know whether or not we just have a very strong feeling about the lounges, yay or nay. Is that kind of what you're looking for today?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry, Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I've had a good amount of time to think about this. You gave a great briefing. I got some questions answered. I'm going to start from the bottom up. I have no problem with the addition of the 2 retail stores. I think that, and you pointed out Ward 4 and Ward 5 have none. I have 3 in Ward 2. They're working fine. I haven't had complaints about them. So I don't have a problem with the 2 additional to go to the maximum 10 that we have allocated. On curbside, my experience is different in Ward 2. And someone correctly pointed out that we just had this on our NAB agenda. We have drive-throughs currently that have stacking on South Virginia. And in one case, the coffee, and I forget the name, the Dutch Brothers, they are up to $2,500 have already been issued in fines. The next one, I think they said, is going to just automatically be $1,000. They've pledged to replace it, but they're also asking for 2 more along South Virginia, one of north and one south. And so I already know they don't have enough space on the site to do that, and they need to acquire more space so that they can have queuing on their own property, not on city property, on city right away. It has to be addressed. I was so impressed with Mr. Woodley. He is on it. He also was on a Starbucks, I think, up in your ward, in Ward 4. Same issues. And I didn't realize they had already addressed the fine issue. So all of the ones except Deep Harvest, the 2 others are on South Virginia, right on South Virginia, and they would have queuing problems in my mind. Well, there's the one on Plum Lane, which I think could actually probably adapt to the queuing, but I'm thinking of the one that was formerly known as Bloom, and I don't know their current name, right on South Virginia, Thrive, right on South Virginia. These places I do not think are set up to do a drive-through. So I'm really concerned about that. Finally, the cannabis consumption lounges. Here's my issue. You just said a beautiful statistic, which is that DUIs have gone down. My concern is that if we allow consumption in lounges, DUIs will go up, because after they imbibe, whether it's eat, smoke, vape, whatever the way, it's going to be in their system for some period of time. And my concern is going to go up. And maybe this is like you, I have a concern now. I'd like to be proven wrong. Number two, I think that there should be distances between these. I don't want a concentration of them. I want to make sure that we don't have a downtown full of cannabis consumption lounges. We've already struggling with downtown liquor. And then I would like to see a limit on the number similar to the retail stores. So I'm not prepared to move forward with it. And finally, this issue of bandwidth. We have in the queue on Title 18, not only short-term rentals, as Councilmember Brecka said, inclusionary zoning. I mean, this is the big nut that we're trying to solve. The tree ordinance is moving forward, but it's going to take months more of internal development and stakeholder development to get it over the finish line. I asked you this question when we met, and you said, yes, I'm going to need Kelly's services. So I get concerned about overloading one staff member. And then finally, you know, I know this word, give me 1 second, ADUs. We need to, with inclusionary zoning, deal with that for the affordable housing issue, more housing. So that's where I stand on all these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'm going to start by stating the obvious. Cannabis is a legal business in the state of Nevada, and it should be treated as all legal businesses are. And so some of the concerns that I think we all naturally have are about our unfamiliarity with the industry. Those are things we can work through. Second is, I think it's informative that our local tribes are about to open 2 or 3 cannabis dispensaries where they will have 24-hour ability to sell. They will have drive-throughs. They have the ability to do lounges because, of course, they are sovereign nations and we don't regulate them. Absolutely fine. I'm happy that they're entering the fray too, but that informs some of my thoughts about the additional folks who are in that space that exist in our city. I don't want to put our legal businesses at a competitive disadvantage to those businesses that don't have regulation from the state, the county, the city, or the federal government, our tribal partners. Second, or I guess the third point is I am happy to see hours increased 24 hours as a town that we have always been known for. I have no objection to it. I don't think we're going to have a big run on the dispensaries at 4 in the morning, but for the shift worker who's getting off shift and needs to go by or wants to go by, totally fine with it. Drive-throughs should be allowed where available and able to. Obviously, that still relates to traffic patterns and flows and how do they queue. I make an assumption that perhaps all of, and maybe all of the existing locations where they are currently operating perhaps are not ideal for it. But if they are, I think Jade, which is the dispensary that on South Virginia, has an absolute easy queuing system there. And again, if their queues prove more robust than other things, we work with them, just like we have Dutch Brothers. I think it's different. Dutch Brothers is a high volume. You're talking about pumping out $5 a minute drinks and lattes or whatever it is they sell there. Not the same. So our experience with other kinds of drive-throughs, primarily Dutch Brothers, should not inform our decision on this item. As to consumption lounges, this is, of course, an issue that we'll be waiting for the state to address first. But I do think it is important as a recreational and a tourist-based area that we live in, that we are ready to go when those things are done, because it's not going to be just us who's dealing with it. The county, the city of Sparks, Lake Tahoe, all of those areas are going to be having those same conversations. So we should be ready to do it. I don't believe that we're going to have a lot of folks who are, impaired driving, because it's no different than lounges where they sell alcohol. Get an Uber, take a taxi, have a designated driver. Those are things. The last thing I'll say is bandwidth. Mr. Ferrado, I trust you with your own bandwidth, and I know that the staff resources are there to do more than one thing at one time. If you were bringing it to us, I make an assumption that you are able to handle the bandwidth questions. I'll trust staff on that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you. Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'll start from 3, 2, 1 as well. On the third point, I have no problem seeing adding additional 2 retail stores. I think with a lot of the information you provide on your reports, cleared up a lot of my general questions and concerns. However, one thing I'd like to highlight is during our initial rollout of some of the retail cannabis, is there's a huge amount of input in terms of their what those retail establishments wanted to do with respect to supporting community. That was a big part of their presentations about how they wanted to support their neighboring businesses, et cetera, and nonprofits and all this going on, and that all ceased to exist, really, once those stores opened up, they went and conducted business, and they're doing really well. So I don't know if that's something for consideration, but I know that was a big part of what the legislature and everyone else came forward, and if we go back and pull up those PowerPoints, there'll be a big hurrah that we're gonna be big community partners, and I haven't seen any of that. And so my hope is that as we start to kind of go back and look to see what those intents were, or if it was more of a just kind of a splash to say we're going to do that. The second part, in terms of curbside and drive-throughs, I'm in part with a lot of what Councilman Reese was stating is curbside seems like we've been doing it for now over a year, and things have been working. Drive-throughs are going to be more of I see as a SUP kind of a thing, right? If it works, then it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And so those are going to be kind of the one-offs that we'll have to see happen throughout our city, just like a lot of the other drive-through opportunities. And so as those come in, I see as one-offs. The number one, the CCB, I say go, meet with the CCB, be informed, be at the table, make sure you're able to voice some of the concerns that we have, and we're ready for it. It's going to happen in either case. It's better to be at the table than not, and then things being put on us. So thanks again for your report. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Let's ask, Madam Mayor, did you want to speak?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, Lance, great job. I know that you have put a lot of time and energy into this. I think you've done a phenomenal job of sort of laying it out. One of the things that I do want to be cognizant of is where they're placed. I think Councilwoman Dewar, made a good point. She's got 3 of them in her ward, I believe.
Yes.
And so as we look at these, each individual license, I think for me, is what I will look at. And the reason being is we did the council approved a license next door to a rehab. And I want to make sure that those are, things that we don't do moving forward. So I think placing them strategically is really, really important. So I'll look at those individual licenses as they come in. It's interesting, these consumption lounges. I understand why, people sort of have hesitancy with them, but at the same time, I also wonder if you don't, does that encourage people to use in their cars or use it in places where, I think sometimes out of sight, out of mind type of mentality can be a little dangerous. So I think, consumption lounges certainly have to be looked at and could be interesting. I mean, I can't imagine, okay, you can buy alcohol, but you're, going to use it in your car or whatever. This is why we have bars. So that's going to be really interesting, but I want people to think about that when we look at consumption lounges. And then I think Councilman Delgado makes a great point about curbside pickup drive-throughs. Because, he mentions that those should be SUP depending on the location. Not every location will be able to scale in that ability. So I think Councilman Delgado, you make great points there, because we've seen that just the layout of certain locations can be really challenging. So I think those have to be looked at individually as well. But I wanted to say thank you so much, Lance. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just would like to comment as well, quickly. I support moving forward with retail. I think we really need to do that. On the other topics, I think we have had good discussion, but I think we probably need a little bit more. Even though I'm very supportive, and as our at-large member always says, or has said once or twice today, it's legal. This is legal, and we need to take opportunities when we can. And I'd like to say that in Ward 4, we don't have a city retail, but we do have a county retail store. But they would not be able to do drive-through where they're at. They would not be able to do a consumption lounge. I'm not concerned about that, but I do think that on some of these properties, it might be really something to look at and talk about. But it takes time too. So that's my comments, and then we'll go back to Councilmember Breckus.
Thank you. And thank you for everyone's comments. This is very helpful to me to learn where everyone's at and also some new information. Let me ask you something, because these 2 licenses that are hanging out there, which I think would be a very easy administrative change to make in concert with your marijuana to cannabis changes. Although I am concerned about mission creepage on the duties, and I know, I think I want to see that packaged liquor issue put to bed by your office. That's very important to me. But those 2 licenses, are those already approved somewhere in the state and they've got a queue and they're not necessarily going to be in Ward 4 or Ward 5? Is that correct?
Well, they've been conditionally approved by the state, so which means they can come into the city, get approval from the city, and then they go back and get their final approval.
Okay.
They do not have spaces. I believe, to the best of my knowledge, that they have kept their eyes open on possibilities, but no one has made any moves because they don't have the city's. They can't apply with the city. They can't go get a verification letter.
Okay, so to understand is they've approved, say, Joe, but not Joe on Military Road.
Essentially correct,
Okay.
yes. It goes to them, it goes to the state with, yes, you are suitable, you can have this, comes to the city, this is where we want to do it, then it goes
Okay.
back.
So to get them into 4 or 5, we would have to change if that was our public policy goal, change our organization. And I think, change our ordinance. And I think we went real hands-off on that. So I think that if the body's ready to put the 2 over, I'm okay with that. I just don't think that they're going to go necessarily to 4 or 5. They could go right next to the 1 and 1, So I want to understand that, and thank you. Number 2 is the argument that they're already doing curbside, and okay. Some are existing in zoning districts where you don't even need any off-street parking. And you'd have to look to see if they have parking. I mean, we'd have to arrange a whole construct for those. And you said something interesting to me. You said the curbside, which to me is, you call the number and they bring out your whatever and hand it to you, is the same as drive-through? Explain that. How'd the law roll out for that?
So essentially, the law is silent on drive-throughs. The definition of curbside pickup, as it was written in statute, the delivery of cannabis or cannabis products by a cannabis sales facility to a consumer in a motor vehicle located on the premises of the cannabis sales facility.
Okay, I would concur that is a definition inclusive of drive-throughs. And this is a city with a big problem regulating drive-throughs, as others said. And the nature of drive-throughs has changed. I know someone from the planning field who recently looked at drive-throughs, and there are jurisdictions rethinking drive-throughs for fast food hamburger chains, 200 spaces in places like Southern California. Now, I'm not saying that these are going to be like that, but it's going to take a lot of examination, in my view, of how to put these drive-throughs
Councilwoman
in.
Brackett.
So I don't support at this time either.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh,
Yes.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to clarify a comment because I think it may have been taken out of context. I only had my 3 minutes, so I couldn't say everything about everything. On the drive-throughs, the reason I brought it up is to say that it is an issue, not an insurmountable issue. We could carefully define it. I like the SUP issue. I just want people to understand. But you need to know there is an issue. And I'll give you an example, the one I already mentioned. When the NAB reviewed it, they brought up every issue that is currently happening. It was approved despite the NAB saying this is going to be a problem with queuing. You're right across from the convention center. People are going to be walking across. There's no pedestrian crossing. I mean, they identified at our meeting these issues. And yet it was still moved forward and approved, virtually as is. So we have to pay attention to our NABs. That's our way of, getting formal public input on a specific project. What I would say, in addition to the SUP, or if maybe this includes it, is it's not just a staff-issued permit, that it needs to come to the NAB. The NAB can tell you what's going on in their neighborhood. And on the lounges, it's not that I'm opposed. I also feel like I was perhaps it was mischaracterized or misunderstood, maybe. I think there's just questions that we have to answer, and I kind of like where Councilman Breckes was going, to divide these issues. Let's get the 2 licenses approved, bring that forward. I think that is really quick and won't take a lot of time, and can get done. And to your point, I don't think we can direct where they're located. They will come to us, and they can't be right next door, because I think there is a 1,500-foot distance separation, 2,500 feet, I think, from a school. So I don't think there's going to be one right next to your other one. So I just wanted to go on record as saying all of that, to further clarify my previous comments. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you. Councilmember Reese.
Yeah, it sounds like we have some general agreement on some of the items, and hopefully that gives staff direction. My position, I think, remains that legal businesses should not be at a competitive disadvantage with the tribal businesses that are about to open up. So in Ward 5, nearest to Ward 5 would be the Gold Ranch. Exit there is going to be a dispensary with a drive-through with 24-hour operations, I presume, although I don't know that for certain, but they have the right to do it because they are a sovereign nation. And so there's that one. And then out south in, I presume it's Ward 2, there on Virginia Street is another tribal location, which exists as a smoke shop, I think, today. And those will be quickly turned into dispensaries. And I certainly welcome the tribes to participate fully in the cannabis economy. And so I think what my concern is that while we slow roll whatever it is that we want to think about in terms of drive-throughs or the like, we have a business that is literally within the city limits, but on sovereign land that will be placing our other legal businesses at a competitive disadvantage. So I just want to make sure that I've made very clear that position, because it informs the other issues about drive-throughs and the like. Yes, drive-throughs should only be allowed where they meet certain qualifications and traffic flow patterns and all of that. I continue to believe that people spending, I don't know, $125 on some amount of cannabis, I apologize for not knowing the lingo, are not the same as people who are spending $5 for, what my children love to go get, which is Rebel Red Bull mochas at Dutch Brothers. So, and certainly we have queuing issues at In-N-Out. We have queuing issues at Chick-fil-A. People like them some food and stuff, and they like to go through drive-throughs. It's also COVID compliant, right? It's a safety issue. We know that people are wanting to stay in their cars. It's also a safety issue for people visiting, I suppose, dispensaries and transacting business there. So if it's appropriate, and if someone wants to apply for a permit to do so and they are able to, great. If the location doesn't support it, then we won't. And last but not least, I'll just say cannabis consumption lounges are an inevitability in the state. I simply believe that when we are able to, because the state blesses and releases them to be here, we should be ready to go, because otherwise we have people in their cars, in their hotel rooms, where really we don't want them to be engaging in those activities. It's no different than a bar. So thank you.
And just to address some of the concerns that a few of you have said a couple times about your apprehension maybe of just jumping on the consumption lounge, idea. To give you a little more information, the Cannabis Compliance Board will be meeting in January to take those recommendations. This is their tentative schedule to come forward with new regulation. Then they would codify it potentially in February, March. They could potentially open up applications. So we do have time to see what direction they're going to go. We have time to see what sort of regulations they've created that we agree with or disagree with. And so, again, I would be able to come back with a little more information at a later date to shed some light on that.
Thank
Could
you.
I make I'd like to make a motion if we're ready.
Thank you. I was going to ask if the mayor had one last comment.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And you want to try a motion?
I will. And if we have to make two motions, two directions to staff, I'm fine with that. I'd like to direct staff to, do the cleanup changes that are referenced as administrative related to the terminology, and make the changes to allow those other 2 licenses to come forward.
Is that your motion?
Yeah.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Madam Vice Mayor, for
Yeah.
discussion, I just am
ahead.
not sure I understand. Is there to be a second motion on other items?
I won't make a second motion.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I'm happy to support the motion having been made and seconded.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I move to approve staff recommendations and direct staff to continue work in this area as it relates to hours of operation, curbside pickup and drive-throughs, and cannabis consumption lounges as appropriate in terms of timing. I'll leave that to staff to determine what the timing is, appropriateness for those things.
The motion, is there a second? There's a motion and a second.
Yeah.
Hearing other discussion.
Yeah,
Councilmember
I'm not
Breckus.
going to support for the reasons I expressed before. And if this fails, I would like to make another motion to direct them to participate in the rule making progress, because they plan on doing that and informing us how that is moving forward. Because I think there's another loop we didn't discuss here, and that is letting us know the rulemaking and how it's how they're participating. But I will not be supporting the motion. Thank you.
And a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Reese, I know lots of times when I ask you this, but you don't have to amend your motion, but is it your expectation that we would have an update on the marijuana progress at the state level?
Of course. That's why my motion included direction to staff as appropriate, right? Because until the CCB does what they're going to do, we can't do anything.
Exactly.
So my point is, really, the things that we can control are the hours of operation and the curbside pickup and drive-throughs. Those are things we could be doing now. But as to consumption lounges, we can't do really anything until the larger, big sovereign tells us what we're able to do.
Perfect. Thank you. So there is a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I oppose.
Okay, the motion carries with 1 no vote from Councilmember Breckus. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
I'd like to note for Councilmember Reese that we did not slow roll it.
Yeah, take a note.
To do.
Could we take a lunch break, Madam Vice Mayor?
Yes. We'll be taking a break.
Maybe it was a pre-roll, not a slow roll.
Madam Clerk, when do we come back? 2
Yep,
o'clock?
so Madam Vice Mayor, we will break it this time at 12:50 and we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
right, Madam Vice Mayor, if you are ready to reconvene, it is 2:03 and we're ready to go.
Okay, and Ms. Dewar is not here, and is the mayor.
The mayor has not rejoined.
Okay.
So it would be up to you if you want to reconvene or if you'd like to wait for the rest of the body.
We'll just move on, yes.
Perfect. So we're moving on to item F1, which is an ordinance introduction, or I'm sorry, an ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney's office.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6608. Case number LDC 22-00005, Nevada Center 1 rezoning. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning a plus or minus 3.01 acre site located southeast of the intersection of North Virginia Street and Stead Boulevard from mixed-use suburban to industrial commercial, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith. Ward 4.
Thank you. Let's see, let's go to, do we need a staff report? I'm prepared to make a motion. But let's see if we have public comment.
Madam Vice Mayor, we have no public comment registered at this time. And just to note for the record, Mayor Sheevy is on the call with us and she came at 2:03.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll go ahead and make the motion then. I move to adopt, don't I have to say, 6608.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
The motion carries, and the motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
All right, item F2, ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney's office.
This is ordinance adoption number 6609, case number LDC 22-00006, Nevada Center 2 rezoning. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning a plus or minus 4.94 acre site located south of the intersection of North Virginia Street and Stead Boulevard from mixed-use suburban to industrial commercial, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith. Ward 4.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? I'm prepared to do the same on this one, make the motion. Do we have any public comment?
Madam Vice Mayor, we have none registered.
Okay. Then I'll go ahead and move to adopt the ordinance. Who made the second?
I'll second.
Everybody made a second. Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
All right, item F3, Neon Line Development Agreement, ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
This is ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6610. Case number DVA 20-00001, Neon Line Development Agreement. Ordinance to approve a development agreement with Reno Real Estate Development LLC and Reno Property Manager LLC regarding financial incentives and development standards for the area the developer is calling the Reno Neon Line District, together with other matters which are connected therewith or necessarily pertain thereto.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor,
Yes,
I'd like to read a disclosure.
go ahead.
Okay, in the interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that I have a personal non-business relationship with Jessica Sferraza. I understand she's been retained by the applicant as a consultant on the project. On this matter, I've sought guidance from our city attorney. I do not have any commitments or financial ties or obligations to her. Please accept this disclosure for the record, which I have disclosed for the last several years. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see here. The next thing that I need to do is, do we have public comment?
We do have public comment. Our first public commenter today is Mark Ray, followed by Tom Dunn.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Ray.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor and members of the council. My name is Mark Ray. It's spelled W-R-A-Y. I have a law office at 608 Lander Street here in Reno. One of my clients is Scenic Nevada, Inc., a nonprofit that is very interested in signage and issues related to scenic beauty. You have my letter, I hope, in your packets. It spells out the reasons why my client, Scenic Nevada, is interested in having you remove from the pending development agreement the approval of the signage for signs PY1B as in boy, and the other sign is AC1. The reasons for that have to do with the legality of it under NRS 278-0201, sub 1, which of course limits development agreements to property owned by the developer. These two signs, especially the one by the freeway, which is PY1B, excuse me, these two signs are on property not owned by the developer. I also wanted to express that Scenic Nevada concurs with the views that were expressed in the letter from Alicia Barber, also an October 25th letter. And I wanted to say something about letters as long as we're talking here. We asked people in the community to respond to an email of Scenic Nevada's a few days ago. And within a day or two, we had 120 letters from people opposed to the development agreement. And I know that some of you feel that when we solicit input like this from members of the public, why don't they write their own letters? Why don't they, if they're interested in an issue, spend the time to research it, investigate it, staff it, come up with their own letters instead of using the position of Scenic Nevada, which is they may agree with, but that doesn't show them taking any initiative. And I wanted to explain on behalf of my fellow citizens how hard it is for us to come here during the day when we're working, when we're leaving our families, our jobs, our other responsibilities, to write letters, to advise ourselves on issues. Some of these issues come up so quickly, within a matter of days, I believe this issue came up to us as members of the public at least. And it's very difficult to expect people in our situation, every other week you meet, and believe me, every other week you do something that the public has a concern about, but nobody has the time to write their own letter. So I would like you to understand from the fact 120 people that people care about this issue, as shown by that quick response. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our final public commenter is Darren Swinney.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and fellow City Council. Just wanted to speak on behalf of F3. My name's Darren Swinney, for the record. I'm an executive board member for the Reno Firefighters Association. Dan left, Tom left, and when I'm in the room, they make me talk. So just wanted to remind you folks, this isn't anything against or for this proposal, but just want to continue to remind you guys that as we increase growth, we increase our density. That demand on your firefighters and public safety increases also. I just got the number today. We are at 46,898. 38,578 calls for service this year. That's on pace to exceed our demand from last year. So just reminding you folks that hopefully we're front and center on that conversation as far as providing public safety for these developments. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, Vice Mayor, we have no additional public comments. It should be noted for the record that we received 131 comments related to this item, which have been included in the record, 130 of them in opposition and 1 in concern. And at this point, we're going to transfer into voicemails.
My name is Art Rangel. My address is 255 North Sierra Street, Reno, Nevada. I'm in Ward 5, directly adjacent to Ward 1. And I'm calling in reference to item F3 of the City Council meeting of October 27th, 2021, regarding the Neon Line Development Agreement Ordinance. As of this recording, which is today at 1:40, I have not seen the proposed ordinance, revised development agreement, or staff report regarding this item on the city's website, so I'm will be voicing the following concerns. NRS Chapter 278 related to planning and zoning regarding development agreements reads as follows. Section NRS 278.0201, agreement with governing body concerning development of land, manner, and contents, applicable ordinances, resolutions and regulations, restrictions, and subsequent action by governing body. This section requires an agreement entered into pursuant to this section must contain provisions, number one, describing the land which is the subject of the agreement. Two, specifying the duration of the agreement. Three, specifying what events will constitute breach of the agreement. And four, providing periods during which any breach may be cured. And it goes on. While the proposed development agreement describes those parcels owned or controlled by Jacobs, it does not include a description of many other parcels not owned or controlled by Jacobs, yet identified as part of the Neon Line District. Nor does the agreement specify what events will constitute a breach or periods in which said breach may be cured. The following section reads as follows related to what else can be in a development agreement. And this item B says, development agreement may contain provisions specifying or related to the permitted uses of the land, the density or intensity of the use of the land, maximum height or size of any proposed buildings, the reservation or dedication of any portion of land for public use or for the payment or fees in lieu thereof, the protection of environmentally sensitive lands, the preservation and restoration of historic structures. While this section says may, it is obviously not legally required, but it is good public policy. And for those reasons, I ask that you not take action on this item until these issues can be addressed in public.
My name is Michael Johnson, and I am a member of the Reno veterans community. And I'm really rather distraught that we are not doing a Veterans Day parade again this year when cities around us are doing them, like Virginia City and Carson City. It's really disturbing to the veteran community. I really would like somebody to step up and open this back up and do it correctly. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, Hillary. We're talking on lunch break, but I encourage you to drive by the Butler Ranch, where they're trying to build that giant project. I saw the flood that was several years ago when it went all the way up to the foundation of my house and almost destroyed my house. I saw how much water went into there. I have no confidence in the mitigation strategies that they're proposing for that project. So I encourage you to drive by today, see the flooding. It's nowhere near how it can be when the snow melts in the spring, but check it out. I mean, it's all flooded out there. That's a floodplain. It's not a place where you're supposed to build houses. It's pretty obvious. So I hope you're doing something. I know you opposed it. There's some corrupt people on your council that voted for it, that got campaign contributions. You obviously know about that. If you want to call me back, have a brief discussion, 808-237-9777. Thank you.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment.
Okay. We'll bring it back to do we need a staff presentation? Councilmember Breckus?
I have some questions.
Okay.
Okay.
Who's going to be doing that?
Question number one was about the issue Scenic Nevada brought up about managing the public right-of-way through this agreement for 20 years. I think I caught that also, being familiar with the development agreement ordinance, is 2 APN. You have to say what APNs are in the subject to the development agreement, and 2 of those are called out as supporting properties that will be supporting an item over our public right-of-way. Is it within the authority of the council through a development agreement with one private party related to certain APNs to make decisions about managing a public right-of-way for 20 years? If you're not following, maybe Mr. Manager can answer, because I asked him these questions in private the other day, but I would like his answer.
This is Jasmine Mehta with the City Attorney's Office for the record. I'm not sure I understand the difference of managing the public right-of-way versus, I believe what you're referring to is the sign that would go over the public right-of-way. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, if you put a sign over the right-of-way, that's a right-of-way management issue, in my view. Okay, just like, do we put a stop sign there? Do we put yellow stripe down the middle? That's a management of public right-of-way, a duty of the governing body. Development agreements, to my understanding, assign private property rights. So this archway, which is a management of a public right-of-way, is being put into a document that assigns private property rights related to certain parcels. Is it something that can be done? Can this council vest the authority for 20 years of how future councils will manage that public right-of-way?
Again, Jasmine Mehta for the record. This is really a public-private partnership, especially with respect to that sign, and I don't see how it's any different than putting up, a stop sign or striping the street. Whether it's for 20 years or 5 years, I think that you do have the authority to
Under
allow
this.
that.
Okay, Mr. Manager, do you believe that it's suitable to put public right-of-way management decisions into a document related to private development rights?
Well, I think what I would say is, in the first instance, I agree with the analysis provided by Ms. Mehta that the council certainly does have the authority under the statute to do that. And in terms of whether or not we are affirmatively managing right-of-way through this agreement, I think what you'd find is that the agreement requires all of the signs and all of the future entitlements and approvals to go through the ordinary process. And so, yes, I do think it is appropriate to scope out what the project could look like.
Okay, so it adds nothing to a private property right here. Okay. Question number 2, if I could, is related to sewer credits. The staff report states that the sewer credit would be 1.56.
Councilmember, your time
I'm
is
sorry.
up, but let's go to the second round.
Sure,
for you.
sure.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I see you now.
Yeah.
Councilmember Dewar.
And I don't think this is for you.
Okay.
Okay. I have a series of, a couple questions. I went through the development agreement with fine tooth comb, and there's a whole bunch I agree in there, There's a few issues that I have questions about and would like to ultimately hear from the applicant. So here's the first one. Here's what I agree with. Sewer credits, fee deferral, pedestrian walkway, street closures, RCT, although my question is, our rule for apartments is $750, not $1,000. It says $1,000 in the agreement. So if they're agreeing to pay $1,000, it says that, $1,000, or the greater of the 1%. I just want to make sure they meant that. It wasn't a mistake. Public safety, it says, or an alternate funding program. I didn't know what that was. And I'm just going to ask all my questions. You can answer. I'm going to reserve some time. So I agree with those things. Here's where my challenges are. In the sustainability section, it says, I think the phrase was put in the wrong place. It says, add a minimum, project shall provide a vehicle charging station. And that should just say, project shall provide electrical vehicle charging station. The words add a minimum should have been put right in front of project shall provide one charging station for every 50 spaces. That's because we still haven't adopted our ordinance. It's going to be something more than that. The national code is higher than that. The other cities that have adopted codes is all higher than that. So if we stipulate at least, I'm fine with that at a minimum. Is that for you?
Yeah, for the record, Garrett Gordon on behalf of Jacobs Entertainment. Thanks for the opportunity to present the second reading. Yes, that clarification is fine. Move those 3 words at a minimum to the beginning of the second sentence.
Okay. Next issue is streetscape. So we adopted a streetscape ordinance for much of downtown, Virginia Street and related streets. Are you amenable to extending that streetscape ordinance over to the neon line?
For the record, Garrett Gordon, yes, we are, but probably with a few clarifications. For
Okay.
example, the locations of some of the trees or landscaping, obviously, we wouldn't want a big tree in front of the polar bear or
Okay.
a big tree in front of the Glow Plaza. So happy to work with staff on compliance with that standard.
So I'm asking our manager, is that something that we can just initiate an ordinance, working with these folks to do? This, amend the streetscape ordinance to apply here?
It is certainly something that our planning staff can
Okay.
work on, yes.
Okay. Next, okay, is that the final, or is it, okay. The next thing is the signs, and I wondered, and I'm gonna stop my time now, but the question really for maybe that attorney or other attorneys is, what are we committing to here, and what are we not committing to? And I'll leave it to you all to answer.
Is that for me, Councilmember?
It was really
or-
for our attorneys, what legally, with this agreement, and where are our options?
Jasmine Mehta for the record. Our code is silent with respect to area identification signs. It defines them, but it doesn't, Title 18 doesn't address how to process those signs. So in this respect, we're agreeing that the 3 proposed signs are area identification signs. And we're setting forth, with respect to the archway sign, a procedure by which we'll process that. And, you know, where they have provided the locations and design standards for, or conceptual designs for the
So
other
there's
signs.
pictures in the agreement. I mean, are we agreeing to those pictures designed that way, that height, that extent, that width?
I would say in substantial compliance. It still has to come in for a building permit so that, you know, engineering can look at it, make sure that it's structurally sound. But in terms of generally, you know, the height, width, what it says, or, you know, whether it complies with an area identification sign, yes, I do think that that's what you're agreeing to.
That there would be one, I'll just wrap up, that there would be an area identification sign. And, I mean, but what if our staff say, you know, not this way, or not this bright, or, I'm confused about where their discretion is.
Well, that would come under the building permit.
Okay. All right, I'll wait for second round, but I think I got a good answer there.
Thank you. Anyone else? Madam Mayor?
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. I'm glad Councilwoman Dewar asked that question. I think, you know, I've seen a lot of misinformation out there, and so I do want to address that. This is not for the sign that will have to come back through permitting. To your point, Councilwoman Dewar, you know, what that sort of specifics look like. So there's a lot kind of going on here that I think, you know, everyone thought that this is a vote for the sign. So I want to clarify that, because it still has to come back for council for a whole host of reasons, right? If it doesn't come, you know, pass our sort of test, then, you know, through building permit, then obviously that's a different story. So I want to make sure that people understand this is not a vote for the sign. And I also want to say, you know, there are fee deferrals on the, when we talk about fee deferrals, I want everyone to also be aware that that goes on the back end. The developer still pays that. Am I correct? Jasmine?
Jasmine Mehta for the record, yes. Those fee deferrals for, you're talking about the sewer fee deferrals and,
Yes.
and the building permit fee deferrals, yes, those would be paid over a 5-year time span.
Is your microphone on, Jasmine?
Oh,
Or
can you hear me?
Now.
Okay,
Now
sorry.
we can. Have to lean in or push it down towards you. That works too. Just pull it towards you.
There. Were you able to hear that response, Madam Mayor?
I'm sorry.
Those deferred fees that you were referring to would be collected 5 years down the road over a payment plan.
Okay, and we've done this before on other projects?
Yes, this is similar to the 1,000 Homes projects.
Okay. And then let's talk about sewer credits, because I know, you know, if you talk about one of the sewer credits that we did, And I believe it was a unanimous vote by this council, which was on Park Lane. Am I correct?
I don't recall off the top of my head what the vote count was on that, but it was a similar program, yes.
Yes, I believe it was unanimous, so I want to make sure. There's a reason that we do that for these types of projects. And I don't think, Jasmine, you were the attorney on this at that time, but I do want that to be noted. Okay, I appreciate I'll have more questions, but I appreciate your responses. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Ms. Mehta, can I ask sort of an extension of what Ms. Dewar was starting to talk about with the signs? Because this is one of the key components. As Ms. Dewar said, there are many things in the agreement that are, I think, without question, worthy things to talk about. Sewer credits, and the things that Ms. Dewar said she kind of checked off were many of the things which I've checked off. And so we come back to the signs, the issue that seems to be concerning to a great deal of people in the community. So I want to understand you start off by describing the placemaking or the area identification nature of the signage, but I also thought and understood that it was related to extending the gaming overlay district, so the area that's closer to downtown, into that area as it moves closer towards the Keystone area, we'll just call it. So going from east to west extends that gaming overlay district. Is that correct?
Jasmine Mehta for the record. No, what the gaming overlay district was, the mention of it was just designed to be able to pull from that standard for the archway sign. And that's it. It did not extend the entire gaming overlay district all the way to the west.
Okay, so as it relates to that, though, what standards would be applied to the area identification signs? The normal standards that we already have in place?
That would be correct. For the gaming overlay district, I think the limit in height is 100 feet, and there's really no limit on, I believe, lights or, illumination. So those standards would be in place with respect to the archway sign. With respect to the other signs, it would be, the standards that are in place for typical building permits.
And then with regard to the legalities that Mr. Ray mentioned both in his letter and at the dais today, if Scenic Nevada does not like the sign that is to be crunched out of the building permit process, they can administratively challenge that, correct?
Under our current administrative code, yes.
And they would have to exhaust whatever administrative remedies there are. Is that accurate? So they haven't lost anything through the development agreement?
No, they have not.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in this round? We'll go back to Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I don't know if legal's the right person to answer this. I'm inquiring about the sewer credits. I think there's some slides that were going to come on. Back in 2018, we heard an update on sewer connection fees. And next slide. What I heard on that, there were 3 slides on that, thank you. The next one was that if we have not changed connections fees since 2014, and existing fees would be 12% higher today. Are the fees themselves, in one of the section it says they're subject to the fee ordinance. Are they locked in on the cost of the fees? Or if we go up, if we decide next week to, this direction gets fulfilled and we decide to tie it to a CPI, do they have to pay the CPI at the fee that's in effect at the time? Or are they frozen and locked in on their fee amounts?
Do you want to take that? Sure. Okay.
For the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. The way the sewer credits work, it has a value today, and that value is what's been shown, but it's actually based on the fixture units for the units that were taken down. So it's really a volume, not a dollar amount.
if that makes sense. So if you have 100 fixture units credit, then you get 100 fixture units towards your new building to use those up as part of your construction.
Okay, but those under normal process expire after 5 years, correct?
That is correct.
So they get to keep, say, a sewer credit now, they get to use in year 19. It could be, if you just went off this, it could be, 6 years times 12, it could be worth 80% more in value exercised in 19 years versus today.
Yeah, it's a volume, not a dollar amount. So they're just getting that volume. So when you extend a sewer credit out, you're not really extending out the dollar amount out. You're extending that volume that is there. Otherwise, that volume just falls off after 5 years.
How does that translate to a connection fee? Do they still have to pay connection fees?
Yeah, so let's say they come in with a building and it has 250 fixture units and they have 100 fixture unit credit, then they have to pay for 150 fixture units at the cost of the sewer connection fee at that day.
But they can reach into this pool and have these banked ones for that.
They can.
Okay, so it is related to the connection fees. Next question on this one is, well, I'll just let the next slide go, which shows how much we're going to be asked to bond for sewer fund here in the next couple of years. So I think it's good to put that in context. I'd like to talk about the assignability.
Yes.
It says that they can assign the sewer credits to someone else. But it also says that there's no assignability of this
Councilmember?
document. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, am I done with my time to ask
Yeah.
questions about this? Okay, well,
Maybe you
so
can
be it. Maybe I
answer.
could get an answer. I was just hoping to get a
Did you
little more
understand what the
information.
question was?
I believe so. This is Jasmine Mehta for the record. The assignability provision with respect to the sewer credits is designed so that if they sell or lease a property that's included in the agreement, that they can assign those credits along with the property. And Mr. Gordon may chime in or agree or disagree. I think we have a nod of agreement.
Well,
Thank you.
if I get the
Thank
chance,
you.
I'll have a follow-up question and how that reads with the assignability clause.
Thank you so much. Next up, Councilmember
Yeah,
Dewar.
could you take down this slide, please? What I want to talk about next, I could talk about a lot of things, but to clarify on the signs, you mentioned 100-foot, Jasmine, but you also, I am not clear, I want to get it on the record that it doesn't mean bringing in more gaming licenses. Not that I'm opposed to that, but I want to get clear, putting in the gaming overlay appears to allow gaming. So can you address that real quickly?
The agreement is drafted, Jasmine made for the record, allows for the gaming overlay to be utilized with respect to the design standard of the sign.
Okay, so let's talk about that right now. You said there was no light limit, but we spent 3 years here, and there is a light limit. There's nits, the Grand Sierra had to go along with that. It's not unlimited brightness and unlimited flashing. We were very clear on that here. We adopted an ordinance.
Then it's very possible that I misread it.
Okay, so I want to focus now on this public workshop. You can sit down, thank you. Last meeting, I talked a lot about having a public workshop because back in 2018, there was a discussion about planning this area. Bill Thomas actually put together a proposal. It involved stakeholder meetings, public workshops to help develop this. This isn't a new concept. In April, 4 of us supported that idea on the motion. In July, I repeated it. We are here now, and we haven't done it. And I'm disappointed, and it isn't just with Jacobs, it's with our own staff, that they didn't follow through on the intent. We have a democracy by the people, for the people, and hopefully with the people. They are passionate. They've written to us a lot. They are informed and knowledgeable residents. They're engaged. They've asked. They've begged for a public workshop. If I felt like I could achieve that here today before we took action, I would. I don't think that's possible. But I would like to ask if before Jacobs comes back in next time for anything, whether it's a sign permit or a abandonment or a entitlement, I don't mean apply, because I think you've already applied for an entitlement, but before we bring it up here at this board, that there would be a public workshop. And the public workshop I'm asking for would be run by the city. You would, of course, be a participant, Mr. Gordon, and whoever you wanted to bring in, but you would limit your comments to, let's say, 20 minutes, because the idea is to ask questions, the public to ask and answer and express their concerns. I think it results in better information, better decision-making, and the public, I think, will support this project once they find out more about it. It will be less opaque. It will actually be more transparent. It won't be incrementalism where you keep coming back for small bites at this apple. They will understand the project and they will get their questions out. And more important, and most important, our staff, Mr. Thornley and all the staff, will understand to be able to do a better job in evaluating those permits. So my question to you is, would you be willing to participate in such a workshop? I'm envisioning maybe at the Board of County Commissioners where there's a lot of space, where there could be online participation. I would be willing to offer my services. I don't have a dog in this fight as far as being a ward member, but it's not any kind of requirement. Callie is very skilled in this. I've just done like 250 of them, and what I find is that they result in better decisions. We know more, you know more, you can fine tune your application. And so my question to you is, what I perceive to be this win-win, this better together, the hashtag we've used a lot, would you be willing to do that? And I would suggest ASAP before we get in a time crunch.
Let me first say thank you, Councilmember Dewar, for the question. First of all, Jacobs is 100% supportive of transparency and public process and public hearings. I counted recently, I think I've been before this body upwards of 10 times talking about different pieces of the Jacobs Development Agreement. Been before
Over 4 years.
a half dozen NABs. Also, I went to the Montage board meeting the other night where they invited Palladio and Belvedere residents and gave them a presentation. We did a presentation to the bid a couple weeks ago to get their feedback. So we're 100% transparent and support public process. To your point, yes, we're happy to do a town hall. Assuming this gets approved today, we're happy to do a town hall prior to me showing up before this body with our tentative map, which, by the way, the condo tentative map was submitted on Monday, so that's in the queue. We have 2 abandonments pending as well. We would do the town hall meeting you're suggesting before I come back to this body. Also, to your point about signs, prior to submitting a sign permit, as you mentioned earlier, we have 3 different renderings as part of the record today for each of those 3 signs. We're happy to go in the town hall and get feedback on those signs before submitting a sign permit.
Okay, I like where you're going. I appreciate the effort. And Mr. Thornley, is that doable?
I believe that it is, yes.
Okay. Everyone would know. Thank you. Okay, everyone would know that it's going to be whatever it takes. You know, it's not limited to 1 hour. We will come prepared to answer the community's questions or put them in the parking lot and get answers later. I really appreciate you being willing to do that. That has been such a sticking point for me that I think that I could get there on this agreement, actually.
Well, we'd appreciate your support, and thank you, Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you both. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you. I want to just continue the line of conversation that Ms. Dewar has started so wisely. Mr. Gordon, if you would come back up. So it is not often that you or even the public get to see some of the deliberative process that we have to go on in our own minds because we have to wrestle with the things on our own. But one of the things we are able to do is communicate with one another about items of importance to us. And Ms. Dewar has steadfastly wanted to make certain that the public was involved in this process. And anytime we have had a conversation about this particular part of town, and I'm not talking about the development agreement or the particularities of it, Ms. Dewar has made very clear that what we do with the community is better for the community. And I agree with that. And I appreciate your willingness to commit to, on the record, doing those things, in part because it's not that the community doesn't want to be excited about what will come in this area. It's not that the community doesn't believe in Reno or doesn't believe that it will be effective, but they want to know what it is, right? And when we bring people together for those kind of opportunities. It's the opportunity for you to hear from different community members. And Ms. Dewar reminds me that oftentimes those people come with different ideas than, say, I might have. And they come up with different thoughts about the area. So ultimately, my position has all along been that there are things in this development agreement that perhaps the public is not interested in. I don't think that lots of people are going to come to such a gathering to talk about sewer credits, which is why I have not focused on that element in the development agreement discussion. But they do want to know, what are you going to build here? How many units will be affordable? What are the amenity credits that you're seeking? What will the branding be like? How many restaurants will there be? Will there be bars? How loud will they be? What are the hours of operation? And these are the things that Ms. Dewar has been wanting, and I believe the body intuitively wants to see addressed. And so whatever you are going to envision doing, make certain that it is robust, thoughtful, that it's at a location where as many people who desire to show up can. Your client may not ultimately agree with every comment that is made because, for example, some want a bigger sign, some want a smaller sign, some want it in green, some want it in blue. That's not the point of those community conversations. I think it's that they are invited to participate in a way that is meaningful so that we can have a community that everyone is proud of. And I believe your client wants that. I believe your client has made a several $200 million investment in the properties that they have accumulated. And would I have preferred those things to happen months ago? Yes. Do I think that COVID has changed the way that we gather? For sure. But at the end of the day, Ms. Dewar is right. Your client should make a commitment to this community to be open and honest about all the elements going into this community.
If I just may respond, and Vice Mayor, for the record, Garrett Gordon. Councilmember Reese, yeah, I think, being a local boy here, not every day do you get someone coming into our town, investing $150 million into it over the last couple of years, and then planning on $1 billion cleanup, redevelopment, world-renowned project in our biggest little city. So it is going to be a true public-private partnership. I think Jacob certainly has stepped up $1.5 million to the Reno Housing Authority, $500,000 to NAEP, continues to be a good partner. We want to be a good partner too with the community and with transparency and with town halls. And so we're happy to move forward with this concept. But let me say, Councilmember Dewar has mentioned it a few times, but I think all of you on the record, I know Councilmember Jordan has mentioned numerous times of, hey, let's go ahead and have a town hall. She invited us to the bid the other day, which I thought was very productive. The city manager has mentioned this. Councilman Delgado has said, his constituents, his residents would like to hear as well. Councilwoman Weber, and of course, Councilmember Reese. So I think all, and the mayor, of course, all 6 of you have said, let's try to work this in at some way, shape, or form in this process. So I think it's a good maybe pause button after, if in the event this gets approved, before we come back to you. Because I can say, in talking with the Montage and the bid and a representative of the unions today, when I had 15 and 20 minutes with them and answered their questions, a lot of their concerns went away. There's a lot of misinformation out there. So I think this is going to benefit both you and us and our public-private partnership as we move forward. So I think it's definitely a win-win here.
Well, Mr. Gordon, to be clear, sometimes we are living in a disinformation society, right? Some people have political agendas and that are disconnected from reality, and they want to promote that agenda. And then we up here are having to do the lift without the advice or support of a community that has not had the opportunity to weigh in on it, right? If there had been more community forums, we'll call them, prior to this, I don't think many of the questions that have gone answered here would have been sticking points. As Ms. Dewar rightly points out, she listed all the things in the agreement that were fine, right? It's when the disinformation rises above the level of factual that it becomes a problem. And it could have been avoided had we done it differently. And in the future, my expectation is we will do it differently, or your clients will find this a very inhospitable room. There's no way about it. They have done right by us. Your client, I think, has done a lot of good in investing in this community. But as we move forward, the level of community engagement has got to increase so that we can make certain that we can support all the great projects that want to come through for tentative maps and SUPs and PUDs and all those things. Because I do believe it's a partnership, and we want to be good partners with your client, and I expect your client to be good partners with us.
Thank you, Councilmember Reese. Good stuff. Before we go to the next speaker, is there a willing, well, let's go with you because you haven't had a second round, right? Okay, so Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much, and thank you for staying up at the podium, because my question was to you, because I have helped coordinate a number of meetings with direct neighbors and people in the downtown core that have expressed previously or are adjacent to that had a lot of questions, and those meetings have been super helpful. To Councilmember Reese's point, you know, a lot of swirling misinformation has, you know, made it difficult on a lot of us to have to clarify the record. And those settings have been tremendous for that, and has certainly taken away a lot of the fears and the questions and the concerns that a lot of folks had. I think what you're going to find, though, in a lot of these settings, and even probably to the larger degree, the big public forums you have said that you will support, is that a lot of the detail will come in the projects as they are brought forward, of which you don't fully know with much of it to this point, because he's going to sell off parcels, what those projects may be. And I'm just setting the stage for the answers may not be this. Mr. Jacobs and you may have a vision for the entirety of the area, but the understanding is that he is not the developer of all of it. He's planning to sell it off, and I don't know that he will know specifically what those projects will look like. And I'm just setting it up so people don't get frustrated if that is in fact the response. My question to you is, this public forum meeting will in no way diminish the smaller NAB, condo association bid meetings that have, and I have requested to continue. Those are in addition to, correct?
For the record, correct. I'm already
Okay.
scheduled for your NAB in November. I'm also on the agenda for Ward 1 NAB in November to give an update. I want to thank you for coordinating that meeting with the Montage, Palladio, Belvedere, and the bid. We made a commitment to them to keep them in the loop quarterly or semi-annually, depending on where, as projects move forward. I think your comments were right. There's a lot of, it's good to set expectations. Once we've had a conversation with folks about this development agreement, which really is very regulatory in nature, it's not approving no many bars or hours of operation or the height of a project, right? That comes later. Once we talked about that and it took kind of the concern out of the room and that there's more to come and we started talking about projects, not kind of the framework of projects, we've gotten a lot of good feedback.
No, I agree. And for everybody's information, my NAB meeting will have, it's not just specific to one particular, it's an overview of the entirety, kind of similar to the presentation you gave at our last council meeting. So, and everybody's welcome. It's right here in these chambers. So there'll be even meetings before this larger public forum is probably pulled together.
Which would be
So,
excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, did you want to
Yeah,
speak?
thank you so much. I appreciate it. I think it was really easy to sort of use this narrative that there was no public process. So I just want to clarify the way in which this was brought to the council was all done correctly. Am I correct?
Is that for me, Madam Mayor? Hi, for the record, Garrett Gordon. Absolutely, and we did try to go above and beyond, and we gave you an overview in April where you would take no action, give staff direction on how to work with us. We came back twice on the two properties. We came back 2 weeks ago on this agreement. You know, like I mentioned, there's been over a dozen meetings on this project, and I think we've gone over and above what's required already.
Yeah. I just think, you know, it's sad there's been a lot of misinformation. I reached out to some of the most critical on this project, and I was sort of surprised to see that they haven't even been at the table or reached out to you. That's whenever I called you and you said, I have no problem, you know, doing more public process, whatever you guys want to see. So I really, really appreciate that. And I do commend Councilwoman Dewar for bringing it up because it's not even in her ward. And as you guys know, I've been sort of critical to those that haven't been at the table, that it is in their ward. And that's, you know, something I would like to see. Whether you support the project or not, I think you owe it to those people that you represent to be there and expressing that and being part of it. Because I think that will make all the difference in the world. There are other property owners around there that will benefit significantly or need that voice as well. So I'm really, really glad to see that. But I also want to just reiterate that I never at one point heard that, that you weren't willing to do more public process. And so I think that's important for the public to hear. I also want to say there's nothing going on behind the scenes or schemes or scams. I got to tell you, sometimes it's really easy for people to go out there and, say these things, but then come to find out they don't even know anything really about the project. And I think there's a lot of great value that a lot of these people can provide. I met with a girl that is passionate about using neon. I think that's super awesome. There's a lot of different things. And so this is not the only opportunity that people will get. So I want to make sure that people understand that. And then, quite honestly, again, there's been so much misinformation. And I think, to many of everyone's points of, more public process, great. More transparency, great. Because there's sort of been this underlying swell of, look. And then whenever I find out, these people haven't even been at the table. So if anyone wants to reach out with me, I'm happy to set up meetings with you guys and continue to work with Councilwoman Jardin on, more public process, whatever that takes. I want to see a good project. We want great livability. This is going to create a lot of jobs. It's going to create housing. It's going to create better infrastructure. And we're really lucky to have an opportunity because people want a thriving downtown. And that's what we all want. So, let's just make it better and better. So thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to weigh in for a second as well. I just want to say that having this meeting, or maybe a
Series of
number
meetings.
of them,
Yeah.
however it works, I think this is one of the best things that could be done. And I thank you to
Garrett?
Yes, to Garrett, to Jacobs, thank you. I just think it's important, and it's an opportunity to work as you're moving down the path. You're talking with people with their ideas and what have you. So I think it's a good thing. So with that, from what I understand of our rules, that you get 2-3 minutes, and then I can say for 1 minute. So I'm going to give Councilwoman Breckus a minute, please.
Wow. That's not a lot of time for a big issue. I supported the planning effort long ago. I'm not really thinking that it's going to add value at this point, but an opportunity for them to explain and express their understanding of the rights that they've been given. And, but go have those meetings. I have questions. I'll fire them off. I'm stuck in the details. It's time where we're talking from a document and a lot of details haven't been fleshed out. One, was this developer recipient of some of the 1,000 homes agreement, and how did those work in context with the sewer credits? Two, how would the addition of properties outside of those in the appendices owned by Jacobs, which I presume are the ones that will be in the executed document, if he buys other properties in the neon line, how will those be incorporated into this agreement and the rights? Three, Mr. Jacobs forgets about this project, whatever, bankruptcy, heirs, whatever. Is the city prevented from ever going in and doing a special assessment along those properties that remain vacant, such as a sidewalk improvement project? Three, there's reference in 302F about a cycle track. Didn't know that, the planned cycle track. What planned cycle track? Can someone answer that? Thank you.
Thank you, and that was number 4, I believe.
Yeah.
I do beg your pardon.
Thank you.
Jasmine Mehta for the record. With respect to whether the developer has gotten credits under the 1,000 home programs, I believe that there was one application. Is that correct? Do you want to take that? Okay. I'm mistaken. He doesn't have any applications, and those had to meet a deadline of last year in order to receive any of those deferred credits. So that doesn't impact the sewer fees here. Your second question was with respect to the I'm sorry, I forgot.
Acquisition of properties not listed in the APNs that will be in the executed document.
Thank you.
Within the other area of the Neon District.
So those properties are not described in this agreement, and it's my opinion that they would have to come back as an ordinance amendment
Okay. To the council.
to the council.
If he bought one of those APNs that he has said, maybe the one that he held the meeting with, Mr. Thornley, that motel owner that Mr. Thornley was going to go to the meeting to, if that one became an APN owned by him, he'd have to come back and ask the council at the time to amend it and put that in the AP, put that into the development agreement.
That is correct.
Thank you. Special assessments.
Special assessments, I don't think that there is anything that prohibits council from imposing special assessments, because the idea of this is that there are basically non-public funds, sewer credits, pedestrian amenity credits, things that have already been invested that are being extended. Not that council cannot, is prohibited from doing a special assessment in the future.
Okay. And then this cycle track.
So the cycle track, my understanding, and maybe Mr. Gordon has more information on this, but my understanding is that in collaboration with RTC, there's a planned cycle track, and we don't want to be disruptive of that future plan. And that's really all that it was intended to address.
Okay.
The one on
thank you.
Center Street or some new cycle track? I think that's where the confusion is.
All right.
For the record, Garrett Gordon. So there is a plan that the cycle track might run along 3rd Street or a different RTC proposal. So a lot of these provisions are subject to that plan. Like for our traffic detour plan, we have to go work with RTC to make sure we're not interrupting any of their proposals. So we're being extra cautious to make sure we're all working together.
Okay, thank you. Do you want a minute?
I do, thank you. I wanted to take my last minute to thank you, Mr. Gordon, and your client, Mr. Jacobs, for being willing to participate in this public workshop. And what do we, as a collaborative body, expect to get out of it? You might say, to Councilwoman Jordan's point, I don't know. Great point. But it will be informative to the staff to know the areas that you don't know. And let me give you an example. At a previous meeting, you said, we are committed, and I can't remember the percent, whether it's 10% affordable housing on the projects we do, okay? But you might not be even doing any projects. It might be all third-party builders. But we're going to have other bites at the apple. Abandonments, potentially TIF, sign ordinances, tentative maps. There are places that we can fit in those conversations and those decision-making. And so that's why I think that it's so good if the public brings their questions, whether it's about the immediate or the longer term, to inform our staff and prepare them to do the best job they can working with you on these entitlements. So that's the goal. Even if the answer is no, I don't know. One last thing. I just want to say that doing this is inclusive. It makes the words transparent, meaningful. It's not just lip service. We're actually doing it. And we are, learning stuff as we go. So thank you, and thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else with any questions?
Yeah, Vice Mayor, just
Yes.
a couple of clarifications.
Okay,
First
you
of
have
all,
1 minute, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of clarifications. So 1,000 homes in 100 days is, I want to remind everyone that is not, those are deferrals, okay? They do get paid back to the city, so I want to remind everyone, and the reason we did that is to get shovels in the ground, to get housing in the market, because we know that we need it desperately. So that's one, and because I keep hearing people say it's givebacks, so I want to make that very clear. And it shows that program has been very successful, so I'm very glad to see that, so clarity there. But Mr. Gordon, just clarify for me, cycle track, I want everyone to know this, is not going into Jacob's property. It could be an additional cycle track. You put it in there just to be able to have flexibility if it's something that would come to fruition?
For the record, Garrett Gordon, absolutely, Mayor. I just went and found the section that staff put a sentence in just to be extra careful that there's not an additional cycle track than the one that's currently proposed. It says, once the planned cycle track is ever constructed, detour plan shall include a direct and protected detour for any cycle track if one is there. So just belt and suspenders just to make sure if it does take an alternative route or an additional route that we are not in any way impacting that. And one comment to your 1,000 homes, on behalf of the private sector, there are currently either units being built or in for permit over 1,000 units in downtown Reno, Mayor, as a direct result of that program. So it's been very, very successful. That's why we incorporated that provision in here to continue getting units in downtown Reno. So thank you.
And so just lastly, it's, so it sounds like the project is supportive of our cyclists, correct?
Absolutely. And not only does it mention that on page 8, but I know the cyclists have been very important to you. So as far as the sustainability section on page 9, it also requires us to encourage and where feasible, provide bicycle parking, bicycle storage, bicycle routes, bicycle tracks. So as we move forward with the program and have the neighborhood meetings, Mayor, that you've always wanted as well, we'll make sure we're taking into consideration the cyclists.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. So more cycle tracks everywhere. I don't care. I love them. Great.
Okay, thank you. Returning back, we've already had our public comment, so is there a motion? Council-
Second.
There's a motion by Council Member Jardine, seconded by Council Member Reese. Any other discussion?
I want to make sure in the motion that we've included the changes Mr. Gordon committed to on sustainability, on working on streetscape with us, on the public workshop after the vote.
Yes, yes, that's, as long as that's not modifying the ordinance adoption and it's, okay, yeah, that's fine. I just wasn't sure if it.
And then my other one moment is, here's a philosophical comment. This has been a learning experience for all of us. Our very first stab at a development agreement. Making sausage, as they call what we're doing here, is often not pretty. None of us probably agree with everything in this document. I know I don't. But what I do think is that it moves us forward. It exposes, I suppose, the art of compromise. The willingness to come together, to work together, to make a better decision. And that is why I plan to support this motion. I don't love everything about it, super concerned about the signs. Everyone knows that. But I do think it is an important step forward, and I plan to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Duke. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I'll emphatically be opposing the motion. In my experience, about 25 years of local government, it's the most egregious public giveaway that I've ever seen and observed and conceptualized. Not so much monetarily wise, but that may very well come later with the TIF. And those who are interested in our public fund and the solvency of our public fund, stay tuned, our general fund. But really in the abdication, planning, and that's very sad to me. So the public has stepped aside and turned over an entire area, some of which they don't even own, isn't even owned by the applicant, for them to plan. That's very troubling to me. It's a very opaque process. At the minimum, though, I would really ask the council to look into some refinements of private property rights to those who are in the district and not an APN owned by Mr. Jacobs. 7.0 says that this city's not an agent. Mr. Thornley says that when he reached out to this motel owner, he wasn't an agent. But I would really ask you to please call out somewhere in the document other APNs and state how they would be incorporated and state that the city is not in the effort of helping those to be acquired. Those are properties within the delineated area, but not owned, and the city is not advancing the purchase of those properties by Mr. Jacobs. This is going to be particularly important if TIF comes into play, because all the redevelopment rules about property acquisition come into play. So I will be
you,
voting no, but I'm
Councilmember.
asking for a motion for the supporters to make that clarification so we don't have redevelopment abuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I just want to say, since we're in discussion, redevelopment abuse, I want to understand that a little bit better. And also, look into that if that is really something that's happened, that. You just cut out. If that's something that has happened, then that needs to be looked into. And everything that we've done here has been very, very transparent. And I think because there was so much sensitivity to doing such a large scale project, we've never seen a large scale project in this magnitude before. So I think we've been very careful to try to do that. And then whenever it's sort of spun in another way to say, it's so egregious and these give backs. And I mean, I want to tell you, some of the other things like giving away, $10 million to, it's valued now to the car museum for $1. And then, from what I understand, people were trying to turn around and sell that. I mean, so when we talk about that stuff, I mean, it's serious. So I want to understand it a lot better if that's truly what's going on. Because if it's not, then I think you have to be very careful whenever you talk like that, because I think it's very damaging. So I want to understand that a little bit better, and I will go to the city attorney's office. I'd like a statement from this woman, because I think honestly it is so bad of a look and a perception that the public gets and then runs with it. And I think that's very, very dangerous. It's in sort of that world of fake news.
Thank you. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. I want to say two things. One is that I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Dewar, for the hard work in helping to educate me, certainly over the last couple of weeks. As we continue to grow as people, I think it's important to acknowledge the people that help us to grow. And certainly I think that's true for the relationship that you and I have. Because at the end of the day, what we all want is to root for Reno. I think Mr. Jacobs wants to root for Reno. I think this body wants to root for Reno. How we get there sometimes is a little bit different, and it's not always clear. But what we've done today is prove that even in spite of the fact that we don't always get everything we want on the dais, even in spite of the fact that we have a lot of things to challenge our agendas each time, that if we can sit contemplatively and think about each of the issues, that our community can help us resolve them. So I'm happy to support the motion.
Thank you. Okay. I'll call the question. And so all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, the motion passes with one no vote. And we go on.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, moving on to item H1, annual evaluation of city manager.
Okay. Yeah, let us just take 1 minute.
5 minutes or something.
Couple minutes, 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Just to clear out the room.
Okay, we're going to take a break and we'll reconvene at 3:15.
Oh, that's Which one?
All right, Madam Vice Mayor. All right, Madam Vice Mayor, it is 3:17. If you're ready to reconvene, we're all set for you.
We are ready to convene. And
Audience.
we all are.
Yeah.
We're so glad that you're here. Our manager, Doug Thornley.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Doug Thornley. It has been my privilege and honor to be the city manager here in Reno for just about the last year. As you mentioned, you're excited about the folks who are here in the audience, and I am too. Before we get started, I do want to take a minute to mention there are a lot of moving parts here. It's a large organization. It's a medium-sized city now. And we're going to see some pictures. We're going to talk about some things. And we're not going to hit probably every department in the city over the next 10 or 15 minutes. But that doesn't in any way marginalize their contribution to the success of the organization. Every single person who works here has a role to play. Every single person who works here has value and adds value to the experience for our community and to the experience for their fellow employees. And that's really one of the things we've been focusing on this year. And so with your indulgence, I'd like to talk about just three things. I'd like to talk about what we've done over the last year. I'd like to talk about what we're doing. And I'd like to talk about organizational culture, because I think that the group you see here in this room has spent an inordinate amount of time focusing on that over the last 365 days. This was working 5 minutes ago. There you go. So I've talked to all of you sort of a whole bunch this year. We've gotten to know each other. There are a couple of things that I like. One are Simon Sinek books, and one is baseball. The quote on the side here, "Success is a team sport," is a Simon Sinek quote. I'd like to give you one more. A team is not a group of people who work together. A team is a group of people who trust each other. And that's one of the reasons why we've been focusing on culture as a leadership team. I'd also like to differentiate between success and an accomplishment. We're going to talk about a lot of accomplishments today, as we do in any sort of review. But to me, an accomplishment is a task. We say we're going to do something, we go about getting it done, and when we're finished, we've accomplished it. Success is when we can string together a series of accomplishments through the lens of a shared vision towards a goal. And that goal we're reminded of every day when we come in here. It's on the back wall. We're working towards creating a community that people are proud to call home. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank this body, this council, for the opportunity to lead such an extremely talented and hardworking team. And with that, we will kick off, as we so frequently do, through the lens of the strategic plan. You can see that there are 6 primary categories in the strategic plan the council has outlined for the next 5 years. Well, we're 2 years into it now, so I suppose the next 3 years. Using these as verbs, we will be fiscally sustainable, we will take care of public safety, we will assure economic opportunity and affordable housing for our region. We will focus on economic and community development with an eye towards infrastructure, climate change, and environmental sustainability. And finally, we will not lose sight of who we are and where we've been. We will take care of arts, parks, and historical resources, all of the things that make the biggest little city such a nice place to call home. I told you before, it'd been a year, and I mean it, you guys, it has been a year. This team moved mountains. They reinvented the method by which we deliver services to this community in less than a week. They've continued innovating, they've continued refining, and I think by now we can assuredly say it's no longer a COVID emergency, it's sort of the COVID era. And so I'm extremely proud of our COVID response. I think the necessity of innovation has given us space to experiment and thrive. And honestly, like we say after every emergency, nobody rallies like we do. I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that the digital nature of the last year has made making connections with all of our staff difficult. But I do think that we share a common vision, a common goal through the virtuousness of public service. And I think that is one of the primary ties that binds this team together. The council, as you're aware, has of course made significant investments in our community that are certain to shape the landscape here for generations to come. Chief among those, distributed almost $47 million back into the community through the CARES Act funding. Like every jurisdiction, much of this funding was used to combat direct expenses, those hard costs. But we also set aside nearly $10 million for our unsheltered population. We injected almost $6 million into business relief, including arts and other types of businesses that support the local vibe. A little more than $1 million went to Parks and Rec to make sure that our kids and our seniors continued to have opportunities that were stimulating during the last year when they were isolated from so many. A little more than $1 million went into food insecurity so that we could support the most vulnerable among our populations. We spent a little more than $1 million in public outreach so that we could keep our community healthy, whether in English or in Spanish. Almost $3 million went to the Washoe County School District so that we could support remote education in our schools that were hardest hit and least able to absorb the remote learning landscape through that tech divide that we see across our community. And although drawn primarily from other funds and not necessarily part of the CRF program, this council has identified more than $10 million for rental assistance over the last year. These sorts of investments allowed Reno to continue its upward trajectory through the pandemic, and because of that, the years ahead are filled with good problems, all manner of opportunity to continue to improve the community we all call home. Council-led effort out at the CARES campus has reinvented the space in our community for our unhoused citizens. We've effectively doubled our shelter capacity to 604, exclusive of any overflow capacity that exists at the campus or in the surrounding areas. It is a low-barrier shelter, and we've removed one of the other barriers to sheltering, which is you can now bring your pets to the shelter. It's a tremendous regional effort that included Washoe County, the city of Sparks, and perhaps the thing that I'm most excited about here is that Washoe County is now the lead in the ILA for regional sheltering services, which offers us the opportunity to tackle and focus on affordable housing in the myriad ways it shows up. Council has also made generational investments in community facilities, whether in the Public Safety Center, it's going to be a game changer for our police department. It will help with community policing by assuring a space that is safe and comfortable for all who seek justice. The Moana Pool, it will be a flagship Parks and Rec facility, is the first new pool in this community in more than 20 years. And although we're not done yet and we have a long way to go, this council's leadership has preserved the Lear Theater and has made it part of a burgeoning downtown landscape that will only get better as it is reinvented, rehabbed, and put back into use. I think you have a more decisive council than you did a year ago. Although meeting lengths have decreased on average only about 16 minutes year over year, we are not continuing as many items. We're not relitigating issues where we've made decisions, and we're not faltering quite as much. And I think the primary reason for that is improved what I've termed air traffic control. I think we're doing a better job of getting you information in a timely fashion. I think we're doing a better job of communicating. I think we're doing a better job of coordinating the boards and commissions that form the foundation of the decisions that this body has to make. Essentially, I think we have a more orderly form of communication before these meetings, and I think that makes it easier for you all to make decisions. And so much of that is attributable to the team. They are service-oriented, they have a commonality of goal, and they are dedicated to public service. And that really brings us to one of the things that I'm most proud of. We are building an awful lot of organizational muscle around culture here in Reno. We've spent a lot of time on diversity, equity, and inclusion this year, and it's culminated in a speaker series that will continue into next year and beyond that helps us understand and relate to our teammates, to our community, and it fosters a sense of belonging, both inside the organization and out. Chief among the reasons why we're focused on this, we know diverse organizations, we know equitable organizations, we know inclusive organizations make better business decisions, and they make them faster, right? And so those improved outcomes allow us to deliver services in a much more efficient and much better way for our community. And it's a super exciting time to be here in the biggest little city. We have several large outreach efforts that affect the way our community moves and grows and continues on into the future that are going to take place here at the front end of this next year. Many of you know we put the final draft maps out for ward redistricting last night. That process was a tremendous undertaking of public outreach, incorporating all manner of comments and resulting in, I think, a high-quality product that the council can be proud of when you vote on it here in the next few weeks. Additionally, the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, the companion piece to the CARES funding. We've been out, much like the state, on a listening tour. We've been coordinating with other local jurisdictions and the state to make sure that we are maximizing the impact of that money on our community. All told, between the CRF money, the ARP money, and investment that's been led by council in terms of the Public Safety Center, the pool, and other similarly situated projects, this council is poised to inject hundreds of millions of dollars in the form of jobs and development and projects into the local economy over the next 3 to 5 years. Additionally, the stormwater utility, anybody who's been here for the next week doesn't doubt the necessity of making sure that we know where that water is going and that we get it back to the river if that's where it needs to be, or into the ground if it is in a closed basin. We continue to push forward and talk to the public and try to craft a utility that will both accomplish the goals of this council, accomplish the public safety component that is so necessary there in the form of that utility, so that we have adequate funding to both build and maintain those facilities. We are preparing for the 2023 legislative session. Rather than get to the end of this next calendar year and have a series of workshops, we're going to engage all of you in conversations over the next year to make sure that we have the tools in the box that we need to get your vision across the finish line. There are a number of ideas that have come up, a number of barriers that we've seen, that we've talked about as a group, particularly in the space of affordable housing, that simply make the development of that sort of project more difficult than it needs to be and are relatively simple statutory fixes. Finally, we are going to continue focusing on the professional development of everyone in this organization. To me, that means 3 things. We are going to absolutely nail the basics. That's something that we talk about weekly as a group, and it's something that we will continue to harp on as we move forward into the next year. Second, we will develop leaders at every single level of the organization. How are we going to do that? Well, as you know, turnover with staff is not necessarily particularly high in government agencies. One of the primary ways that we can get folks into that space, we can develop leaders, is by giving them opportunities to take on large projects. It's one of the reasons you've seen new faces here at the lectern. It's one of the reasons you see new faces out giving presentations to the public on sidewalks in neighborhoods. It's one of the reasons you have Callie leading the redistricting effort rather than me or JW. We have to let people take batting practice, right? There's a saying that I really love, and it's, there are good curveball hitters, but nobody hits a good curveball. And to be able to develop in that space, you have to see a curveball, and you have to see it over and over and over and over. And so one of the primary ways we can build this muscle as an organization is to give people who otherwise wouldn't have it an opportunity to take on large responsibilities. And that's the culture we're trying to build, right? We're trying to foster a culture of high expectations and exceptional service, an environment that's fulfilling, fun, and safe. We've planted some of those seeds this year. Now we're going to tend the garden, and we're going to see what pops up. These jobs are incredibly difficult. They're incredibly hard. They're very stressful. We're taking care of our mental health. We're making sure that it's not there's no stigma attached to it, at least within these walls. We're making sure that we're taking care of the people who work so hard to make this community a wonderful place to call home. We're working on open, honest, and effective communication throughout the organization. I think that's building a stronger team. I think it's putting us in a better position to deliver services to the community. And of course, like all organizations, this initiative is not a destination. We're not going to be able to plant a flag and declare it done. This is something that we will have to walk this path together. We'll have to continue to do it. We'll have to jealously guard the culture that we're building. And we'll have to celebrate public service while we do it. So, in closing, this year's been tremendously fulfilling for me. But our successes aren't about me. They're about this team and their respective teams. And so frequently, those groups go unrecognized, they go underappreciated. And I appreciate the leadership of this body in always making sure to take time to acknowledge and recognize the hard work of all the people who make this such a wonderful community to call home. Be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Councilmember Reese.
Sure, I'm happy to start. Mr. Thornley, thank you for the presentation. It sort of reminds me of when the city a few years ago was able to do its State of the City address. It really did bring back some really good memories for me of the year in review. I think for my part, it's been a challenging year, but this city has allowed me an anchor point, and certainly through your leadership, it has allowed me an anchor point from which to lead in the capacity that I am able to lead. And so I want to thank you for that. There are probably a million ways which I could express to you my gratitude for the year that we've had, but I thought I would do it in terms of describing the difference to me between two words. The first is value, and the second is worth. And I think those two words can be confusing, and they're often used interchangeably, although I don't think they really are. Value is what I assume is a sense of importance. It is something that one values. And then worth, on the other hand, is more kind of the nitty-gritty. What is the cost of a thing, right? What you can buy and sell a thing for? And I think for my part, and I have submitted my review electronically, I value your service to this city. And that is not something that I can put a price on, right? I believe that as we go through the process of talking today, we may figure out a way to get close to answering the question of the job duty description, what it's worth. But I don't think that is really where my interest and heart lies. And that is to just say that I value you. I thank you for the year that you've had. I think you can look out at the people behind you. And I've been doing this for 20 years, sitting mostly in the seat that Mr. Hall and Mr. Shipman occupy over there on the other side of this. And I've never seen a room fill up with staff and employees and team members who are here to support you and to make sure you understand that your value to the organization is much more than your worth, and your value to this organization is probably immeasurable. So I thank you for the year that you've had. I appreciate the information you shared with us. I think in anyone's career arc, you're at a point in your life where it is only going to go up in terms of the nature of your service, how you will learn. I've appreciated very much getting to know you on a more personal level. I find that many of the programs and opportunities that you've brought to the city are really awesome, and the things that I would be looking for someone to, in your position, to bring forward. I'm especially thankful for many of the diversity, equity, and inclusion discussions. And I will just sort of close this round of conversation by saying, I spend a lot of time, I think, trying to get to know our staff. I go out on field trips to be able to understand the work that they do. And there's not a day that goes by that someone doesn't stop me and say, hey, I've been here for 20 years at the city of Reno, or hey, I've been here for 17 years, and it's never been this good. And that they could say that during the worst pandemic of our lifetime, the most difficult period of time, tells me that we have the right person at the head of the organization, and I'm looking forward to many more years with you in service to make sure people understand the value you bring to this organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Dewar.
Sure. Doug, a lot of times, we hear it said, a picture's worth 1,000 words. And what I have done is take a picture of you with your team. That says it all for me here. The fact that you have either invited them or they came because they wanted to, either way, it sends a huge message that far exceeds words. What I could say about it. It's a demonstration. It's a physical action. It's a mark of support. And it shows that you do have a team. You are not here by yourself. And that you recognize, which you've often told me, one-on-one, which is it's not about you. It's about what you are doing to build the team, hire the right people. I wrote these kind of things in mine, and I just want to read a few excerpts. Communication, where it started, where you just showed us your skills in that. I think you possess superb communication skills, not just in talking, but in listening, validating, and responding to what we talk about and what your staff talks about. Interpersonal skills. I find you to be incredibly warm and engaging. Your sincerity and genuineness and humility at the same time all shine through. That's who you are. Leadership, I think that you are a natural leader. You're comfortable in your own skin. You are not threatened by the achievements of others or the fact that some of them may exceed you at some point in time. That has to do with ego, that you are willing to not get into a competition of egos, but they lift you up and you lift them up. And it's a biofeedback kind of thing. You have managed to aggregate, make incredibly strategic good hires. I know how hard that is. I was a manager for 35 years. It's all about the people. At the end of the day, we are one person as a manager. This is a huge, effort, coming together of what people can do together. Innovation, I think that your willingness to reinvent the organization and do the hard work, which it is not fun to say, this is not working for me, maybe you need to find another home, or, hey, will you leave everything that you love and come work with me, which you've done to a whole bunch of people, or to recognize the talent that is here already, to promote people that are ready to do a different kind of job, I find amazing. You're still new as a manager, right? You've been an attorney, you've had some different jobs, but, you're more at towards the middle or earlier in your career as a manager. And it's always an area to work on. We never get done in working on those skill sets. And then in summary, I just personally believe that you have far exceeded expectations for any first-year city manager. I think you've restored order and confidence to your very point about the meetings. I mean, that's an area that I want to talk about what we can do better. But I believe that internally and externally, you've restored order and you've restored confidence. I think that the staff are more satisfied in their work, even if they're still not sure about their positions or what's expected of them or if they will succeed. But the fact that you have confidence in them is that boost that they need to do their best. So I feel that we've had a complete turnaround. I mean, we're far from done. You just identified all the things that are the next steps. But I'm extremely pleased with our hire of you. I think we did extremely well, and you proved us right plus. So thank you. I'm keeping the picture. I'll probably post it somewhere. People would not be surprised. And I think that is what says the world. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I know that you probably want to talk, but do you want to talk right now because there's others in front of you?
Madam Vice Mayor, we've lost Madam Mayor, so she will be back shortly. I am sure of that.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much. And as far as the picture, I already took it and posted it.
Oh,
Let me tell you.
She beats me to this. I will wait till I go home in bed in about 4 hours from now, and she's
Well,
got it
let me
out
tell
there.
you why. Why? This has never happened before.
I know.
This has never happened before. I have never, how long have I been on here? 9 years? Something like that. We have never seen our staff come out in support of their city manager like this before. And it's just indicative of what I hear in talking with our staff. Doug, we will fill out evaluation forms, and my comments are in there, all of us are in there, about what our positions are on our interpretation of what you have done in the last year. But we're not with you every day, all day, listening to the complexities of the issues that you and your, how many employees do we have at the City of Reno now?
We have right around 1,300 full-time employees.
1,300. Those of us, I think the majority of us up on this council have been involved or run a small business. That is difficult enough. This ship is big with a diverse group of really intelligent and strong personalities and people with great contributions. To get this sort of support, it just doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. So kudos to you for this, because this does speak volumes. And I will tell you, it's not just from employees that have been here for a long time that have said things are changing. They're definitely changing, and they're changing for the better, because you're so decisive and you're so inclusive and you're so responsive. And I can just imagine the time that you put in. I just can't even, I don't know where you're breathing, to be honest, because you have done such a good job on that front. But I think the biggest term that you should take as your strength is the empowerment. You understand, Doug Thornley does not accomplish all the things. Doug Thornley does not possess all of the information about all of the departments and all of those things that are so important. But Doug certainly knows that we got a great group of professionals with incredible institutional knowledge that can help steer this big ship that is growing every day. And you have empowered this group of people to help you do a better job. That's leadership, folks. That's leadership. If you can't get anybody to follow you or be the majority vote on something, you're not a leader, because you can't get anybody to follow you. So, Mr. Thornley, you are a leader. You have proven that. I'll have more to say, but kudos to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Councilwoman Jordan took my notes, so I don't know what to say. No. Doug, it's been a true pleasure, especially over the last few months, just sitting next to you and being able just to kind of see your thought process and just kind of see, the time and effort that you put in through not only in the middle of our agendas, but of course prior to that and getting together with us. Your communication is amazing. And it's something that, like exactly what Councilwoman Jordan said, is the opportunity that you take to not only listen to us, but to listen to your team. Everything she said about is in terms of leadership isn't necessarily a leader. It's about building that cohort around you and seeing yourself as an equal among your peers and your colleagues, and kind of say you're always talking we. It's never I. It's always we. It's always we, and you really push that forward every single time I talk to you. So it's just been a true honor just working with you. It's finally, in many different ways, it's to start to realize the visions that we've all had being on the council for so many years, see it start to happen and take place, right? I mean, it's and to see that you actually believe in all of that too, and the vision about it, and breaking out of some of these old traditional ways of how we used to do things, and now seeing it happen. And it's also great seeing the DEI opportunities. I was big on that. And our first conversation that we had was, how are you going to start to implement? How are you going to start to think about what's the openness around it, and giving people the opportunity to step up into roles that haven't necessarily always been traditionally laid before them. It's something to see that actually taking place. So thank you for doing that. Thanks for taking really the opportunity to work with us, and looking forward to hopefully spending a few more years if you want to hang out. So thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Breckus.
Thank you. So I did not support your hiring. I was the only member who did not feel that you were ready for this job. I objected to your hiring in the experience, and I also thought you didn't know what sort of organization you were walking into in terms of what the churn of management had done, and also the fallout from the Great Recession. But I really say it essential that Reno has a city manager who does a successful 5 to 10 year stint, 5 to 7 year stint. And so pledged to work with you strongly to achieve that. But unfortunately, I don't see that you've made the grade. I thought a C city management performance for a first-time city manager would have gotten us there. I grade you in a nutshell as a D, and I'll explain why. This process was a little different. I've had some dialogue with your person who is going to revise it and taken note of it. It's different than how we did it. It was not particularly timely, but everyone else's comments were rolled up. Mine are separate and apart, and I'm happy with that. I think they should be disaggregated, and mine are very involved, and we went over them yesterday. So I encourage anyone who wants to know where I'm coming from to read those. I do believe that you have leadership qualities. You like to lead. You're gung-ho. You have humility. The accomplishments were the budget adoption. Those federal monies were great. Your pandemic response and efforts have been adequate, and I would give you a strong B on that. The homeless services contract that's been a long time, going over to Washoe County, great. And the agendas have been shorter. But some of the issues and problems I have with you is particularly is management. While we say we want a diverse, inclusive environment here, I've seen hiring practices that, in my view, are the exact opposite. That is hiring these high-level positions without even advertising, not opening up, and in one case, I think not even having a job description. We sat through hours of budget, and all of a sudden you've created a new position and not even advertised for it, and I didn't even know if you had a job description. That is not inclusive hiring to me, and it is fraught with problems for management hiring. Everyone should have an opportunity to participate in joining this great team, and it doesn't appear that you've done that. The second one that I'll bring up is I think you're struggling with this executive role and then what is the council's role. And the council may be fine with a lot of things. For example, designing City Plaza today through a budget augmentation, that might be great. It's not great for me. It's an issue in an area that had come before the table many times. It should have come before the table, but you did it administrative executively. Maybe you're having conversations with others, but that was not one for me, and if it was, I would have said, let's have that conversation. We're a growing, diverse community. You are from here. I think the council saw that on you, but I have not seen you look to expand the interests that are in this community and understand the complexity of that. And I'm concerned about advancing private interests. The biggest problem I've had this year, and I hate to distill it to one issue, was having a constituent reach out to me and say that they were approached by you to come to a meeting where Mr. Jacobs had already set up through his real estate agent, asking them to come and speak about their building sale. I don't understand, of all the things you have to do, why you felt it necessary to go help and involve yourself in a private real estate transaction. I heard the mayor say, I want to know about that. Maybe you can tell the council about how you even heard about that meeting. But that, to me, is the close-knit thinking that you're having, that, you know, maybe it's Mr. Jacobs. He seems to have a lot of influence. His lobbyist is a friend, you know, to the council members, a former council member. But the broader nature in that area, in our community, are so many other people who I'm not seeing that you have come to an understanding of that. I see that you come from your world, the legal community, the Southwest Reno community, but not understanding the complexity of a growing community with so many issues and so many needs throughout the geography. That's been a big concern. That's why I grade you as a D. Thank you.
Councilmember Webb.
Thank you, Councilmember Breckus. I'll endeavor to do better in the next year.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Mayor, did you want to speak, or do you want to?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I got kicked off. Can you tell me who has spoken?
I think everyone has, and we're on to our second round, so that would make you up for your
I'm
first
sorry,
if you want.
Madam Mayor, everyone except Vice Mayor and yourself have spoken at this point.
Okay, I just want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity before I do. So, Councilwoman Weber, if you want to speak, you can, or I'll go, whatever.
Why don't you go ahead, and I'll probably speak in the next round.
Okay, thank you. So, listening to the comments, I'm sure we probably even have some past city managers actually probably chimed into this council meeting somewhere, some way. And hearing those comments, I am sure that they are not surprised to hear that. Unfortunately, I am almost beside myself hearing those types of comments. Again, I think you have to be very, very careful. Those are damaging, and it's what's kind of honestly eroded our culture for a very long time. And it hasn't been called out. And honestly, I'm going to blame myself for that. But I really have to speak up this time because it really poses a problem. I got to tell you, Mr. Thornley, you are a class act. And I got to tell you, your integrity is impeccable. And I am so grateful for that. So again, I think we have to be very careful about sort of this fake news spin that when you grab onto that one headline, that's what it shows. Because I got to say, I don't think our culture and this council has never been more engaged because of what you bring to the table. And if you look, this has been for me, about people, not policy. Because policy, like I said, when it just fits into a book, I think it's very confining, it's restraining, it's not even something that in which organizations run on anymore. It's changed a lot, much like a startup. And I would say Reno is a lot like a startup. We have, new brands and new energy and new excitement. Yes, we have challenges, but we also have a lot of opportunities. And I want to say thank you so much, Mr. Thornley, for reinvigorating our city hall, especially, and the people who work in it, because you do recognize their talents. And that's one of the things that I admire so much about you, is giving the credit to other people. I really have to tell you, I have such a pleasure working with people like Rebecca Venus, because they have the ability to go out there, and so many more, and Carrie Koski and all of you guys. I mean, you're amazing. I don't want to forget anyone, but you guys have the ability now to go out there and get done what you needed to get done, because he understands your talents. And I really see it in the production. I see it in what we're doing. It's so every day. And I don't want any of you to, be slighted by any of that. I think you're all amazing. But Doug, I have to tell you, I am so grateful for, like I said, the energy that you bring, the positivity that you bring. And, there is a quote by Winston Churchill, and I think I mentioned this the other day, and it's something like this. It says, when you're going through hell, keep going. And there have been many times that it felt like we were never going to get out of this, especially this last year. And there were times that, I've cried to you and many others, just going through a pandemic and fires and floods and all the things that happen in a city. So I just want to commend you for your grace, your honesty, your integrity, and first and foremost, for valuing the people that work alongside of you, because I really see the difference. And you have done a tremendous job. I'm very, very grateful.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'll say a couple of things. First, I'm reminded of what my parents told me very young, which is if you don't have something nice to say, don't say anything at all. And at the end of the day, I'll sort of share with you a story that I hope will help you understand my feelings on the ward members' negative comments. So I was in college. I was about to graduate. Last class of the year that I had to write a professor's paper, which is like a 40-page paper. And I had a team teacher. I had a husband and wife. It was Bible as literature. And I wrote this paper. I was very proud of it, and it sort of set me up to be graduating in some, magna or summa or something. But in any event, I got the paper back, and I read the first side from the first professor. It said, A++. Awesome job. You hit it out of the park. The best thing I've ever read. You should go into writing. Turned it over, and the second professor of the two gave me an F and said, this is horrible. What business do you have graduating here from this university? This was not on topic. You should have done better. And so at the end, it was an average of the A and the F, which resulted in me getting a C in the class. And I thought, well, that's sometimes life, right? I could have complained about it. I could have whined. I could have thrown myself on the floor and thrown a temper tantrum. But I said, different people see different things. And at the end of the day, I think we teach our children this too, that sometimes it's easy to remember the one negative thing, and to overlook that, you got to have 10 positive things. So hopefully what you're hearing is the just overwhelming majority of positivity about your service and your value to this organization. And I hope that our staff who are here are listening to me when I say, we're here to support you, all of you, not just you, Mr. Thornley, but the staff. And when other people are going to take shots at you or treat you poorly or run you out of an organization, that ends today. We're not going to allow that to happen, and this council is not going to let that happen. So I'll say two things in closing. One is that I've never heard you say an unkind word about a person, probably even when I invited you the opportunity to do it. You know, I might call you a couple days after a council meeting and say, gosh, darn it, you know, that Jardin, she really made me mad when she said that thing. And I have never heard you say, you know, you're right. She just didn't do the right thing. And the bottom line is, again, I just say, because you're a person of integrity, and even when some folks are taking shots at you, you've never returned in kind. And that is something that can't be taught, can't be bought. It certainly can't be anything other than, you know, someone along the way raised you right. So I'll leave you with one last thing. I know you're a fan of the Ted Lasso show. You know, Led Tasso also has a role in any organization, right? And so you are Thug Dornley, and I am Ravon Deese. But sometimes you got to let Thug Dornley out, and we'll see how that goes in the next year. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jardin.
Thank you very much. That was well said. I like the analogies, and I think we can all, you kind of, speaking about stealing each other's comments, you kind of said, you know, as you will often make a joke that it's a drinking game when you talk about you being a lawyer, I'm going to start a drinking game about me and my 20 years of human resources and see how often we can take a chug on that. But I will say, to the natural inclination to want to hold on to that singular or minority negativity is human nature, and we all do it, and we all will sometimes be consumed by it. But I think I counted 42 people in this room that are representing otherwise behind you, and a number of them up on here in this dais as well. And you know, you've always been very available to, you call so often about, do you have any questions? Is there any more information you need? We are backing up our information we get for council meetings now, so we have it sooner. You make anybody available to us that we need to have the information for our decision-making. And if someone has a problem with something, it's in those moments, HR 101 says, that's when you have an adult professional conversation about an issue. Doing it in this, I understand this is the forum in which we do your evaluation, but there's something else at play, and I fully haven't, I don't fully understand it, but I will speak to a story about, it's not just within these walls where you have proven yourself to be very, very valuable. We did one of the most monumental things, I would say, of our generation in this region. We accomplished the Nevada Cares Campus in record time that is going to have impacts for generations to come. To those who we may largely never have a lot of involvement with, but they are the most vulnerable amongst us. Understanding that there is a lot of work still there to do, and we are all very committed to make it happen, to make that campus everything it could be. I don't think that campus would have happened without your leadership. And I'm not just saying within our own organization, I'm saying with your ability to have the respect in the community, with the relationships you have built to make that happen. Because to have a 16-1 vote on that is tremendous. And so that just speaks to your desire to have accomplished things, not just talk about them ad nauseum, to have the relationships, to have professional, candid, productive conversations to achieve a goal, and to have the leadership to make that happen. So you to me have really turned this organization around. It's represented by these great people that are here with you and supporting you here today. Our future is bright in the city of Reno, and I'm thankful that you're at the wheel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. this is awesome, right? Awesome moment for all of us. And I thought part of the review too is what comes next, right? What are we going to tackle next? And you did a great job of laying that out. The two things that I wanted to highlight that I really think will speak to your staff as well as you are, I think everyone knows, if they don't know, they should know, that one of my core values is public engagement. I have found that I am more successful when I bring everyone with me, very much like you and your team, you know. So my challenge to you for this next year, I think, and you've already kind of daylighted it for us, is using these skills and these people is to now re-engage our community. Let's turn that culture around. The nation has had a lot of national tension. There's been a lot of divisiveness. COVID has demoralized people. They've lost people. We have seen people sort of starting to come out and re-engage with each other. And so as concomitantly with that, I would ask that we re-engage with the city even bigger. And the thing I would just say is you are already doing it. You highlighted some areas. And those are areas that you or your team selected, that we should do public engagement on this or that. The only thing I would ask you is that where the members of the public come to ask us to be engaged, that they want to be engaged, that we respond to that as well, that we hear that clearly. I think what will happen is, my goal is peace and harmony, and to harmonize relationships. And, the amount of letters we have, the amount of appeals we've had on things, all of these say we can do better. And I want to turn that around and go back to where we don't have a lot of appeals, that they understand what the rules are, that we've engaged with them, and that 1 is fine, 19 is not good, right? So there's a metric there that you could use. The second thing, so it's public engagement writ large so that we can bring our city back out of hiding from COVID, back engaging with us, feeling free. And you did a very important thing to me, which is the digital participation. You put the meeting in the box, right? You made it so that we could bring back our boards and commissions with public transparency and participation remotely. The second thing I would just say for the coming year is that, this is the meeting management. We need you involved. You helped us today. I asked you questions. We almost all asked you questions. And you were able to answer on your feet and keep on your toes. People, if we're going to have a drinking game, try 35 years as a public manager. I get it. I have stood in your stance right here, having to have a public review over and over and over again, with the good, bad, and ugly, right? And my only piece of advice is take the good, chew on the bad, move on. That's all you can do is let it, like the what's the word I'm looking for? Like in a river where the current is going by you. You have to take it, you're swimming, you're enjoying, but you're absorbing, but you're still moving on. You don't let it overinflate and you don't let it drag you down. You move on. I'll just say this, and this might sound corny to people, you get the doer seal of approval. Because you're a person that I can relate to on that action. Getting it done with Moana, public safety, Lear, trees. These things have been dead in the water for a long time. And you brought them to life and you're making them happen. That's why. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I'm going to go finish the rest of the round. Do you want to have one more time as well?
No, I'm good. I just, are we going to get a presentation from Norma?
Coming right up, I think.
Yeah, we're going to finish this round. So if you would like to speak, I'm going to go ahead and go to Council Member Breckus and then to Councilman Delgado. Okay, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you. This is, in my view, 3 things we're doing, and I'm going to continue the evaluation, but if we don't get time to discuss the other 2 items, the salary and the, what was the next one?
We have time.
Oh, the contract. Well, if we don't get 3 minutes for those, then, I think the process has been hurt, and I brought that up in my review. Nevada requires very public evaluations, and they, it's different. Things that would be said in private, the law demands to be said in public. And if you're not honest about what you're going to say, if you're going to keep it over here and not say public. I don't feel you're doing your job. So I am saying what I am going to share. And, and I admit I see things differently. Frankly, I was staff for many years, and most times I've been in organizations where staff doesn't know the CM is going up for his review. So others see, great that 20 people are here, 30 people are here. I see 30 people who I wish were putting in an hour of work right now, frankly. I'm sorry. I don't know if he asked them to come up or what. I think it politicizes the organization, but it's a different outlook. But I'll focus on the accomplishments for 21-22. Because the contract is written such that he's really in his next year. Convene council in a strategic workshop and formulate an agreed upon path forward for success and efficient resource utilization. I think he needs to put us in one direction. That is, if a private call comes in and says, hey, I want this festivity over here or that, really keeping us to police where we want to go so we can go one unified way. We had a strategic workshop planned. I think the agenda was for the next day. It got yanked and we never convened. That, I think, was a management flaw. And I kept looking for it. Be mindful of your dealings with the public and those who receive your attention and assistance. I mentioned that before. Be certain that your focus does not favor the interests of some over others. Work to provide representation at City Hall to those who have not enjoyed traditional representation. Be equitable in addressing the expressed needs of different council members. For example, he's told me that he interprets the rules that I can't bring an item to the agenda for council consideration, and I've been blocked from bringing one for 3 months to this body. A city manager hasn't done that before. That's, I believe, inequitable expression of council interests and misusing of his authority to schedule under our rules. Conduct hiring and promotional activities in accordance with public sector norms. I hear you have a good HR director. The first one who was hired outside the norms, just I guess called up, left after 2 months, which I think, shows that that's not a good approach. Use her to help you do open recruitments to achieve our hiring goals. Demonstrate fiscal prudence, awareness of long-term consequences of decisions. You have some big fiscal issues coming before us. And I look forward to those conversations. Establish clear lines of executive and council authority. Adopt a framework for reporting executive actions to the council. When council has decisions to make, ensure that all sides of an issue are vetted so the council is fully informed. You may have a council here today that is like, go, run with it, Mr. Thornley, but you're really trying to work on an organization. So, for example,
Council member, your time's up.
amend your civil service appointment list in real time. Let us know. That's one example. Let us know with your expanded procurement of $100,000 what agreements you're signing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. And I'll be quick so we can start jumping into the contract and everything else. Appreciate you just being a gentleman and being able to take criticism and take the support around you, Doug. And one thing that is truly, truly important as you build your team and just the culture and the morale across the city, within our city and everything around you is you're somebody right now that people are looking at to also aspire to be, right? You're an inspiration for a lot of folks. So though a lot of the conversation, criticisms around you, I hope that doesn't pull a chilling effect on people or limits people's ability to want to seek to be a city manager, to be something higher, because they're going to come before a council or anyone else to be criticized, because it's really important that doesn't be part of who we are, because that's what we were for a few years now. The morale was just terrible because of that. And so I appreciate you just being a gentleman, taking it and saying, let me work on that. And I hope the team around you and everyone that's listening is saying that continue shooting, continue trying to be everything that you can be, and you'll have supportive people around you, as everyone else has stated. So thanks for just wanting to make sure that you're showing that to the rest of the team. And let's dive into the contracts.
Can I talk for just a second? I just want to say that I look at the audience and I see your team. And you wouldn't have this team, I don't believe, if it was other people in the room, if it was, you're a leader. You are showing that you're a leader by the people that are out there supporting you here today. And I'm proud that they're here. I'm proud that they would be willing to come down and sit here and be supportive of you. But the best part about everything that you do, and I can't find anything. I mean, I probably could. I'll probably find some, but I know you'll be there for me to talk to. And that's what is so good about what you do and how you lead. And I look around at the room and I look at these folks and I go, you see smiles on their face. There was not always smiles on people's faces. They would hide in a back room or whatever. But the thing is that you have brought these people together to make a better city. And these aren't all of them. I mean, you have another 1,200 out there, right? But I just want to say, it is such a pleasure to work with you. And I feel very informed because you are there. You contact us, you ask us if we need anything. And I just want you to know how much I personally appreciate you and your staff and all the people that we've gotten hired here. And I look around, we're missing all of you as well. But you know what? You're doing a darn good job, and I can't wait to start talking about what we really want to talk about. Thank you.
Well,
Madam
thank you.
Mayor?
Before I cede the microphone, though, can I have just 1 second to say
Yes.
how immensely grateful I am to everyone in this room. I just want to take an opportunity to say how immensely grateful I am to everyone in this room.
Thank you very much. And I said that kind of in jest, but
I
not
know.
in jest, because I got my evaluation in on time for you in writing, and it said in there that your one area of growth, well, there was actually two. One was to speak a little more loudly, because right?
I agree.
Because, and I'm getting older, but I think with the masks and everything, it's sometimes a little bit hard to hear you. But I do think you help to diffuse situations, and I appreciate that very much. And I think the area of growth that could be expanded on is during our council meetings, when I call what we get into what's called the spin cycle. You have a great group of folks with great institutional knowledge that can maybe help us with some information. I think maybe interjecting a little bit more when you start to see us go down a spin cycle, because you've got your finger on the pulse of all the information in the background. And sometimes I think you could help direct us out of that in a little bit louder voice. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, and before we go, and thank you so much for your comments. Madam Mayor, I'm going to go back to you one more time.
Vice Mayor, I don't know if you're speaking. I can't hear you.
I am speaking. Sorry, I didn't have my microphone on. Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Would you like a last time around before we go into negotiations?
Yeah, I would just say, in my evaluation, for some reason, the form wasn't working, so I didn't get to really elaborate. Like I said, I think you have done a phenomenal job. I think you're exactly what this city has needed for a very, very long time. And I think it speaks volumes about the people that are standing right behind you, because we know that that's really what makes a great team, are the people that are on it and that support you, and it goes both ways. I even think that there should be some measure how you guys actually value or perceive the job that we do. I think that that's important, especially with the way that we interact with all of you. I know they have like a judge's scorecard, things like that. And I think, something to that should be put in place to where the council also is held accountable. Yeah, we can say that, that they're really held accountable when it comes time to voting, but 4 years is probably too long. And a lot of people oftentimes may not really know who they're voting for. And so I do think there should be some checks and balances on the job that you guys think that we do, because I think it's important the way that we conduct ourselves, the way that we treat you, especially as people that we get to work with every single day. And so, I wish there was something in that capacity, and I would like to see something and gauge how we sort of are doing in your eyes. I think that's important. We're just as part of this team as all of you guys are in this room. None of us are better. The only difference is we might be elected, but we're all in this together. So I just want to stress that. The only thing I would say, and Doug, you know this, we've had conversations about it, and that's just bringing on more of the team. We're still sort of reeling back from the recession. We laid off, I think, over 700 people, and we have never really had the ability to get caught up. We've had a lot of conversations about that, so I know that I push you higher, but that's not your fault. It's more in the realm of sort of the challenges that we're living today. As we know, it's getting harder and harder to get really talented people, and this landscape is a tough one. So like I said, we've had a lot of conversations about that, because I want to make sure all of you guys have the backbone that you need to make sure that you can, do your jobs. I know we burn a lot of people out and we don't mean to, but that also is something that, we want to make sure that everyone is ready and willing and wanting to come to work. I think that's important, because I think we stress them out. Not to mention, I know we take a lot of criticism in the jobs that we do, but I think we also have to remember they take a lot of criticism in the jobs that they do from the public as well. People love to talk about negativity. I think there's a study on it. People will talk about a negative experience. About 250 people will talk about a negative experience versus the 1 or 2 positive. And that's a real thing. And I think, we have to be careful of that kind of negativity if we want to foster a culture that's going to be inviting and kind and welcoming. So again, and we move on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yep.
Okay, then we're going to go back
Yep.
to, you're going to break into
Yeah, exactly. So one more thing, Doug, I wanted to second, and I put it in my writing, but I wanted to reiterate what Councilwoman Jordan said. I basically said the same stuff, which is that you're up here with us, and we need you sometimes really bad. We get all tangled up, we're confused, we don't know where to go next, or we missing a critical piece of information. It is okay, from my perspective, to say time out, or let me get back to you on that, let's take a break on that, move on to another item, or come back at the next meeting and you will get us information. That improves our decision-making, lets us take a breath, and we make a better decision. The second thing I agree with her is you need to talk up, you really do. I mean, it goes kind of hand in hand. And then to the mayor's point, I think the more you are already started with the social media, vastly increasing that. But these events, the reason I've been so keen on some of the events, like Councilman Delgado, when we had the Hispanic Awareness Month, or the tree giveaways that we've been doing, or the cleanups that we're all doing. These are places that the city residents interact with us, and these are positive experiences. So to the mayor's point, is that the public gets upset with a particular issue, and they think negatively about the city of Reno in general. These events give them opportunity to think positive interaction with us. And I love that. And I just think the more we can do of that, the better. That they can think about getting a tree rather than getting a parking ticket, if you see what I mean. Last thing I wanted to say too was, okay, list of top priorities that I listed here are just my perspective on what my personal, and I thought by writing them down, you would at least know what's important to me. We want to talk about salary. And I don't have proposed changes for the contract. But I think what we've all kind of looked at the table, and do you want to call up Norma? Is she here? And
I'd like
Norma's here.
maybe Councilmember Reese and Norma. I don't know, Councilmember Reese, did you want to?
Well, I'm certainly happy to. I know we all have thoughts. As the at-large member, I sort of spent more time than I thought I was going to analyzing it. But where is Miss Santoyo?
Ms.
Is
Santoyo
she
is right
here?
here.
Perfect.
Good afternoon, council members. Norma Santoyo, your HR director, for the record.
Thank you so much for being here. I think you put together and was included in all of our package the salary survey, which I think is an important component of evaluating any salary adjustments. It's certainly something that happens in both the private sector and public sector. I see them oftentimes in a different context from the labor agreement side because you see these kind of charts and comments. I suppose for my part, I don't know what would be helpful to the body because I already read the material, so I'm not asking that you go through it all, but if my colleagues want to see the chart or however it is, I think for me, as I think about our city, it's really two parts. One is the job in a vacuum, right? What is the job? Who are we trying to compete with to attract talent to that job? I'm just thinking about purely the job. And then the second is the person, right? It's easy to divorce the two, and sometimes I think we could do so probably to the detriment of the person currently holding the job. And so for my part, having looked at all of it, I think where I believe the city ought to be is, it should be a premier place to work in our region. Certainly, if I look at some of the comps in total comp, I see, organizations like the RSCVA or the Airport Authority, which have, very high comps. I look at the city of Sparks, which is a city that's, a third of our size and perhaps even a quarter of our, maybe not even a quarter of our full-time employees. So for me, I want to see us, and I don't know how we'll do this. It might be something that the attorneys are going to have to direct us on. But I would like to see a total salary compensation benefits package, that bottom line on your chart, in the range of $365,000. And look, that may seem to some folks to be a large jump. I think that may be true, but we started Mr. Thornley off lower than we should have. And we sort of got a deal on the first year because we weren't sure what we were getting. He probably wasn't sure what we were getting either. And so I think that is where I find these numbers support a salary range. At the end of the day, I don't know if that should be in any of these various line items in terms of how it's evaluated for deferred comp. I think those are things that Mr. Thornley might negotiate with, the mayor, if that's what we decide to do, or with the legal counsel. I also think, too, there's something that is bigger than just Mr. Thornley's position, which is the idea for me is that if we're going to have an evaluation of the entire organization, where we set Mr. Thornley affects, of course, everyone below him. And I think we've underpaid, and we have done that for a number of years. And so if we're going to continue to attract, retain new people to the organization, especially retention is very important, I think we've got to really be doing a more system-wide approach. I think that's why perhaps my number may be a little higher than people were expecting it to be. Perhaps we'll have a conversation today that'll make me reconsider. But at the end of the day, I think that's ultimately where I believe it should be, in that neighborhood. And, happy to have a conversation with the body about it. I mean, I thank you for putting together all the information. I think it is super helpful to me as we evaluate the process. And again, I'm open to my colleagues' suggestion and sort of just say thank you again for the excellent work, because this is not easy stuff to do. Not all this stuff is real easy to see. It's not like you just get on Transparent Nevada and you just pop in some numbers. You got to dig and dig at times to get through some of this. And so thank you for the very thorough presentation. And so I'm excited to hear what my colleagues have to say.
Okay, great.
Madam Presiding Officer, could I be recognized? Yeah, I guess my question was really to start with the contract. I thought we were talking about the contract, and then there's compensation. The contract was in the agenda item, but didn't load up till, I think, Monday afternoon after I asked for it to be loaded up. And so I haven't had a whole lot of time to review it, but I want to ask you, it's an evergreen contract. So essentially, I read the provision as it's evergreen, whereas it automatically rolls over each year. Is that your interpretation? Have you read the contract?
I have read the contract, Councilman Breckes, but I would defer to our legal team to answer that question.
And I'm particularly talking about contract provision number I think it's in the very front. It says, well, 1AB, automatic extension. It shall automate on July 1st of each year, starting in 2022, the term shall be extended for one additional year unless either party elects not to extend the term and notifies the other party of election in writing prior to the anniversary date. Is that's what's understood, in my view, as an evergreen contract?
Correct.
Have you ever seen an evergreen contract like that for a city manager?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I actually have a the contract that I read is very similar to my experience in other local governments.
Okay, so it does roll over. I guess my question is, I just don't understand. I think there should be a check-in to roll it over. I really do, because it's very hard for a body to come together of one mind if, for example, the manager controls the agenda. And won't put on the item. That's the problem I'm having with that contract. But appreciating that it's you've seen those. Are those in strong mayor or council form?
Again, I can't answer that question. I'm going to defer back to the legal team. I think these are questions that need to be deferred there.
If I may, Madam Vice Mayor, Madam Mayor, if I could just address that, just give a quick little history for the record, John Shipman. So the way the contract works is that the performance evaluation is scheduled in that last quarter of the year so that the potential salary increase or whatever gets scheduled into the next year budget. And we're limited under Nevada law to have an agreement of only 2 years in length. So what happens is it automatically extends out unless, and that's the point of the timing of that performance review, that would be a time for the council to say, look, we're not going to roll this over to the next year. So that it's built in. I mean, evergreen, I don't know if you'd call it evergreen. It is a rolling 2 years, and the way it works is that you check in, and the manager checks in that last quarter before the budget's built out for the following year.
But it's not binding for him to set it for that period of time. And he didn't. This is an example of him not doing that. So I think that's my problem with that contract provision. I think it should be mandated, required that it gets scheduled.
I believe it does state it in the agreement.
No, it says, it says that he schedules it. Anyway, that's it. And then is the provision where no one can speak out, no one on the council can speak out against anyone, including city contractors, is that still in there?
I'm sorry, just to finish up the comment. If you look at section 6, it says it shall be the employee's responsibility to schedule the evaluation. Failure to evaluate shall have no effect on the rights and duties or obligations of the party herein, except as otherwise directed by the employer, and in modifications of salary, bonus, or other related matters will be included in the next year's fiscal budget. So that's in section 6.
So if we don't have a final quarter review like we didn't, is there a breach?
There's no breach. No, the contract rolled over. So at this point, what's going to happen is you're going to have another check-in time early next year before the budget. And at that point in time, there'll be an updated performance evaluation, if you will, and then a potential discussion of, going forward if there was an election not to extend the agreement.
It just seems to me we didn't follow it already, and there's no onus for it to be on the clock again. That's a problem I have. I have a problem with that. I think it needs to get thrown in. But then, do you know if that other provision was in about binding the speech of council members? Oh, yes, it is. It's still in there. Okay, thank you. That's a problem for me on page 2 of 7, number 4.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Beckus?
Yes.
You know your time's up, right?
She said yes.
Okay, I didn't.
Oh.
Sorry. Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Thank you. I just wanted to hear again, so just pardon me, Councilmember Reese, I tend to think differently about these. Because we can't change our health plan, and the health plan shows that we pay about $20,000 to Mr. Thornley in fringe benefits. And it's exactly identical, by the way, to Tumwa. It's more than almost every other group on here, except for Sparks, who apparently have a higher cost for their health insurance. But they pay 100%. So we're already paying 100%. So I tend to look at the base salary, because that's a thing that we can do a big change, unless you want to talk about a bonus, unless you want to talk about some additional compensation over the base salary. But that, I don't really see, I understand where your goal is, and maybe you could just repeat it, because I don't think I heard it. Could you do that?
Yeah, my position is, and I think it goes back to something I said earlier, but I think based on the bottom number, the total compensation line,
Yeah.
where we should strive to be as an organization is the best in our region. And I'm just looking at the comps for, we'll just pick the RSCVA here, 356. I believe we should be above that. Now, how it is meted out on the various line items, I think is up to Mr. Thornley to negotiate, as one would negotiate a contract, right? If he thinks it's better for his family to place it into longevity, or if he thinks it's better if it's in deferred comp, those are things that happen in a negotiation, right? And my point ultimately is that as we head towards the number, I think then we leave it to, either one of our members or our city attorneys to have that conversation with Mr. Thornley. Because I don't think that, and then it would have to come back, right? I mean, in theory, I would not necessarily want to just chew on this for 5 more council meetings. I'm just saying one more time to come back to have those conversations.
I like that idea, by the way, so I'll go back to my time, because I gave you my time.
Oh, yeah, sorry. And
That's okay. I like that idea, and I wouldn't even mind handing that conversation over to our HR director and to our legal counsel and/or our mayor, and bringing it back. So I see where you're going. Like, right now, there is no longevity in this organization for the manager, right? And whereas other organizations, for example, have, let me just pull it out here. I'm gonna find this thing here. I lost my line.
City of North Las Vegas has a generous longevity package there.
And where is
And
that? Which line?
They're like 1, 2, 3. The 6th one in
I'm
or
looking at
so.
North Las Vegas, but I don't see the
Can I,
longevity.
and just to chime in there
Yeah,
about.
oh, I
the
see it. Yep. It's above the yellow line. Yep. Yes, Mayor, go ahead.
I just, I'm glad you brought that up, Councilwoman Dewar. I do think we should talk about the longevity, and I'll tell you why. We have been through, I think this is my 4th city manager since we've been elected. I think most of you too, 3 or 4. I think longevity is really important. So I think that it has to be in there, that every year that longevity pay goes in so that we can keep retaining someone, because the turnover honestly is really hurt the city dramatically. And we've had a lot of turnover in staff too. But I think Councilman Reese brings up a good point. RSCVA, Charles, is at 356 and does not manage a city. And then we've got the airport at 337. City of Sparks is 315. And I want to say also, I remember, I think Mr. Thornley, you took a significant pay decrease to come here, but I would also say now more than ever in this environment, if Mr. Thornley were to leave tomorrow, it would be very, very hard for us to attract another city manager. And I've had conversations with many of our city manager candidates. I know many of you guys have probably too. And that was one of their concerns, was the pay. And also the complexities of this council. I'm not going to lie. We've kind of had a discussion here. I think people can kind of see how challenging this council can be. Or, sometimes we disagree, and that's okay. I think that's perfectly fine. But I think sometimes we have a ability to degrade people publicly, and that makes it a very tough landscape for people to want to come here.
Okay.
So I'm just being really honest, but I do want to point out there, we've been through a lot of turnover, and if he should leave tomorrow, we would have a very difficult time attracting someone. And I did want to point out, those differences in the other organizations. And I think, I mean, he runs the third largest city in Nevada.
Yeah. So I'd like to make a proposal for people's consideration.
Could I be acknowledged?
Yeah, I shared my time with two other people, and
Oh,
I
I'm
never
sorry, I
got to
wasn't following.
what I was going to recommend. So what I was going to recommend is that we consider a 20% increase to the base salary, which is around 49 to 50,000, right in there. That would bring up the salary to the 314 mark, roughly. And then we also consider about 10,000 per year longevity bonus, call it, if you will. And that would bring it up to about 324, which, is just for your consideration. I think it's reasonable. It's more than Sparks. It might be less than North Las Vegas, but the rest are zero. So it's just a starting point. Just consider it that and have dialogue.
Thank you. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be constructive in this discussion while because whether or not to renew his contract isn't on the table, and if it was up to me, I would not review it based upon the grade that I gave him. But I didn't support his hiring either. Having said that,
Wait, I'm Breckus, go ahead. I can't hear you.
Yeah, sorry. Maybe you have I think you have some connectivity issues. So,
Sorry.
but tell me if I'm not speaking clearly through my mask, people. I think the contract should task the clerk with getting it on the calendar in that third quarter to be managed by the HR director, which is what the form says. I just think that ensures it's done. Second, that provision that says the council further commits as follows. The council agrees any criticism of a city employee, officer, contractor, or consultant shall be done privately and through employee. I don't think that's right. Say, Public Works street contractor left a ton of cones out and it floods and no one can get around there. I can't say, oh boy, we had a contractor messed up, left those cones out, and it takes a month to come get them, when they've done out the project. That's just not right. That's a speech impediment, really prohibits us from doing our job. I objected to that before, I object to it again. But in terms of the salary compensation, I don't think the parity is the issue. I think that it's really where he is and where he stands. I think he was brought up from the prior person. I think we've also always had really good recruitment pools, and we were very flexible on our salary when we went out for recruitment last year. We just, had a candidate who didn't have, I don't think this was a pay cut from being assistant city manager in Sparks. I don't really recall the pay scenario, but I think it was a right-sized one, and I think on a right-sized one, you go with where they're at. You don't look at other equals. In Tumwa, he's a 30-year veteran. So to me, that's it. And I really look into the organization, and it's hard for me to face the employees and say that we jumped their, the city manager up 30%. That's how I look at it.
I said 20 and an annual $10,000 for longevity, which is a new concept for the city of
Yeah.
Reno. I haven't had that.
I'm comfortable with jumping him up, if it needs to be jumped up, no more than 10%.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so for the record, can I just say that I think Jeremy is underpaid? He is tremendous. What an asset.
We're going to all take that back, and I think we worked on his,
Yes.
several of us, 4 of us are on that board, and all proposed a significant increase.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councilmember Jardin.
Thank you very much. I too, like Member Reese, kind of went over a number of the different scenarios, looked at Doug's position in comparison to others, but also kind of from an entire northwestern sort of geographic area, because that's when you do salary surveys. You tend to look at, there's a division for that. And looked at the conditions in which he came into the city, the conditions in which he has helped steer the city, and the conditions in which we are in right now from a stability and retention standpoint, and then took it into looking at when we brought him on and the pay rate in which we brought him on at. And I do think we brought him on pretty substantially under underpaid, but understanding from where he was coming and the turnover at the city management position that we had experienced, we wanted to see in the first year. And so my argument is, if we're not in a position to acknowledge a job well done, which is almost universal from this body, and adjust salaries commensurate, I mean, we need to be realistic about the environment we're in. People are leaving positions for all sorts of reasons these days. And as was stated, this body can be a difficult one, not to mention it's 1,300 people in which to manage. That's an enormous group of folks. He's done a tremendous job. I too don't think we need to get into is it in this column or that column? I landed on the 350 mark. Whatever that divides up to be, whether he may choose he would like a longer longevity bonus versus salary increase. I kind of feel like
Or a
those are things that could come
performance.
back to us at some point. So I'm kind of open to those things. I do think there's an opportunity for us to recognize the job well done, the conditions of employment in which we are all facing right now. And if you don't think people are going to poach good people, it's happening every day. And you have to be responsive to that. And then comparing it regionally and then putting his job well done on top of it. So I landed in between maybe the two at the 350 mark.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Councilmember Reese and see if you can't make a motion.
Can I just say something?
Oh, yeah,
really quick?
I'm sorry.
I just, look that we're sort of dialing down the salary. And I just had written some of this down, looking at the comparatives of the other managers in the region. So I was looking at a salary of 310. I think here's car allowance. Everyone is much higher than what we are. So 9 deferred comp, 19.5, and then a longevity. I think longevity is really important to me, around 25. So anywhere between 350, 365.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I think you have a lot of wisdom. What I will say is that I'm not fully up to speed because I haven't thought through all the mechanics of it about which are PERS compensable, which are not,
Exactly.
which are tax issues for Mr. Thornley's family, which are not. That's why I think if we just get you to a range that I'd be more comfortable with, then perhaps you and legal will work that out with Mr. Thornley. But I do want to go back to two things before we maybe try to bring this to a close, and that is to say, so a mayor of one of the other local regional towns noticed what was on our agenda today. And so he thought he might call me and tell me something that I found humorous. I suppose we'll see if Mr. Thornley thinks it's humorous. But he said, "Hey, I hear you're evaluating Mr. Thornley. You know, if you don't want him, we'll take him back." And I guess the point is, and it dovetails with certainly what my colleague from Ward 5 said, and that is, it is also, and I started this conversation with you earlier, it is not just about the job, but it's also about the person. And we have to somehow marry those two things. And again, we've just spent a fair amount of time today, by and large, gushing about the performance of our city manager and thanking him and his team for all that they've done. I don't want to lose sight of that, because when you look at these little forms, and my eyesight is going really bad today, Ms. Antoyo, it would be easy to overlook some of that. And that's why I think for me, if I look at the numbers, I would like to, and I will get to the point of doing so, I would like to give a range, and then I would ask. And at the same time, perhaps it's true, as Ms. Breckus says, we need to fix the automatic renewal provisions to line them up with a more clerk-focused timeline. Perhaps it's true that the provision that says thou shalt not say bad things about others needs to be evaluated. I don't remember the issue the first time. I realize Ms. Breckus did bring it up the first time as well, and I recall vaguely the conversations, but I have to resit myself with that. But I suppose those things that are, we'll call them cleanups of the contract, should also be taken into account. Not that we've agreed in principle to them, but that's when we have the opportunity to do it. And so That being said, and given the lateness of the hour, I will defer to Madam Mayor to make the motion.
Okay, I'm gonna try. So I don't, it's hard because I don't see Shipman there. Are you there?
He was here, he's here.
We're all here. Gang's all here.
The gang's all here. Okay, perfect. So direct me, sort of how to get there, but I'm gonna say, because I'm not sure if this is workable, because I know you have to have amounts on here. So I guess I'll move that we amend the city manager's contract for, I'm saying salary, I mentioned longevity and deferred comp, up to, or between 350, 365 to be negotiated by me or on behalf of the council and city manager, and then bringing it back, I'm thinking for approval on 11/10.
Second.
Yeah, I think so.
That works.
Is that okay? Okay, I didn't know, because I know we have to have numbers on there, so, okay, as long as I get the go-ahead from you. Okay, so.
Can I
guess
ask-
that motion.
Can I ask another question? I love the motion, but I hope that there's negotiating, because there's other benefits that may be better for him,
Yes,
so.
I use the word negotiate.
Yes, okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure I heard it. Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's a
comment?
motion and a second.
Yeah, quick comment. I had not thought about it for a while, but I remember that I was very concerned about this provision that was put into the contract, that nobody could say a critical word about anything. I was very uncomfortable about it. I made significant statements about it at the time. I would love to get it addressed. I think it's virtually unconstitutional to limit our free speech. It just is. I mean, we can all behave nicely, but you can't, like, by contract, limit what we can say. So I would love to see that addressed, at least. If you want to keep it in, you keep it in, Mr. Thornley. If you're ready to take it out, I would love to have it come out. Okay, so that's my commentary.
That's good. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'm not going to support, I think it's a 32% year-over-year increase in compensation. And I think that's too much. I know our bargaining groups won't be getting that. Maybe someone in the organization at some point, if they jump, 4 classifications, might get it. I don't know if anyone's ever jumped 4 classifications. I just don't think it's consistent with the organizational strata. And there are provisions in the contract about the organizational strata, not having him down at the department. So I think that suggests a parity with the organization, and 32 to 35%. In the public sector, I just do not see it, and I don't think it's good for the organization to jump one individual 32%. Thank you.
Well, and he may choose to do something different himself. I mean.
The vote, and check my math,
So anyway, okay, so
okay,
moving on.
was 32%.
Madam Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Thank-
Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I will be supportive of the motion. I did want to say, what we haven't talked about here today, and is the cost of stability and turnover. And I do know that there are some efforts to discuss some of the high-level turnover and the causations behind that. But I just want to talk to, why does this matter to the general public? Why does it matter that we are working very hard to retain a great city manager to create and maintain stability in an organization? Is because it matters that we're not making things, we're not making widgets. Public service is our only offering. We are here as customer service representatives. And when that person can't get that license, that permit, that callback, that attention that they need for their issue, there's a reason for that. And that can be attributed in large part to turnover. And I can tell you that turnover is not only a dagger in the heart of an organization's stability, but it is highly costly from a financial standpoint. So I just want everybody to remember, when they don't want to give adequate compensation to someone who is turning the ship in the right direction and creating calm waters, you're doing a disservice to the community at large by not supporting and giving appropriate compensation to the one at the wheel. So it matters to the community why we recognize good employment and we compensate appropriately. Just remember that.
Thank you so much. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Vice Mayor, hold on
Oh.
one second. Under discussion, I think Councilwoman Jordan brings up a phenomenal point. The amount of turnover we have had has probably cost us, and I'm not kidding, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And that is a true fact when you look at the economics of turnover. So with that being said, I want to ask Norma one quick question, because I think it's important, because we've done this, and I'm going to prove this point. Norma, I believe we've gone at least through 3 or 4 city managers. I'm going to say 3 now. And how much is it to do a recruitment?
Norma Santoyo, your HR director, for the record. Thank you for that question. Right now, you're going to pay about $25,000 to $35,000 for one executive recruitment, and that's actually probably a pretty good deal. It's probably gone up in the recent year.
Okay, so we've been through 3. So just totaling that up right there, not to mention all the loss that we get from, not being able to run the city efficiently whenever you're going through sort of this turmoil and change, and we've seen it 3 times. So that's the difference in saving a lot of money here whenever you offer stability and talent and all the things that make a city thrive. So I just want to make sure that we put that on the record, because I know recruiting is super expensive. All right, thank you. That's
Thank you
what I
so
wanted
much,
to-
Madam Mayor. There is a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
The motion carries with 1 no vote. Thank you. Thank you all.
Yeah, can we clap? Is that allowed? Would that be allowed, Madam Vice Mayor?
You're not supposed to,
I
right?
know- Well, that's why I asked you for permission.
I did it first. I wanted to do it.
I know.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor.
I know, like, be gone, shoes. Doug, ditch the shoes. Come back with something more respectable next time, okay?
That is pretty funny, Councilwoman Dewar.
Thank you. If you could just see them, Madam Mayor, up close and personal, like the rest of us.
Oh, I've seen him. You can't miss him.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, if we're ready, we're going to go ahead and open the Redevelopment Agency Board at this time, as we do have an action item on that.
Okay.
So at this time, we'll open the Redevelopment Agency Board for October 27th, 2021. I'll go ahead and take roll call. Councilmember Reckes,
I'm here.
Dewar,
Here?
Delgado, Weber,
Here?
Jarden,
Here.
Reese, Sheevy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Redevelopment Agency Board. We have no public comment registered at this time, so we'll move into approval of the agenda.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
All right, item L4, approval of the minutes.
Second,
Motion.
Breckus.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Item L5, approval to amend the investment policy for the City of Reno and Redevelopment Agency Board.
I'll move.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
All right, item L6 is a public hearing for a resolution of the Redevelopment Agency Board.
Thank you. Oh, where do I go here? Okay. I don't know where I go here.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, I don't know, did we approve all of the minutes? When we
Yes.
did that,
We
okay.
did. We're right here.
The investment policy, L5.
That's been.
Yes, there I am, sorry.
So we're at the public hearing, L6.
Hearing.
Okay, public hearing.
So
Okay.
let the record reflect that
Thank you,
the
Madam Mayor.
Redevelopment Agency Board is opening the public hearing. Madam Clerk, has proper notice been given? Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
All right, thank you. Staff presentation at this time?
Ms.
So,
Lochner is here.
good evening, council, mayor and council. What we have today is the, not the investment policy, but I can do this without it, is the final step in our redevelopment agency interfund loan. So as you know, we've taken several steps. We extended the area. We amended the other plan so that we could make an interfund loan. This is the last step. And then from this point forward, it's just accounting work for us. So the adoption of this resolution will actually authorize us to make the interfund loan to make our debt payments.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions?
I do.
Councilmember Breckus?
We extended the redevelopment plan for one. Okay. And now we're transferring money from two over to one to help pay debt. But we've heard that Jacobs is going to come forward and ask for TIF. What are the mechanics of that TIF as related to this obligation to District 2?
So any conversations I've had with developers related to TIF, and there have been more than one, any obligations that the redevelopment agency has currently remain in force, and then anything available after that could go to a TIF program. But any kind of TIF program has to come back in front of the council, and it will require a financial analysis at that point in time to understand really where we are.
Is there a turbocharge provision that we're setting up for repayment? So, because my concern is that, okay, so if Jacobs comes in and says, you know, I'm starting to TIF, and you've got a payment schedule on over to 2, you got a payment schedule for all your debt, I'm seeing increment in these years when you have debt payment. I'm creating this increment.
So the way we wrote the resolution is that 100% of that increment goes to pay back the other area first. And then if there's anything left available after that and all the debt is paid, then the council can obligate that to other things.
But there's still TIF that can be given.
There will be, because we extended the area, and as you recall, there was about $127 million that would come in under our current parcels.
Structure.
Not with the new development. So there will be TIF, but not until about 2027.
2027? Mm-hmm. Okay. I still cannot support it. I needed a hard redevelopment plan revision for one that went through the legal requirements, in my view, which was, you know, informing the affected people, which we passed a resolution saying we're not informing the affected people because they're not going to be impacted. And then 2 weeks later, we hear that someone wants to come through for TIF. And I think that was not good process. I supported bringing it over from 2. I think that was even my idea way back when. But I wanted the guardrails of TIF to whatever it is, whatever it's created, to go back into the general fund, not as TIF, for TIF to not exist. So to the degree that this is allowing one to continue with people to walk through like Jacobs for TIF, we'll have those conversations soon. I won't support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Madam Clerk, is there public comment?
Madam Vice Mayor, we have none.
Move to approve.
There's a motion and a second. Any other comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
The motion carries with 1 no vote.
All right, we're on item L7, Redevelopment Agency Board comments from the City Council.
Are there any comments? There's none.
None. We are on item L8, Public comment, to which we have none, so I'm looking to adjourn the Redevelopment Agency Board.
Move to adjourn.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
All right, so we're going to just hop back up really quickly to H2, which are City Council comments for city boards and commissions.
Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Just wanted to share with everybody that the Reno Housing Authority yesterday voted to direct the director, Amy Jones, of course, under the direction of Mayor Sheevy, to move forward with the possibility of utilizing the RV parcel that's at the Caris campus to have conversations with the Washoe County to use for overflow shelter immediately. And so in hopes to deal with some of the issues that are before us. In addition to that, to have further conversations with the possibility of utilizing that parcel for possible transfer in totality, so the entire campus is under the jurisdiction of Washoe County, that those funds that are utilized for the purchase of that be reimbursed at its full capacity. So that's something we voted on yesterday. I think it's a big deal.
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
I just didn't hear you say which parcel. Is it the Reno Housing Authority parcel that they were going to build
Correct.
affordable housing?
Reno Housing Authority.
transitional
entire
housing.
parcel. Yeah. So what came before us is that with further conversation with the county was that there are different there's Reno Housing Authority doesn't do the transitional housing that we're looking for. So it's not in the wheelhouse. So they're going to basically say, Washoe County, you go forward now that you guys are, and create that entire master plan for Washoe County to better plan
Okay.
for the future.
And then when you said overflow, was that for the winter or immediately? Like, I mean, there's nothing there right now. It's just a
Yeah,
vacant
so there's
parcel,
two,
right?
there's a building now that's being used for RV.
For what?
RV
For
storage.
RV storage.
And so they've done walkthroughs of the RV storage, and the county has basically said that they can provide some immediate upgrades to it to help with the overflow issues. And so they're moving forward on that piece, understanding that the winter is upon us basically now.
Like now. And then just one more thing. Did they say how many like they can support there?
No, they have not. They have not.
Okay.
So those conversations hopefully are happening as of yesterday evening,
Oh.
today. And so we had our meeting yesterday, and so.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing none?
I just have one final
Oh,
comment.
okay.
I think in all of the excitement of today, we may have overlooked the huge response that we did in preparation for all this rain. And I know that you mentioned serving lunch, I think, to the folks, fire, police, responders. But I think the city did a really good job in preparing. I know there was a lot of cranking it out. It was different than a snowstorm, having to clear drains in the middle of rain, and all of that kind of stuff. Sometimes you can't see where it's going to back up until it does back up. But we were very lucky because in this case, the river was low, so it could absorb the water. We were lucky in that the canals and other ponds and such were low, so they could absorb the water. And I just, I think it's an important moment to identify for our stormwater utility folks and working with the ditch companies, because there was a lot of conversation there. So it's just a reminder, and we heard some commentary here today about Lemon Valley. We saw some pretty sobering pictures about October's levels. And if it is a rainy year, what that could look like, because that water is not going away quick. We already saw when this place gets wet, it stays wet. It doesn't drain away. And so those parcels that we saw that are adjacent to Swan Lake that were wet, shown in the video, they're going to stay wet for a long time. The lake's going to stay wet. So it's just, I am proud that we removed our HESCO barriers, it sounds like, before the storm, which meant that water didn't back up on the road.
And that was.
Right,
that
that's
was a
kind of
problem.
huge.
That was a problem with Washoe County.
Right, and I didn't want to call them out, but I mean, I'm glad that we removed ours. And so water, when it rained, could run into the lake versus pound up on the road. I am concerned that I hear constantly that these barriers create unsafe driving conditions, right? People speed, they knock them over, they run into them. It's nerve-wracking. So it's just something to keep looking at. I'm sure we're going to have to put up HESCO barriers this year. I feel pretty confident, so.
And that reminded me, I didn't see it on the 3-month calendar, and it's never too late to get Public Works Department winter preparation presentation.
It's usually on,
yes.
yeah.
We haven't had it this year, I don't think. And also, let's get if we could, everyone loves that presentation, but if we could get it also with winter resources for those who are out in the cold presentation at the same time. Just tag on 3 minutes from, unsheltered folks, because that's part of the winter preparation too. So could we get that on before we convene for the year, maybe, on the winter presentation?
That information will be disseminated on social media and through all manner of other channels in a visual storytelling sort of way so that it's accessible to.
But Mr. Flansburgh won't come forward and give his presentation, you're saying?
Mr. Flansburgh is not presently scheduled to give that presentation, no.
So we won't have that presentation this year? Okay.
Well, think about it. Sometimes it's just good for us to know.
Everyone likes it.
They do, and having it online is great
Also
too,
great.
though. Okay, anyone else? Thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. Madam Clerk, I think we're done with that.
Great. So we don't have any public hearings, so there's no ayes. We do have general closing comments. No one in the audience, but we did receive 19 comments, which were general in nature, not directly associated with an item, or they're received after 4 p.m. yesterday afternoon. 2 in favor, 15 in opposition, and 8 from concerned individuals on various topics. Those have been distributed to council and are a part of the official record. In addition, we have 1 closing voicemail, which we'll play now.
Okay. Sounds good.
Hi, my name is Aubrey Adams, and I live in Sparks, Nevada. I am currently outside of my house, and it's very cold outside. And I am haunted by the reality that hundreds of other women like me are outside right now with nowhere to sleep, and they can't turn around and go back inside their heated house. And that sickens me, and I think it should sicken you too. But the difference between you and me is that I am a citizen, and you are on city council, so you have a responsibility to do something about it. Right now, the Record Street shelter is not open, and I believe that it should be when there's women outside who could die from the cold, get sick, who are extremely vulnerable to not just elements, but to other people preying on them, who don't feel comfortable in the Terrace campus. It's completely unacceptable that we have no good solution for those women. That you have not come up with something better than just letting them suffer outside. So I'm with many other people in asking that you please open up the Record Street shelter as soon as possible. There are volunteers and people who are qualified and care about these people to staff these shelters. We will figure it out. We are willing to help. And it's up to you to open the shelters. So please, please do what you can, which is a lot more than you are doing right now. Thank you for your time.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, we are on item K, which is adjournment for the day. I'm just looking for a motion.
There's a motion. I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you.